It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
A bit of a slower start here, but we're back with more EPL World Series America Season 8. My name's Sneeze and I'm joined by Crash. I'm bringing you not just one, but two amazing series today before we pass it off to Costa and Dota. So if that's what you're here for, you're gonna have to wait a bit. But we have nothing but beautiful SA Dota for you. Invaders versus No Ping will be our first game to start the day. Crash, how are you feeling about this matchup?
You know, I won't lie to you, Sneeze. I'm a little cautious going into this series.
Okay.
Invaders have yet to find, despite having some top-notch names on their team, PP, Kiri, Adrian, they've yet to kind of find their footing here at this tournament. You know, they are currently like 0-3.
Yeah, we've seen teams start out in that position, and you know, as much as we want to try and paint a beautiful comeback story arc for them in the later stages of the group stage, it's not really something that's happened in EPL in recent times. Some of the more notable players, Kiri, I think in particular, really impressed us on Infinity. Was it Akatsuki? I think it was Akatsuki that was on, but it's kind of a shame to see that he's not really doing too hot lately.
Yeah, you know, to be fair, Invaders is a new roster. Like, these are star-studded players for sure. Every single one of them individually is very skilled.
Yeah.
But I think, like, Dota's so much more than that at this point. We are so far gone from the individually skilled players that it's a lot about how you work together as a team now. And, you know, No Ping, they've stuck together. They've made a few roster changes, but mostly they're the same kind of group. And they're doing quite well. They've only dropped one map. They lost one game against Mad Kings, but they're currently 3-0. So they are doing very well for themselves.
Yeah, and we already saw what a 3-0 team could look like just yesterday when Mad Kings and X5 went up against each other. That's kind of the upper echelon right now. If there's any time, though, I was talking about how it's not how usual for a team to really start an upward climb at this stage of EPL's group stage. But if there's any time to do it, if there's any time to find their footing, it's going to be about now. I think one thing that we haven't really mentioned about EPL so far, we're not going to talk about the heroes just yet, because I think this is important, right? Now that DPC is out the window, and now that it's basically free real estate for all these third-party tournaments or, you know, other TOs and event organizers to come in, EPL becomes that much more important because it still persists, and all these rosters that you have this is essentially more than ever a proving grounds for some of these other tournaments, right? You're looking at SA talent, you're looking at rosters you want to invite that look exciting. This tournament is one of them that showcases the rosters to such a high capacity. So you want to make sure that you're performing so that you look like you're the cream of the crop, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, and it it goes to show how I think how much EPL has proven itself as a great, like you said, proving ground. Look at Thunder Awaken, right? They ran through the EPL gauntlet. They made it all the way to TI. Obviously, they didn't do too well at TI. No one expected them to. But going to TI is such a big, or like at least the road to the international, such a big step for some of these teams. So, yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there. So yeah, let's talk about the draft now a little bit. Now that we've got some heroes out of the way, nothing too surprising coming out from the bans, but we do have some interesting heroes being picked up.
Yeah, I think of note, on the absolutely disgusting side of the coin, and maybe showing exactly why they're 3-0. Dawnbreaker, Dazzle, and Chen, they got healing galore, and some of the most toxic heroes of this patch right now. Most notably, I think we saw Gaming Gladiators pull out Chen multiple times, one of the only teams to do so, and just end the game real quick in a meta of very prolonged games. Sven, Chen, Dazzle, Dawnbreaker, there's a very clear game plan being presented by Noping Esports right now. The invaders, they're gonna have to be forced to respond to. That's one of auras, that's one of running you down, that's one of an immense death ball to be dealt with.
And I think, to an extent, it's like the Gaiman versus Nouns, where Gaiman picks Chen. I don't want to say the Gaiman's on a totally other level than Nouns.
Yeah.
But they kind of are. You know what I mean? Like I think Gaiman's definitely like an echelon above Nouns. Just a bit. And maybe it's the same thing here. Yeah, and maybe we're going to see the same thing here between Noping and Invaders. Maybe Noping, they're drafting because they think they're the better team and that they can, you know, hit this 25-30 minute mark and kind of roll over Invaders. And it's, I mean, certainly possible. Chen, Dazzle, Dawnbreaker, the amount of sustain these three heroes have. I think people really count out Luminosity, from the self-sustain to the healing that it provides other heroes as well. Just a little bit can go a really long way.
So, we're talking a lot about healing, and on the flip side, Invaders, they have a very apt draft for their team name, right? They have three heroes that can get up in there, mess you up real good. Earth Spirit Weaver, Chaos Knight, they're all gonna play exceptionally well with that Ink spell that's proven time and time again to be such a strong spell. Ever since the change to just about whenever Grimstroke wants, he can pop that stun open, and the shard as well, providing a dispel. It's gonna go a long way, especially against things like the Poison Touch. You know, if you can dispel the Sven stun as well, that's huge. The one curious thing for me is that right now, Noping are banning out last pick mids, which I can understand, right? Because you're like, okay, you know, Grimstroke, Earth Spirit or Weaver, pause falls. But I still think there's a huge gap for AA to potentially come into the picture here. You talk about healing on one side, breaking up the death ball. This guy's gonna be all over it. Magic damage galore with Earth Spirit, Grimstroke. Chaos Knight can get a bit of that with the Chaos Bolt as well. And ACK is a very easy kill lane against the Dawnbreaker. So I'm surprised that they're not at least sort of shooting a glance that hero's way. That's something Invaders might be able to pull out right from under their noses and put the Earth Spirit mid. Because I think, you know, when you pick the Earth Spirit, you already see your Dazzle mid matchup, even though it's not ideal. Maybe that's kind of the one thing preventing them from doing so. It's gonna be Kothel mid instead. So a very traditional Spirit Vessel builder, someone that can get what he needs out of the lane with Dazzle and not have to interact so much. That's not too bad. Blinding Light for Sven, and clear answer to the death ball in terms of the in terms of the blast, right?
Yeah, and I mean, there still is a little bit of flexibility when it comes to Invaders draft. This Weaver can pretty much do anything, right? 3, 1, 4, 5, 2, maybe not 2. Earth Spirit can do anything. Chaos Knight's been run as a 3 before as well. Coddle, this could be a CK Coddle lane for all we know.
Yikes.
With a Grimstroke Weaver or Spirit mid. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of flexibility when it comes to Invaders draft, where Noping, less flexible. I think they're most likely, gonna pick up a 4 here. They're gonna grab Rubik. Here that we haven't seen in a very long time, but I still think there's room for this hero, and I'm pretty sure I'll have to take a look-see, but I think this is one of Almisho's more played heroes.
For sure. And thanks to Cyberscore.live, our new sponsor here at EPL, we're going to be able to access some pretty real-time on recent stats. I think one of the main sort of troubles of, you know, having to contend with Dota buff or dead Dota is, you know, you're always looking at statistics that go across the players, you know, entire career. And like just like we saw yesterday when we were looking at Mad Kings and I believe it was X5, we were looking at Monty's stats, right? The Tusk is just an all-time favorite of his, but not really something he's been playing recently. I'm sure Almisho is quite the Rubik player in his time as well, though,
he is.
Right?
Yeah, 17 games in the past year with a 71% win rate.
Wow. Okay. Well,
pretty good.
Yeah, no surprises there. And not only is it recent, it's one of his babies. I mean, it makes a lot of sense because Rubik is a hero that is very well known for the instant disable, something that No Pain Esports are lacking right now. 2 of their stuns, the only 2 that they have, by the way, are extremely, extremely telegraphed. And that's not going to fly against an Earth Spirit. That's not going to fly against a Weaver, right? They're going to be able to get their way in and out of fights a bit too comfortably. So understand that last pick. I mean, stealing Shikuchi, stealing the Ink Spell is going to go such a long way as well. We'll see how that pans out. But is there any draft that you're favoring at the moment?
It's one of those, like, I think I might be favoring Invader's draft a little bit more. I do think, though, I think No Ping might just be the better team.
Yeah.
And I think they've drafted thinking that they're the better team and willing to play like they're the better team.
Oh, for sure.
So, I mean, we'll see, right? Like, if Invaders can get their foot off the ground, they should be fine.
Okay.
If they kind of flop laning stage-wise, it might be a little troublesome.
That may have been a mistake.
Okay, okay. I think I'm in complete agreement with you here. The one thing that I'm looking at is, number one, Kiri Earth Spirit. This is the guy who really impressed us on some tasks, some Earth Spirits. These are he's that melee pos 4 guy, right? That's him. Tiny Earth Spirit. So I don't remember whether there was a clockwork in there somewhere. I don't think so. That might be misremembering him with Schofield, but he's very much that type of player. He gets in weird spots, makes a ton of space, and catches a lot of even more experienced players off guard. I think that's exactly what impressed us so much about Akatsuki. His plays weren't exactly conventional, and he managed to surprise a lot of these more, you know, notable names. And he very much has that opportunity against the Dazzle in the mid lane, right? Dazzle is a very static hero with not a lot of options in terms of mobility. And if the Earth Spirit decides to roll on by, it might not necessarily be that good of a time for him.
Yeah, you know, Dazzle, very much like these, it's rare nowadays. I say rare, but it's not that uncommon. That mid laners, at least in my pubs, that mid laners kind of sit in the mid lane and farm. Usually you're thinking of heroes like Lifestealer, Troll Warlord, heroes that kind of sit in the top lane and farm, or Centaur, or to a lesser extent Dawnbreaker, where you sit in the off lane and farm. It's a little bit less secure farming in the mid lane just because of how open you are to potential ganks.
Oh, for sure.
And Invaders have really strong gank heroes. You know, hell, even to a certain extent, they could roam the Weaver. They could roam the Chaos Knight, right? This is a 3 Chaos Knight, so they could very well roam the Chaos Knight mid with the Grimstroke and get a kill if top lane isn't going too well.
Yeah. I mean, like exactly what you said, right? I mean, even though the Weaver is +1, if he does rotate, that'll be kind of brazy. I'll have so much respect for Adrian for it, but we'll have to see how things go. I think for No Ping, you're completely right. Like, they need to survive the lanes, and I say survive only because even apart from Earth Spirit, the CK Grimstroke is gonna be so scary. That is a kill lane through and through. I mean, you have decent amount of aggressive potential between Dawnbreaker and Rubik as well, so that's gonna be highly contested. The top side, I mean, this Chen and Sven. If you're manipulating the lane well enough, you know, you're blocking these camps, you're not allowing Chen to do his usual shenanigans on the sidelines, which is gonna have a lot of trouble putting pressure on you, and that's gonna be basically leaving the off lane pretty free for you to operate on Drake shit.
Yeah, and you know, Chaos Knight is one of those heroes. He's, interestingly enough, is one of those heroes that just sits in the off lane or the safe lane and farms. Because there's literally nothing you can do against him as Almisho.
Uh-oh.
Gonna run into some trouble here.
The last pick, Rubik, gonna get first to be picked off this game, it seems like. Beautiful kick through onto everybody. And Kiri is going to be able to set that one up for the team. It comes at the cost of his life though, and now slowed up is 555. Huge Grimstroke. Q onto 3, but yeah, I mean, the setup is a little bit awkward. They're dealing with 2 pretty solid stuns on the side of No Ping. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade. Walking away with the first blood though is Adrian, so that is the Weaver that picks that up. But in response, the Dazzle, a nice little early chunk of change as well. Gonna get him that magic wand in the mid lane.
You know, I think that actually favors No Ping, weirdly enough. You know,
Okay.
they do get the 2 kills. Dazzle, though, he gets a wand out of that. And Chen is going to get some gold towards his medallion as well, which earlier on Chen, the better, right?
Yeah, I completely get where you're coming from, because I think,
Yeah.
you know, this gold on the Weaver, yeah, it's going to give him a little bit more lane dominance as he actually ends up tag teaming with the Weaver instead. I don't know why I thought it would be Weaver CK. I think I got a bit confused because I was looking this up on the previous season. I remember Drake shit to be a POS 1 player. So I'm going to have to go and check that again. But yeah, I was a bit confused on that. I mean, CK, very much a POS 1/POS 3 hero, can carry from the off lane. But yeah, I mean, I saw Kiri hanging around the bot side, thought he was going to go for a gank here. But yeah, it's going to be Weaver and Grimshow, which is a lot more formidable and easy to maneuver against this Dawnbreaker Rubik lane. Have to see how that goes, but yeah, I completely agree. Back to the original point we were making, I think No Ping, their main goal this game is ball up as soon as possible, right? The bowling alley, they just want to roll down the lane. Uh-oh.
One more Chaos Bolt, the Jukes Witch. Oh,
Okay.
barely survived that.
Yeah, makes
Chaos
use
Knight's
of the tree.
73 base damage. He just needed, like, if he got a 1-second stun or a 4-second stun, that would have been a kill.
I guess his only sort of consolation is that he managed to drag shit away from the wave for a bit, but he didn't end up losing any creeps. Like, they're all still here. Like, Lumiere didn't manage to deny any of them, so he'll still be fine here.
And another thing, oh, look at Kiri's queued up items. He understands what he needs to do this game. Double Aghanim Scepter.
Nice, nice, nice.
You know, we mentioned earlier, this is something I wanted to bring up a little bit earlier. We mentioned Kiri. And we've got a little bit of an inside joke around Kiri, right? The Kiri tax must be paid.
Yeah.
There are a lot of times where Kiri finds himself in interesting positions, but I think Earth Spirit is one of those heroes that is kind of okay being in those positions.
Oh.
You know, with the rolling boulder, with the kicks, the pulls, he's okay being in your back line and causing havoc. That's Kiri's specialty.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, it's not... I remember him most for his task. I remember him most for just suddenly appearing, like, basically in someone's jungle and just running around and wasting so much time. So we'll see what he gets done on the Earth Spirit here. Definitely a hero that can, you know, make use of interesting position to actually turn an advantage in his way. But yeah, I wonder how serious he is about this Aghanim Scepter, because the Aghanim Scepter on the Earth Spirit, definitely a very, very strong pickup. But this game in particular, maybe they're thinking about it for you know, save for the Weaver or whoever gets gone on by the Sven. I can't imagine that he doesn't go for a Vessel this game though, because I feel like that is so value.
Well, that'll be Coddle's job, right? You think that'll
Yeah.
be Coddle's, the Vessel builder, but who knows, right? Kiri can very much build Vessel. A little bit of a joke, but you know, with the Aghanim Scepter, I hope he doesn't go for it.
Yeah.
You know, at least this early on, I think Earth Spirit definitely benefits from, you know, a considerable amount of other items before an Aghanim Scepter. Is Kiri in an interesting position once again? Gonna take some right clicks.
As the Fairy Fire though,
okay.
he'll be okay. You know, just back up there, knew exactly what he was doing. Kiri tax not due just yet, too early in the game.
Yeah.
Didn't even make it through his financial quarter just yet.
It's a bi-weekly payment. It's a
Yeah,
bi-weekly.
You wouldn't
Yeah,
get
yeah.
it. You didn't study finance. Neither did I. I don't get it either. We'll
Neither
have to
did
see.
I, yeah,
Yeah,
no.
I had no clue why. I'm a communication
No.
student. This is not. Absolutely crushing the mid lane though is Lalatroni, able to still take quite a bit of control and get as much as he wants out of the lane. And PP, this is what the Koto pick was for, right? Still very much able to contest in the lane, using those blasts to secure last hits. But for the most part, this Dazzle is reigning supreme and putting on a lot of pressure a la Necrophos. Forcing PP all the way back. and still denying creeps as he goes. So being very, very pesky here in this mid lane.
It's only going to get harder, too, for Coddle. You know, it can do fine. But once Dazzle hits 6, this wave's going to be constantly pushed. PP even pinging mid, Lalatroni. Very, very aggressive in this lane. Here comes the TP from the Earth Spirit, though.
They need to break up the vision. PP manages to disjoint that the poison touch, but slight miss on the roll. Kick back into tower. The aggro's off at the moment, so Lalatroni is gonna be able to walk this one off. Still has a water rune, still has a wand, turns around for the heal. Level 6. Things are troublesome now. PP he needs to break things up again, but turns around. Wrong side is the blast, and Lalatroni just gonna completely rout his opponents. That's a 2 for nothing. Elmisho did leave the bot lane for that rotation though to secure that kill on PP, and that ends up being a freebie for Adrian and 555 to pick up. So even though things are mildly disastrous in the mid lane, the Dazzle gets a lot here. They do end up losing the Dawnbreaker. Once again, still favoring the side of no ping in my humble non-financial opinion.
I'm interested, so you know, as you know, Sneeze, I do love me some Dawnbreaker. I love watching Argent play this hero.
Okay.
I think it is in Argent's wheelhouse for sure.
Okay.
I am interested to see the skill build, or not the skill build. Well, yes, both the skill build and the item build for Argent, because this, okay, I have been shown by a Grandmaster Dawnbreaker.
Okay.
Power of Vessel on Dawnbreaker.
Ooh.
The power of Aghanim Scepter on Dawnbreaker. Now, Aghanim's neuters Weaver and CK pretty bad. You know, Weaver's fine buying MKB, but Chaos Knight, he's never gonna buy MKB.
Okay.
So I am curious to see. I think we're gonna see more traditional Blade Mail Deso build up from Argent. But you know, who knows? Who knows, right? As mid lane, we're gonna see a gank onto PP.
Lifted up. They knew exactly where he was. Didn't even need a, you know, catch him off guard. They had perfect vision placed here in this little corner. I've never seen this ward before, but ends up spotting out this Koto farming stacks, and Lalatroni well and truly ahead now, level 7, and in the mid lane. Elmisho's dedicated quite a bit of time to just kind of roam around here. He's gonna get spotted out by a ward here as he makes his rotation over to the top side, and Lumia is just pressuring away. This is starting to get scary because already closing in. Elmisho, you know, you're not getting away with that one.
Oh no, Elmisho.
Oh
my god.
No way.
Oh my god.
How did they let him do that? Oh, okay.
No.
No. That would have been too perfect. Meanwhile, mid lane already though. Take a look at Lalatroni beating away at this tower with the help of the catapult. The TPs have to come in full force.
Here comes
I mean,
Adrian. Here's the rotation mid from the Weaver.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're gonna be able to clip him though. He's creating the distance. The Grimstroke, I mean, really come in tandem, and Lalatroni's gonna be able to just walk that one off. So as quickly as he rotates over, he's gonna rotate back, and they brought 3 people in the mid lane to still have their tower at like what, 113 HP. At top side, now running up onto Drake shit. Here comes Dawnbreaker straight on CK. I can't help but feel like no ping. They are completely out-rotating their opponents at this early stage.
Yeah, I think they absolutely are, Sneeze. It is a very hard game for invaders right now. They did not get out of the landing stage in a good position. And Argent's gonna come across a nice little 3-stack. And he will gladly clean up.
This kill, very, very important to get, but Lalatroni still has the hand of God. No grave though in sight. He's gonna try and juke to the tree line. The blast, the last touch is not enough. Lives with 86 HP, and Kiri looking for an angle, looking for a kick, but Lalatroni still playing around. Meanwhile, Azen already has wiped out that Grimstroke. They'll find Kiri here, who was looking for a pick. The kick not gonna go the way he wanted to, and Kiri tags first one of the game, 8 minutes. Meanwhile, Lumiere, they are just dominating all angles of the map. They need to flush out this fan. They need to get something here. They stun the blast and they'll get at least something. Punishing that pos one for his early aggressive positioning.
Good play from invaders, catching that Sven off. Lumiere's gonna rage quit. He's tired of it.
Yeah.
He's like, they killed me once. I'm out here. It's not a perfect game. Get me out.
You can't believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, but all things considered, I think this is, you kill the Sven, and it gives you what, like 15 seconds to breathe. No ping. They just we were talking about how they need to get into this ball formation and resist the early aggression that invaders are putting forward. Well, invaders aren't doing a lot of their namesake right now. In fact, it feels like the other way around. They're the ones getting invaded on all fronts of the map. They're the ones feeling the pressure. And this skirmishing lineup where that's supposed to be Kiri running around with PP, because of this early pressure that PP has felt, we've yet to really see this Keeper of the Light do as much as he probably wants to. Things might now change because of that boost of travel completed. We might see him start to, make dedicated aggressive moves in lanes and try and push down some of these towers, because they need to get these. I mean, if as long as they're up, this Sven will have freedom to basically roam his entire side of the jungle. I mean, take a look at the stacks already being built up for him by Almisho.
It's crazy.
This is gonna be insane.
And like, obviously these are for the Sven.
Yeah.
But Dawnbreaker can take them too. If push comes to shove and you're getting invaded by invaders and you need someone to take these stacks, Dazzle, Dawnbreaker, Rubik can help as well. These heroes can take these stacks, and invader side, they can like slow siege the stacks, I guess, like Weaver can Sakushi through them, you can Ink Swell them, you can Stroke of Fate them, Coddle Blast them. But you're not going to get like that instant clear like Sven or Dawnbreaker has.
Yeah, and one thing I want to mention is I'm not sure whether I'm looking at the stats correctly here, but I'm on Cyberscore right now because I always think of Lumiere as, I mean, not that I think of Lumiere, I think Sven, right? There's some other heroes like the Morphling that I think he's very, very exciting on, but it's such, it still feels to me like a very, very Lumiere hero, as I might have to hold that thought, Arzen, and just to throw the hammer out, but can't create the distance. Inkswell gonna pop. This is the combo that they were looking for. The heal comes through, but Arzen, not enough HP to survive through that. Lalatroni getting kicked back as well, no grave, and these are the kills that they were looking for. The setup, just like we said, once that boost of travel is completed, PP is gonna start moving. And he is going on, going strong, looking at Almisho now. This invasion into the triangle comes right on cue, but do they know Lumiere is here? Almisho, very heads-up play, understands that his Sven needs a bit more time to mop this up. Just in time too. If he headed continuously to the left here, his Sven would be dead meat. But he buys his Sven enough time to clear up that stack. They get the hard cam one stolen though, but it's a small price to pay. At least Lumiere can mop up most of these. They're trying to go on the PP. God Strength is over though. Do they have the damage? The kick onto the high ground. That's the Kiri effect right there. Gets his Keeper of the Light out of trouble. But at least they come through and steal some of that net worth away. It's not going to stop him from still being on top though. He continues farming away. But yeah, on this Lumiere Sven, saw the stats on it. On the page it says 6 games and 100% win rate for this lineup. So this is clearly something that they've been practicing this, I mean, in recent times at least. And if there's anyone who knows how to play a Sven draft at this in this tournament, it's going to be no ping at this point in time. So very scary business, especially since he's been relatively unfeathered so far.
I think what really key thing happened, hold that thought, is Arzen in some trouble here, bottom lane.
It's the combo again, but can they get him out of here? The Inkswell not going to latch. Stolen Blast. Oh, that is a lot of damage. Adrian still looking for the chase though, onto which there is a Hand of God available in the Solar Crest. He is quite tanky on that Sven. A bit more than you might expect. Almisho forced to lift back Drake shit right now. The retreat is sounded. Kiri still trying to set up for more. Almisho, he's going to be the target and he's going to go down. Not before he zaps down Kiri though. 4 for 4 right now. As they still hold on. The initiation is a bit awkward if that initial Inkswell doesn't really land, and Kiri is really their main, I guess, starter of the fight here if Drake shit can't get in with a reality rift. Both sides will just stare at each other here. Can't help but feel like every single time invaders find these engagements, but they trade even, it is beneficial for no ping as they continue to scale up on their cost farming on the other sides of the map.
It's so weird watching these fights for me because, like, it's very simple, right? You Shikuchi and then you Inkswell, and then you run through them to the other side of them, right? Like the opposite side of them, and then you pop the Inkswell.
Yeah.
And they've yet to do that. Like, they've done it like once. And I feel like it's not a hard combo but I keep seeing Adrian run through them, step back, right-click a few times, and then have the Inkswell be popped. And it just feels a little like some miscommunication there, some misplay, I don't know. Just a little messy from these engagements from Invaders.
Yeah, it kind of feels a bit disjointed in a way that it really shouldn't be. Like this, I guess you're really trying to say this nicely, but this Grimstroke Weaver combo shouldn't be so hard to pull off. It's not like something that has extremely high, need for execution and whatnot as Elmisho. Stolen Shikuchi, he's about to be the most annoying person on the planet right now, which is why they're trying to dedicate quite a bit to punishing him. Lift up to stop the sun coming through, but won't stop the Grimstroke silence, and they'll kill off that pesky Rubik for being so far behind enemy lines.
That's a good voice line. Found, controlled, and punished.
Quite literally what happened.
Absolutely what happened. Yeah.
I mean,
scary thing for Invaders. You know, they may be doing well right now, but Lalatroni getting close to that Aghanim Scepter, and that's when this Dazzle really starts to pop off.
Seen some Dazzles go for the Midas in this early stage to make the full use of this new ultimate, just reducing cooldown non-stop, but you can tell, like, Lalatroni, he's not getting greedy, right? He's making sure he gets exactly what he needs, which is the Axe, to get to that death ball state as soon as possible. It's like what we said. No ping, this is the bowling alley draft, right? They're trying to ball up and just knock down all the pins in one fell swoop. They just need to get their bowling ball as soon as possible, and that's exactly what the focus is. Elmisho, he's done a good job so far, I think, in terms of creating space. You can look at the KDA and look at 253, but this crucial last component of control and just disjointment or breaking up the fights, we saw the lift, how big of a part that plays as well in terms of breaking up whatever initiation they're looking for on Invaders. I mean, I think, you know, so far, No Ping demonstrating that they know exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, they're calm, cool, and collected so far. You know, they're ahead 3K, you know, despite some, not missteps in the last few fights, but some fights that just haven't gone their way. Maybe too early aggression, maybe a little bit of a miscommunication, you know, who knows what happened. But 2 fights really haven't gone their way. Despite that, they're like 3-4K up. Lalatroni has an Aghanim Scepter, and we're going to see the gang coming in. Inkswell on the Earth Spirit.
Slightly off the mark, though, is the kick. Yeah, I mean, right now, Lalatroni able to stand his ground. He might go down, no grave available. They've traded out 1-for-1 at the moment, and the rest of the side of Invaders, good at trading out for now, but PP, like you said, lifted up onto the cliff. Elmisho has found him. A little bit of an awkward situation, 3 versus 3 situation, and Lumiere, that's the blade reveal straight to the Grimstroke. That's the big enabler of this fight, and without him, suddenly the disables, not in high supply. Lumiere starting to clean up 4-for-2 exchange. And because of that breakdown in terms of the fronts that they were taking the fight, ends up being a very, very bad engagement. As No Ping take the advantage there.
So much gold for Arzent. I'm very curious to see what Dawnbreaker goes for. You know, it could be an Echo Saber. I don't mind the Deso, right? Like, you've got a lot of like, if you can up your damage on heroes like for instance, Dark Willow, Weaver. You don't need to see them or to right-click them to hit them as Dawnbreaker. You can still do oodles of damage just by using your Q. So I'm curious to see if Arzent does go for that Desolator. I wouldn't be too surprised. It's pretty standard. You know, unless you've got like a PA or heroes like that. It's gonna go for the Echo Saber, it looks like.
Oh, Kiri, he just rolls into his death. I don't know what that was about. I mean, like, I'm sure Adrian's around the area, but you don't really have any vision. That kind of felt like a fish in the dark, and I mean, we saw some of the problems of just that engagement, right? It really boils down to the initial roll was missed. Kiri, you know, he's been very impressive in previous seasons on some of these playmaking heroes, but it's just going to show that with his Yule's Rush right now, he hasn't really been able to find the engagements and the connections that he really needs to make this team work right now.
And you know what? Yule's like, it's fine, but it doesn't feel too good this game. Like, what do you do after you Yules them? Like, you coddle, I guess you coddle blast them, but other than that, I feel like there's not too much that you combo up with the Yules with. I think there's more things that you could really mess up by doing that, right? You could really mess up an Inkswell. You could really mess up CK's engagement. I think it's just adding another level of complexity to Invaders draft that necessarily doesn't need to be there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, even on the baseline level, we're already seeing that they're finding some issues in terms of enabling it. Lalatroni, Grimstroke out, but he has a case rule. He's not going to be able to find anything. They go to Elmisho instead, but such a disconnected fight. I mean, they're going to get him. He has a Lotus Ult, buys him a bit of time right now. The lift back, the last hit, it should be enough to finish off that Rubik, but already they're onto PP. That's going to be a huge kill if they can get it. Lalatroni turning around Adrian on the front lines, causing a lot of chaos with that Shikuchi being relatively untargetable. The Blade Mail, it's reflecting quite a bit of damage. Here comes Lalatroni, has the Grave available, saving Azam for now. The roll through though, Hand of God as well. He should take out, but the last little shallow Grave as well as the wave keeps him alive. Lalatroni still standing strong. Here comes the Dawnbreaker, but it's a bit too late. Can't come through and save his ally in time, and this fight they've managed to pick and pull and kill off the rest of No Ping right now. But here comes Big Bad Lumiere ready to start and chop them down to size, killing off Drake shit. 3v2 situation, still backed up by Witch, but he's getting controlled, getting kited. Elmisho back in the fray, he's respawned. It's a bit too early into the game to count this Rubik out, and the Yules were seeing exactly what it was bought for, to try and control Lumiere. But with that early Lotus Ult pickup that we saw just now, it holds Kiri down and ties him down into his grave. Once again, a bloody and brutal fight, but above it all, I can't help but feel like Lumiere, he's just coming out atop again and again in these engagements.
Yeah, and we said it a little bit yesterday with Dad. No Ping is very similar with Lumiere. Just like funnel all of your net worth into this player. Give him absolutely everything, and he will carry you.
Double damage.
And not worrying so much about the BKB pickup just yet, just squaring up and building himself up here. Looking already at that Silver Edge completion. I mean, this guy is found with a capital F, but one thing I do want to talk about is this Weaver, right? Adrian, I haven't really mentioned him so far, but he's done a really good job in terms of keeping himself alive. All things considered, I think in any other situation, we'd be complimenting the hell out of him. 5-0 and 4. Sure, you can say it's largely part to because No Ping don't really have a lot of control, but, you know, still being able to play the front lines this well and keep himself safe, very, very formidable. And looks like they want to be the ones to push the issue. They want to make use of the minus armor coming out from the Weaver and the CK to try and rush this early Roshan. And by God, I think they'll get it.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything No Ping really do here. No Dawnbreaker ulti for 10 seconds. No Hand of God either. Even if they were all to somehow show up this very second, they would not be ready to fight.
So how important do you think this Roshan is? Because, I mean, in my mind, right, we talk about them trying to hit the bowling alley as I might have to just hold that thought for a little bit. PP on the back line, which goes for a very ambitious wraparound on the Chen with not enough support to back it up. Him and his creeps pay the price for that one. As immediately quick response comes through, they get the Aegis and swiftly defend their tower. Lalatroni forced to blink out and retreat. Kiri still hunting here. Thought of Arzen, but is this a fight they want to take? Kiri thinks better of it, rolls back down. Oh, the smoke. 4v5, but they want to go. There's a sentry on the high ground. It'll get revealed. The Yules immediately disjointing the sun. Nicely done, but not enough to keep him alive. Too much damage, and Arzen with the hammer will bring down his foes. But yeah, I wanted to ask, because Aegis now on Adrian, he wasn't really threatened to begin with in these fights, but maybe that'll unlock him to play a bit more freely. But how important do you think this Aegis is? Because the death ball, it's still coming, Crash.
Yeah, you know what? I think that, like, I don't know what they do in Dota to like buff first Aegis, but first Aegis kind of sucks right now. You know, it's fine, but it's just not exactly what you want. Is Drake getting gone on here almost in their tier 3s? Holy cow, Lumiere!
He is taking so much damage from just that CK alone, and the roll through forcing the BKB out from the Sven. He's gonna turn around and chop down the Earth Spirit. Meanwhile, on the sidelines though, Elmisho has to give it his life, was buying some time in the face of 555 and Drake shit. And I think that's a bit of a reality check for the side of No Ping, right? Because I think they didn't really respect the amount of damage coming out from Drake shit. Orb of Destruction and Echo Saber along with the armlet. This guy is cleaving through your HP. Let's not forget CK. He's the most terrifying hero of the patch for a good reason.
Yeah, he's the hero that I ban every single game in my pubs. I don't care Bristleback. I don't care. Oh, I can't like Spirit Breaker. I play Spirit Breaker, so I don't care. Don't care Dawnbreaker. Don't care. Like, it's the CK. It's the CK that scares me the most, man. You can't push him out of lane And if you somehow he just recovery farms, comes out 20 minutes in with like Armlet Echo or Midas plus, you know, something, and then recovery farms, and then just destroys me for the rest of the game anyways. It's just such a hard hero to control and dominate, especially when his illusions are strong illusions.
Yeah.
So they don't get instantly dispelled by Dazzle Shard. They don't get instantly dispelled. You need to really do damage to them. Yeah. And that's going to be up to Lumiere. And we just saw there, Lumiere does not do enough damage right now as an Ink Swell.
Drake shit straight out to Lalatroni. He's already being pressured down, forced to preemptively grave himself, but they found the Grimstroke on the back line. That's the target they want. Pulling Lalatroni back again with a double stun. The kite. Agent forced the timelines away, but they still get the dazzle. Now onto Drake shit, trying to finish him off. The chop through, it's gonna be enough. 2-for-1 exchange so far as the Dawnbreaker coming through to try and save Elmisha on the sidelines. Holding back PP and Kiri right now. The puncher's away, the heal is there, and Kotter will be able to trot his way out of that one. Looks like the Dawnbreaker's gonna be in trouble. The retreat is called though. Lumiere as well as Witch, they TP out of that one as Arzen forced to pay the price. Once again, Invaders taking the fight in a very, very roundabout, scattered manner that is proving to benefit them. They're picking and gnawing and chewing, finding little angles to strike and get these pickoffs and no ping. They're finding it hard to take a cohesive fight right now.
I think Lalatroni's really fallen off recently. I mean, like, literally and figuratively, right? Like, net worth-wise, he's fallen down quite significantly. And CK has done quite a bit to catch himself up. I just haven't really been impressed with this Dazzle outside of the laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, he was dominating all big men throughout the first 5 minutes, but then now it's seems like he's easy pickings for PP and the gang, and this is what we were waiting for on the Koto last pick, and this is probably the image that Invaders had in mind as well. Octarine Core completed. We're starting to see how annoying it can be. Gossamer's Cape as well. And this Koto isn't that easy target that you're expecting anymore, right? The self-heal, the Octarine with the additional HP, and he's looking at an E-Blade soon, which means that all this physical pressure isn't going to do a thing to him.
Yeah, it's an aggressive and defensive item this game. You know, heavily defensive item as well as an aggressive item this game. It's a really, really good pickup. And I can't but like love PP's items choices this game. It's been really good.
Yeah, the itemization on point here. You can understand why no ping, making this smoke move, feeling a little desperate after that slew of lost fights. Want to make the most of the use of Lumiere's, most use of Lumiere's point of power here. Double damage to Sven, looking for an angle. Just as the Aegis runs out here.
Oh, jeez.
Straight out to 555. Yeah. Without the Grimstroke, you never fight here. No. Roll through, they're trying to set up though. And lift him up, hex him down, and this is likely gonna be a dead Earth Spirit. The blink forward Lalatroni manages to stop him with his tracks, but nothing else to be found there.
Magnetize is scary, right? You have to back up out of that. You cannot fight into Magnetize. It may be a 4 Earth Spirit, but it doesn't matter. Magnetize hurts.
Oh, PP
Lumiere gets a jump.
The geomagnetic grip though, the pullback, that's the shard effect coming into play. PP, he's able to hide away to the sidelines, but not enough HP in the world to survive the full onslaught right there. And this time, it's Invader's turn to take a bit of an awkward fight here. They stare the full death ball in the face and still choose to play around with it. You're gonna get knocked down. Back on track here for no ping. This smoke move, by extension, takes them a little bit longer than they initially expect, but it ends up working out. Lumiere's back hitting some tier 2s. BKB still available. The God Strength running out, so they probably are going to walk away after this, but here comes the rest of the side of Invaders. They don't want to let them go quietly into the night here. The Hand of God, though, going to keep Lumiere alive, and the BKB allowing him to survive. They turn around and chop down the CK. A bit too overzealous from Invaders there, taking a 3v5 engagement once again. Staring the death ball in the face, even without the ultimates, even without the God Strength, they have more than enough to wipe you out. They continue to build their advantage there. 9k gold lead.
A little weird. Like, I don't know why you go on anyone but the Dazzle. Right? Every single fight Invaders have won, they kill Lalatroni first. Any single fight the Lalatroni is not being controlled or actively being, like, hunted is gonna be a one fight for no ping. Constant graves, constant heals, constant damage, poison touches, absolutely everything. This core Dazzle has proven time after time for a very long time now, a few months, to be super potent.
I mean, you were talking about him falling off a little bit. Managed to really just climb his way back in here in the past few engagements. I mean, even though the shard doesn't really deal with the CK strong illusions, you get tagged by it on the Weaver, you're toast. Same situation for this maybe Earth Spirit and the Koto, who are really rely on getting this E-Blade Ghost Scepter situation off in time, or some of their items to keep them alive. Even the Geomagnetic Grip, right, that we saw come into play just now, and goes such a long way, but all that nullified by that hex from the shard.
Look at these creep plays, the smoke behind the creeps, the Curie tax must be paid, rolls in.
Yeah, fine Lumiere, Grimstroke, bind him up for now, but turn around, start to chop him down. Ghost Scepter, Lalatroni, they found the Dazzle and they'll kill him off. That's a good first kill. So far, so good for the side of Invaders here. Trade out Arzen, managing to get that ultimate, but stop the distract. Kiri doing the absolute most in this engagement right now to make the space for his team. But here comes Lumiere, blinking forward. The Yules buying his team as much space as possible. Kiri, he is absolutely putting the squad is back right now, but will it be enough to stop Lumiere? It seems like at the moment, as they're working down the Sven, the E-Blade, the Ghost Scepter, it will do the job. Stop the Sven from attacking and take him down. Buy the space for PP to do his work, and Adrian here's here as the cleanup squad. Elmisho, he'll be the only one to TP out of that one as a 4-for-2 engagement. And Kiri, what a beautiful fight from him that time. Everything and the kitchen sink to keep his team in there. The Yules, the Ghost Scepter, getting the connections on the rolls. Finally, it feels like he's doing what he picked this Earth Spirit for.
Yeah, you know, the first 20 minutes were warm-up. Kiri's really in it now. You know, he didn't play a pub before this game. He is, you know, the first 20 minutes were his pub. Now, if I'm Sven, if I'm Sven, I'm queuing up Nullifier, and that is exactly what we have queued up here for Lumiere.
Yeah, just all this constant kiting. That's Sven's worst enemy. I can imagine it gets even worse once, you know, some 4-stars come out if they do. But right now, 555, he understands that he's just consistently being focused down, so he's going to try and get himself that Aeon Disc just to buy himself a little bit more time and maybe even break up any sort of engagement going on to him. He can dispel that Hex, dispel the Lift, dispel the stuns coming out as well, and allow him to get his spells off, which is really the only thing he's looking to do. Doesn't care if he dies, he just needs to toss out one set of spells. The more he can do it, the better, but, you know, he's not going to be picky. He is pos 5 after all.
You know, I don't want to say I'm like, you know, a top-tiered understanding Dota, but Invaders, they win a fight because they killed off Lalatroni first. Incredible. Just like I said, I can't believe it. You know, it is just that simple, though. You get rid of the Dazzle, you get rid of the Graves, the Slows, the damage, the armor, absolutely everything the Lalatroni can provide, you get rid of it. And all of a sudden, No Ping don't feel as strong anymore. It's Kiri in some trouble.
Breaking into the area again, No Ping. Getting the touch onto this Earth Spirit that caused them so many problems in that previous engagement. And they'll take him down, making use of that deep ward that they planted way in advance to get that vision. Oh, they're looking for 555. Grimstroke in the area will get caught out by Elmisho. Oh, the Grimstroke ends up soul binding himself, but doesn't even actually matter here.
I wonder if Invaders still want to fight this. It doesn't look like they want to. Adrian is kind of in the area, but he's under a ward now, so they know no Weaver. They can just take this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I mean, also, no Kiri, it's very, very hard to get these engagements going like we saw. It's becoming very apparent that he's quite pivotal. Adrian, he's right in the middle of all of them, breaks the smoke and gets out. They see him in the mid lane, they're looking, but they don't have the vision. No dust on Elmisho means that Weaver scurries free. And this smoke move, even though No Ping, they're finding success in these small little skirmishes here and there. It's been relatively back and forth so far. I can't help but feel like as it gets later and later, Invaders, they have a better and better chance at getting a head start in this game. The gold lead already down to 5k. You took a look at the graph. It's back to almost even, right? 40% win probability, up from what was almost like 70 at one point. I mean, they're keeping this game close and they're keeping it competitive here. And right now, they're the ones on the aggressive move.
Oh, I love this. Dawnbreaker has an Nullifier queued up too. This is exactly what you need. Kiri, rolling in deep. They have eyes on Arzent.
Yules up. Finding the Dawnbreaker. The Blade Mail gonna reflect quite a bit onto Adrian, forcing that time lapse out, but they won't be too sad about that, taking down the Dawnbreaker, because they understand without the Dawnbreaker there is no fight to be had. And would you look at that, time for Roshan number 2.
What is Lalatroni building? Wind Waker, okay. Interesting. It's been a while since I've seen like a 3rd item Wind Waker. The last time I saw it would have been on like an Ursa, who's going like the Wind Waker Octarine build, you know?
I mean, for what it's worth, this guy, he is so rich after getting that 10 times kill streak onto Lumiere, right? And he needs some sort of way of fishing his allies out of there, because so far it's just a question of kiting the Sven. That's what you're looking to do this entire game, and the use is going to be able to help you create that distance instead of, you know, using yourself up, setting yourself back down straight into his waiting arms.
Misho gotta get out of there. Lumiere though, hunting on the back, has Nullifier available.
Yeah,
they can go for this if they want to.
There is a Linken's on this Weaver here, but they're gonna have to time their spells very, very aptly to get the touch onto him. But Gem, picked up by Kiri, means that this vision is gonna start getting cleared out. Might have to be careful. Yeah, Lumiere, he's right outside of vision range. They see the Grimstroke.
They know exactly where 5x5 is.
Yeah, they need to get this Grimstroke. He stops them for now. The Grimstroke manages to get the Inkswell off, as well as the Soulbind though, holding back Lalatroni for now, and they beat down the Grimstroke to start still though. Kiri, he's found the Dazzle on the back line, pushing him back, but where's the follow-up? They're busy dealing with Lumiere on the back line, who's popped the BKB now, up against all 3 cores with nowhere to run. He gets focused down, and with all their carry and with all the space that Kiri bought, they just take down the Sven again.
Lumiere really dropped the ball that fight. He had a good chance to go in, and then Pop Godstrength kind of just stood around in the trees for a little bit and just didn't find a way in. And by the time that he did, the fight was too far like forward for him to get in. So he tries to pick off the back line, and Invaders just kind of turn around and kill him.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, Crash. I need to issue a formal apology to the viewers as well as yourself, because this game, I don't even know what I'm casting. Every single fight has just been so messy and so many different fronts. I have no idea at what point, because Lumiere's off to the side, right? He kills off 555, and I'm just like, you know, surely he's just kind of retreated and cleared the way because none of his allies are in the area. Suddenly he's being chased down by 3 calls and dying. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I feel like so far these fights have defied so much logic because Kiri's able to create so much space for his team. And Witch forced the TP out. Oh, the heck. TP went for that instead of the Wind Waker, and they're gonna make quick work of the Chen, looking at Arzan as well. Kiri, drive by, kick back, playing a little nice game of soccer here.
Oof. Now second Aegis, Sneeze. We talked about first Aegis and how it's kind of underwhelming. This second Aegis, this is when you want to go high ground. This is when you want to mop up the rest of these tier 2 towers and really start making plays.
And that is exactly what they're doing here with Adrian on the front lines. Once again, a completely, what feels like flawless Weaver performance, 11, 0, and 12. He's been holding it down for the squad. The Daedalus complete and 24 Desolator stacks. They have a bit of minus armor and physical damage themselves here as they go towards the high ground. Now Lumiere
complete now too. 3,000 health Weaver.
Yeah, it's Lalatroni. He can't be poking your head out like that. He has a Wind Waker himself, so he can fish himself out of those tricky situations. But they need to defend soon. Adrian gonna get broken on the Linkins. And nothing that can stop him from just punching away on the racks right now.
Yeah, Lumiere's gotta go hunt the backlines.
Yeah, Hex
nice
out.
Bugs, stolen.
Lumiere once again lingering in the wings, looking for 555, looking for PP, looking for anyone other than this frontline Weaver with the Aegis. Have a second glyph available. It's still trying to buy time, still trying to find an angle, but take a look at the positioning. They're not allowing an angle for Lumiere to strike. They might just bait it out and try and fake the goal onto Lumiere here. I mean, Adrian, sorry. But yeah, nothing to be found. They'll back up. The position's been compromised. Lift up
they
is
caught
there.
PP.
Found PP, but immediately he just is able to get himself out there. Kiri delivers him home, and now Amisho in some trouble. Graves up for now. Lumiere though on the back line looking for PP nullified up, but does he have the move speed to chase down this Keeper of the Light? Just getting kited out right now. Blinding Light and nullifier's over, turning around the stun. The Inkswell is there. The chop finally gonna get PP, but the remaining 4 members of Invaders looking at him and ready to eat. Drake shit will mop him right up, and once again Lumiere. Too much time wasted getting a single target, and the rest of his team is just in no position to support him. Where's your Solar Crest? Where's your control? Where's the Dazzle? Nowhere to be found here. Kiri's found another Arson. Kick back. This man is putting on a show as this Earth Spirit here in the later half of this game. And this is what we paid tickets to see.
I am pleasantly surprised. This is the Invaders I've been expecting to see the entire series, or the entire season. This is exactly what I was expecting with these players. And I think they have finally meshed. They have finally found exactly what they need to do to win the game. And GG is called, realizing that they're dead for way too long. No ping, they've had it. Kiri in the fountain too. Ends the game exactly where he wants to be. The Kiri tax is not paid enough.
Who would have thought, in the face of the 100% win rate Sven of No Ping Esports, it would be Kiri and his gang that break it wide open with a beautiful Earth Spirit performance. And really, credit to everybody on Invaders, right? Because it was a very bloody game. It was very back and forth in the early stages. It looked like No Ping Esports were getting an advantage. You take a look at the graph as well, just constantly tussling for the lead, but it's just a situation where in a lot of these engagements in the early stage, it felt like there were some executional issues that were keeping Invaders back. As soon as they got some key items that allowed them to operate, in the case of the Earth Spirit, getting the Yules as well as the Ghost Scepter, the Keeper of the Light turning it on with his with his own E-Blade as well, and just tanking up. Once he got the boost of travel, started moving around, things just got so much easier to work with. And No Ping, they just get picked apart. The bowling ball never even comes down the bowling alley, never even comes down the aisle.
Yeah, I was heavily impressed by Kiri this game. I mean, like I usually am, right? I'm quite usually impressed by Kiri. Once again, though, you know, well done by Invaders. Taking down, and to be fair, No Ping have lost a game before and still won the series. This isn't new to them. But a reset is definitely needed for No Ping. Shake it off, go into game number 2. Maybe don't draft the Rubik again. I don't know. I feel like he didn't have that much impact that game.
I don't even think the Rubik is the problem, right? It kind of felt like the Dazzle just hit an absolute plateau. Like, you're in a situation where you're supposed to be supporting the Sven, but so far the Sven has to make so many countermeasures just to make sure he's getting something out of the fight in spite of you dying immediately. And maybe that's just testament to Invaders' lineup, being able to just charge into the back line and pick off a key target like Dazzle. But if you have so many heroes that are 4 Protect 1 on your Sven, and your Sven can't even get a solo kill while he's there because they're kiting him around while your entire supporting cast is getting picked off, then that might be something you need to try and reconsider. Maybe they need to reformat how they play here. But we'll figure out in game number 2 whether No Ping can mount a bit of a comeback and show us why exactly they're undefeated, or whether Invaders can pull off what I would consider an upset. We'll be back after a short break. Do not, and I swear, do not go anywhere.
Stop us, slime at 'em like choppers, better cook those risks, but in my fists we fire.
Game number 2 between Noping Esports and Invaders here. A bit of a shock and awe type upset as Invaders come through in game number 1 and turn things around on their heads against the undefeated Noping Esports. Now, Noping have been in this situation before. The Sven, the 100% win rate broken up, but they've won series, like you mentioned just now, that they lost the first game of. So whether this can be a just crazy, unexpected win here from Invaders, I mean, even if we go to a game 3 at this point, they've kind of shown that they have the chops to try and take on this team.
Yeah, this is the Invaders I expected to see.
Okay.
I said last game, I'll say it again. I have faith in the players on Invaders. I did not have faith in them as a team as of yet. That faith has been restored.
Okay.
If they can do, like, I would love to see them beat Noping. This is the similar situation as we were yesterday. I would love for them to beat Noping and it to be a 2-0. I think that's a great story. But I really want a game 3. These two teams are playing really good Dota. I would not mind a game 3 between these two at all.
Yeah, I think we were already gifted that with a beautiful set of games just yesterday between X5 and Mad Kings. That was a load of fun. And I mean, the first game was kind of reminiscent of that, even though it did break down into, you know, a series of sort of disappointing fights for, I think, Noping, where they slowly realized they didn't have what it took anymore to take it to Invaders. For the earlier part of the game, it felt very, very competitive, right? They were constantly smoking at each other, constantly at each other's throats, and it just felt like, funnily enough, we always say this, ease of execution. Noping, they were enjoying Invaders. They were enjoying the period of time because Invaders couldn't really bring it together in the way that they were expected to. They drafted heroes that worked well together with the Inkswell, but it didn't really come into fruition. And when it started clicking, when they started getting the combos, when 555 was able to start landing these high impact Inkswells, and the front of the team actually pressured the back line of Noping, that's where the backliners, PP and 555, were able to just cast their spells with complete liberty. And we're already seeing some of the addressing, some of that being addressed, right? Earth Spirit taken out for Kiri, as well as the Keeper of the Light for PP, so they don't want to deal with that same business. Drake shit CK just banned out as well, so immediate responses from the side of Noping in terms of addressing some of the picks from the prior game.
Now, Invoker first pick from Noping. I know for a fact Lalatroni plays Invoker.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna do a little look-see-do is see if Almisho plays Invoker. 'Cause I don't think he does.
They're gonna snatch the Grimstroke though straight out of the Spirit Breaker team's hands, which of course would be.
You have to.
You really have to. But if there's one thing that we know about Invoker, when it was played in the mid lane just yesterday, it really didn't look too hot. Now we've seen mid lane Invokers make it work. And it's not too bad against the Spirit Breaker, right? Because you got the Tornado to break things up, you got the Ice Wall to really slow him down, Cold Snap kind of puts him into an awkward spot as well. But it was against this Muerta. This Muerta was such a highly contested hero in the previous series. Not between these two teams for sure, but still, it's been demonstrated why it's so highly prized on the POS4 in the competitive scene. The dead shot can set up for so many kills. It's not exactly a kill lane with the Spirit Breaker, but they can still put on so much pressure, just the two of them.
Yeah, absolutely. This Muerta has impressed me, like, what, 2 series in a row? 2 games? Was it 2 games in a row yesterday? Absolutely incredible. And Invaders now feeling the high of last game. They're going to draft this Pugna, which has some incredible versatility, and even as position 4 with the Spirit Breaker, it's very strong.
I'm trying to... What does this mean? Because I know Nether Ward really messes with Invoker Grimstroke, because that's a lot of mana cost on their spells. That's going to be zapped. Excuse me, sneezing a little bit, but yeah, I wonder what is it just nothing more than a solid, strong, stable position 5 with a bit of save potential that they're hoping for, like, you know, the life drain to prep up any sort of carry that Adrian picks, or is there something more to it here that I'm not seeing, you think?
Could be their mid too.
Wow.
It's like, it's one of those, like, I've been very unimpressed by mid Pugna recently. But like I
Yeah.
could say the same to Invoker. It doesn't mean I want it to be support. You know, it's just that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Sometimes you have bad games. Sometimes, you know, X and Y happens. Hell, we saw Thompson play Pugna at TI and it was awful. It was so bad.
True.
Like it looked good for a little bit, but sometimes it just fell really flat. So I wouldn't mind to see the 5 Pugna. I wouldn't mind to see the 4 Pugna run the Muerta carry or Muerta 5, whatever you want to do with the Muerta. I think it's fine. And
Yeah.
the key heroes right now for invaders are potentially this Spirit Breaker Pugna being able to take over the map.
Speaking of taking over the map, Templar Assassin Beastmaster with between the vision that you can, okay, you don't get Hawk vision anymore, but between how Beastmaster likes to play and all these traps coming from TA, especially the early power spikes, it's clear now. No ping Esports, they're gearing up for early sweeping movement across the map. Similar situation to last game, but in a very, very different style, right? This Invoker is feeling more and more like it's gonna be in a position 4 instead, you know, have that control of the cold snap along with the Beastmaster to really trip up whoever they lane against. And this TA, we've already seen it do so much work, right? I think yesterday it was played by Heidi or Storm, and I mean, went for some creative builds to his credit, made the hero look really, really cool. But this is a hero that can really get things done. Now, I am a bit worried because this is a TA against 2 forms of ethereal form, right? You have the Decrepify with Pugna, and you have Muerta with her own Pierce the Veil. Yes, it does well against Spirit Breaker, but I don't really... I mean, maybe no ping are just thinking, okay, we play our own game here.
Okay, so I did do a little bit of research.
On cyberscore.live?
I had to go to dumb Dota buff.
Oh, no,
I did check cyberscore.live first though. That is my new like go-to for this tournament, absolutely, because it's just all parsed and ready for me.
Yeah.
But I took a look on Dota buff. Yeah, and it doesn't look like Lalatroni plays Invoker. I'm looking at his most played heroes. There's no Invoker.
Huh.
So I'm assuming this is an El Misho Invoker.
Yeah, I think that's kind of fair to assume at this present point in time, because I think they would want to make use of their last pick to get the winning mid matchup. It's always a mid player thing, right? I think mid player, you need to have a certain sense of you know, you heard about Blue Lock Crash?
Yes.
Not to sound like Coaster Benz here, but you know, like with how Blue Lock works, you know, the whole idea is you're developing the most successful soccer striker in Japan, and the person developing them always says you need to have this sense of ego. I can't help but feel like it's the same for mid laner, right? You need to believe that you are that difference maker and you have that, you know, that key X factor, and I think that's how you can best use this last pick, right? You're coming out from a Lalatroni game where he had Dazzle, he was dominating the early stage of the game, but then relatively, for the rest of it, did absolutely nothing. And that's not gonna go lightly into any mid player's mind. They come into the next game, they're like, give me a good matchup, give me last pick, I'm gonna crush this guy. Right? They want to prove that they're there. They want to prove that they're that guy. So it's no surprise that the last bands coming through, Kanka, Queen of Pain, as well as the Dazzle, actually still being respected and still being taken out from the Invader side.
Okay. Sneeze, I did more research, this time on cyberscore.live, sponsoring our wonderful tournament.
Nicely done. Scroll down to the banner to click it.
I did see a sneaky little Invoker on Lalatroni's profile.
Okay.
2 games of Invoker in the past year. With a 0% win rate.
Yeah, it's not happening. It's an El Misho Invoker. I'm hedging my bets. I really don't think... And mid Invoker is going to be so tricky up against this team of Spectre and Spirit Breaker that can just dive you on the back line. They can make sure that they're disjointed in terms of how they go as well. Like, they can't afford to go at the same time, because if they do, it's just one Tornado, Ice Wall, and you're screwed, right? So, but they have that ability to. So, yeah, I mean, with the last band Pango, I'm pretty sure it's going to be not a mid lane Invoker, unless I hope it's not, because that will mean it's gonna be a quick 2-0.
Yeah, been unimpressed, like we said, by mid invokers recently. 4 invokers we're yet to see. Maybe there's room to be unimpressed by that too.
True. Okay. A last pick mids here. Anything that immediately pops to mind that would go well with this lineup for you on both sides?
So I don't know what's in Vader's head yet. I mean, we're about to find out. I don't even need to. Oh my god, that was
Necrophos. Oh, Lina. Okay. I thought it was gonna
okay.
be a Necrophos.
That was really scary because they have 0 seconds left.
Yeah, I think they probably just waited down the clock to really just weigh out their options. The Lina,
I thought they were gonna get random, dude. That scared me.
the main reason why I wanted the Necrophos is because I feel like they're missing a lot of burst damage, and that's where the Reaper Scythe can come into play. But I also understand that against the TA and the Refraction, that might not necessarily be ideal. Sure, the Spectre gets radiated at some point, but you don't really want to bank on that. And Lina brings that burst damage to follow up on the Spirit Breaker. Tusk in the mid lane.
Nope.
No!
It's over, dude. It's over, dude.
Okay, GG. Well, it's been a pleasure. We will move on to the next series.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know about this. I don't really have faith. Can you blame me?
No, I don't have faith either, honestly. You know,
Okay, just to be clear, in case everyone's watching, yesterday we watched a series of matches between Mr. Jeans and Souvs, and they both took turns picking Invoker, and it both looked kind of like the Dazzle from last match, where even though you can have a bit of early game dominance, you just kind of get smashed for the later stages of the game.
Dude, I don't know about that. I think the Invoker felt really bad even in the early game, dude. Remember Muerta both games was higher net worth than the Invoker?
Alright,
like
I was trying to be nice.
Dude.
I was trying to be nice.
No, they really dropped the ball yesterday, and they deserve to be called out for it. They really beansed it, as I say.
Okay, is there any angle where this El Micho task ends up making a difference here? Because they last picked it, they saved it for the very end. And this is a hero very notorious and similar. I mean, it's Kiri special, right? It's a playmaker. It's it's someone that can come into the mid lane, turn the tides against PP. With a nicely placed ice shards, can break up whatever charge is going on or whatever burst damage is coming through with a snowball. There's a lot of potential for this task to pop off here. Is that variance enough for you to believe a little bit in no ping, or do you think it's dusted?
I still believe. I'm still holding on hope for game number 3. You know. That being said, I do like Invader's draft considerably more than no pings.
Okay, so what about it do you like?
I'm a big fan of Spectre right now, honest to God.
Okay.
I think Spectre is one of the better carries right now. TA's gonna have a hard time kind of bursting through a lot of these heroes on Invaders. You can't burst through Muerta, right? She just pops ulti. I guess you can burst through Pugna, but it's rare. PP mid. Just chilling in the shards. Yeah, I like when you think TA, you think burst, right? You gonna burst through Spirit Breaker? No. You gonna burst through Lina? Probably not. Possibly.
Maybe.
Are you gonna see the Lina though? Probably not for a while.
True. Okay.
You're not gonna burst through Spectre, and the only people you can burst through are people with natural decrepifies, with natural physical immunity. It is just gonna be an interesting game for Lumiere, I think.
I mean,
this could go very well or very poorly.
You talk about bursting, but when I think about TA, I think about ending the game in 20 minutes. With the Beastmaster backup as well as the Alacrity and the Inkswell, I feel like we were once again in the situation where Lumiere has the tools available for him to just kind of run up at a tower and end the game real soon. Early tussle here as Adrian tanks a bit of damage. Kiri caught up by the shards. Do they have enough control to keep him in place though? The calling already used, and yeah, the Hawk gonna dive bomb him to death. Arzen getting that first blood. Bounty rune wise though, I think it was ends up being 2 for 2 as Adrian tanking a bit more damage. El Micho has a shot in another 3. Things could be a bit precarious. And throw it out.
Be fine.
Yeah, deciding against it here.
Still a little sad though, not too happy about that, right? No mana.
Nah, no.
Had to use a Tango already too. Doesn't feel too good.
At first blood going to Arza means that this Beastmaster is just gonna get a faster ramp up into his Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Overlord, if that's what he chooses to go for. Which is what we've really seen become the default build for Beastmaster. You don't really see much else these days.
Yeah, and Invaders don't really have the best way of dealing with that Helm of the Dominator either. You know, like if it was on the opposite side, I'd say Lumiere is great at dealing with dominated creeps, right? You just kill it. You just like 2 or 3 shot it very easily. On the side of No Ping, there isn't really that, or on the side of rather invaders, there's really not like that same, like what is Pugna blasted? Ooh.
I
Yeah,
mean,
just,
it could also
there.
be Aghanim's angle, which is something that has seen
Yeah.
scattered popularity, right? Although I don't know how well his summons are gonna do without like a pipe or whatnot. One Lina Dragon Slave is gonna really take them down to size. Misho
Oh,
setting
Kiri.
up with a nice little shot here. They're putting pressure onto 555, and this should be an easy kill with the Hawk. One last X, they get the Pugna, and Kiri going down in the bot side as well, like you mentioned. I guess that was just an Inkswell melt situation.
It wasn't even an Inkswell. He didn't even have it.
Oh, he just walked up to him, huh?
Kiri was just in a bad position again.
Oh, man.
The Kiri tax has been paid twice already.
Kiri early game, nobody wants to see that shit. Kiri past the 15-minute mark, enabling his team in team fight. That's my jam.
Yeah. You know, we've been impressed by Muertas in the past. We've been impressed by Kiri in the past. We will see if Kiri can impress us on the Muerta.
Yeah, we've also
You know,
been disappointed by Kiri in the past.
That's true too.
The Kiri,
and
the
Maurice
Kiri
is a
spectrum
fan
knows.
hero.
The Kiri spectrum is everlasting here. Yeah, I mean
Ooh.
that was not that. I don't know what that was. I mean,
Missed the first dead shot. Not a good sign.
also Drake shit didn't even look like he was interested in going on that in the slightest.
No. I mean, I think Spirit Breaker really just wants to farm in lane, unless you really get someone out of position and really low.
I think
What like
the only
you're really
caveat,
dealing with the possibility of a bash. You know,
the only
it's not
caveat is
no-
like a Grim Stroke, right? If you're laning with a Grim Stroke, that's
Yeah,
where a kill might
yeah.
be possible. But apart from that, you don't really care. I mean, we say that Blood
Oh.
Grenade is gonna miss as well.
Kiri.
Oh
Kiri.
my god, Kiri. And the courier
And
dies.
top.
Oh my goodness.
Misho. Goes down, 555 gets the kill, but he will trade his life for it. Maybe he gets a courier kill? No. Great start for Arsenal already with the Helm of Iron Will.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, trucking his way towards that Helm of the Dominator more than likely. Mid lane though, Lalatroni, he is in Struggle City right now. El Misho's rotated over, but I mean, I don't really see an angle for him to go forward. The lane's just continuously pushed out and Lalatroni's in no position to really contribute.
Oh, that wand charge saved him.
He still has
I
a
was like,
very...
he's-
He still has a
he
fair
did still have
fire
a fair
though,
fire.
but like he was holding on to it, and I don't know what happened here, but it seems like there's just early vision being taken. Is this on the Radiant side? Yeah, this is Radiant side. This is Radiant side. Okay.
Oh my god. I thought PP was just gonna throw spells down. He realized Invoker was on top of him. I think if he LSA Dragon Slave, Invoker would be really sad there.
Perhaps. Right now it might be 555 that's really sad. Azen coming over, no mana though. I'll try and set up onto 555. The Hawk goes onto Adrian instead. That should be the end of that light aggressive move. I'll break down the exact sort of situation in terms of the CS. This Adrian Spectre is having a swallow time in this top side. Even though 555 is tanking a bit of the price for it, you know, it's free farm Spectre right now.
Yeah, and that, you know, I said at the beginning of the game, Spectre, probably one of the better carries in the meta right now is Invoker. PP gets a solo kill mid on the Lalatroni. It was just a few minutes away, you know, I kind of saw it coming in the early game, and Lalatroni dropping very low. And PP able to capitalize on that. Now with that level 6, Invoker, oh my god, 2 levels ahead of Invoker, PP.
I mean, we saw this one coming. Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
Lina, the ultimate lane dominator against Invoker, who's just looked quite weak recently. Mass Ping's coming out. They know Kiri has just kind of snuck through to try and get some vision down. And they're going to square up on him. Kiri.
What's Lumiere doing there?
You know what I hate, Crash? You know what I hate? I hate it when they randomly raise tags. Tags out of
Yeah.
nowhere. It kind of feels like that's what happened. Kiri has died 3 times now in this early game. Nowhere quite as much the difference maker as he was in last game. Maybe it's going to take him a bit of time to get there. The roll forward, they're on to
go
PP.
mid.
Here's the full rotation. TP support coming in as well, but not going to be in time. Kiri has the dead shot, but 3-man stun, and PP, he's gonna turn it around, manages to survive that huge bond charge, and the last little burn damage coming out from the Dragon Slave. 555 finishes him off. The Inkswell, they need to get PP, and Witch cleans it up, but both supports gonna be able to chase down this poor Grimstroke. Infused Raindrops can't stop the sheer amount of damage coming through. And they finish him off. Triple kill for 555. A bit of retribution for some of the bullying he faced in the early game. And with that turnaround, I think off the mid lane, even though on the other lanes it's not looking too hot, I think Invaders, they've stabilized a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say they've stabilized pretty much completely. See if Helmisha wants to sit mid and potentially get another kill. They have vision on this Tusk. They know what's happening. They're pinging them out as well.
Oh,
we're going to see a third hero rotate back into the mid lane. They know Widge is here too.
The tricky part is that this Spirit Breaker can join up with the rest of the squad.
Uh-oh.
Right now, taking advantage of the vision on the high ground onto 555. The burst damage, it should be enough. But here comes Adrian. He wants to get involved along with Drake straight in and straight out. The Grimstroke doesn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, Kiri looking to set up on the Invoker, but eats an EMP to the face for his troubles. Good first early kill for Adrian. Some earned charges for his troubles. And he'll go straight back to farming here. Kiri has stolen the Wisdom Rune though, made the long wrap around and walk through. Oh no, sorry, he gets his own Wisdom Rune but pays the price for it.
Yeah. Once again, I'm asking myself, what is Lumiere doing there? Like, I mean, good plays by Lumiere, but if I'm Kiri, I'm like, man, like, Lumiere is all over me, dude. Like...
So true, so true.
Ganking me from my high ground twice in a row. Like, what's happening?
Yeah. He's just well in behind it. He's kind of embodying the spirit from last game where he has to go through like the back lines and stuff and get pickoffs. He's just training himself for that inevitability.
Here we go. Drake is 6 now. Making go into Lumiere. Lumiere doesn't have mana for refraction.
Adrian coming through. And yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, looks like they're trying to set up a go on top side with this Raw and 3 members converging. But Adrian makes a nice rotation to the bot side on the back of Drake's shit setup. And now they're going to put pressure on this bot tower with 4 members here. Now, they aren't the best tower pushers. It's just Pugna, right? But,
yeah.
I mean, comparatively to Beastmaster, I think he's going to be able to mirror that pressure very easily. Kiri, in this top side, use the Twin Gates to come through, but now might have to just escape. It'll be fine. Oh, not in time, the snowball. They got a mass TP down here though, no calling available, and the TP coming through. The last touch, they don't deny it. 555 actually gets the last hit. Gonna be very, very happy about that as Kiri able to walk it off as well. Slightly being outmaneuvered here, Lalatroni. Uh-oh. Fuse Raindrops keeps him alive, but PP with the shield rune has no fear whatsoever. Bot side, looks like a fight is brewing, which gonna get finished off. As the side of Invaders, yeah, I mean, he just needs to get out of there. I don't think there's a fight that you can stick around for.
Yeah, well played. They do get the tower before the Beastmaster does. That's kind of surprising to me. As bottom lane, Lumiere, they're getting gone on this TA. In some trouble.
I mean, TA in trouble to get Lumiere, but PP in the mid lane set up on 3-man rotation. I mean, PP must have had his camera on the bot side just like yourself because he wasn't really moving for the first few seconds Helmisha showed. So they mirror the movement, they get a pick off. And once again, both these teams just going blow for blow in these early games. Some of them suffering more than others. But here comes the defense, the charge through onto Arza. No Raw available, but Snowball save is there. Gonna pop him away straight onto 555. Drake shit does have the Nether Strike, finishes off Arza, and now things are a little bit troublesome. The bash through. Helmisha falling a little low, gonna go down to the Spectral Dagger here. Drake shit might pay the price. Dead shot, but actually pushes Lalatroni onto the low ground. Not sure whether that's what they wanted. Here comes PP back into the fray though. Has the ultimate, finishes off the Grimstroke. This has been a back and forth so far as Adrian still trying to lay into Lumiere, but he doesn't really do as much early game damage. Here comes PP looking for the setup. Shadow Step as well, Lalatroni. The Invoker Illusions, it ends up being Adrian who gets it. No, PP denies that rune. And the last touch, the urn, they finish him off. Now Lumiere might be in some trouble. No defensive measures. Has some Lotuses, but nowhere to run. And he'll be picked off as well. Adrian, big winner in that fight. Claiming kill after kill after kill. And this Spectre is well and truly online.
That's a full 5-man wipe 10 minutes in. No Ping lost every single one of their heroes. Slowly but surely, but they lost them all.
Spectre. I mean, he has the Blade Mail flying out right now, looking at the, I guess, the Radiance. And if the Spectre this early on, once again, having a flawless game, relatively untouched, you can see how Adrian's gonna really come to become a problem later on. He's already proving to be such a tanky force on the front lines, very difficult to deal with that high level in dispersion. It's only gonna get worse.
Misho and Arzent really tried that fight as well, right? With that snowball, the Centaur Stomp onto like 3 heroes. Everything was looking pretty good for Noping at the beginning, but the respawns from invaders, right? Lina was all of a sudden back up and back in the fight by the time Noping lost 2 heroes. Just, you know, things didn't quite work out for Noping. They weren't respecting the timers on invaders. Yeah, it's 5-5-5.
Roll out, easy chop, easy punch, and that's a kill. Don't look for PP though, the shots will find him, but without any more disables, they've gone a bit too far it seems. A bit too hungry for more kills. It's gonna cost them. Azan looking to go down, the light strike away will tag him. The Kiri, they should count their lucky stars. I mean, Drake shit coming through onto Widge, and yeah, this is looking to be a dead Grimstroke as well. Last punch, Kiri claims it. Yeah, I mean, that snowball felt a bit like a suicide wish. Kiri sent his brother in to die, it feels like. I mean, can't blame him because PP would have been such an amazing kill, but you've already used all your ultimates, all your engage tools. What else do you have in terms of damage from PP? Just clearly not enough at this point.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of a misplay from Misho. Overplaying their hand, overreading, I guess, the damage that they had. It's not quite there yet. No, Arzent used everything already, dude. Like, I don't know what you're doing.
Alright, I falsely accused Kiri because of his awkward performance so far. It's not even Kiri, it's El Misho on this task. Every time I think task now, I just think Kiri. El Misho has the opportunity to make up for his mistakes here. Drake shit on the horizon. No bulldoze in sight right now. Silenced up, and they'll finish off the Spirit Breaker. So at least that's a good kill to start things off, Lalatroni. That's the much needed Spirit Vessel charges, that the engine that needs to keep running here.
Force staff build up on 5-5-5. Let's see. Force staff's all around, it looks like.
Yeah, good
PP
force staff
probably
game.
gonna build one as well. Pretty good force staff game, all things considered.
Yeah, PP
Yule
going,
Scepter.
yeah, Yule's instead. I like this a lot more. I mean, he already has the Aether Lens for the setup.
Yeah.
So he's just playing for the long range disable. I mean, these light strike arrays have proved so annoying. Take a look at that range. Absolutely disgusting.
It's crazy. It's crazy. PP has been playing Lina for a long time. Very well versed on this hero.
Uh-oh, Kiri. Not gonna get punched up there with that Pierce the Veil as Adrian coming in onto Witch. Nice snowball save to buy them some time. They're gonna come straight back into the calling, straight back into the slow zone. And with that Laguna Blade wiped down. Another situation where the supports on no ping lead their team into certain disaster. It's not been working out for them the way that they wanted. The charge coming through Arzent. He doesn't know what's about to hit him, but Drake shit. Maybe it was a bait all along. With that little save from the partner though, the Spirit Breaker might be able to walk this one off. Has the ultimate, the light strike, oh, the stun. He manages to get away, needs to survive from the Hellbear. They lose Kiri, they're gonna lose 5-5-5 as well with Lumiere's presence. He picks up 2 back the other way. And yeah, Drake shit finds it with the Sunstrike. That must have been was it a ward? I don't think so. It was just the...
Yeah. If you look after this, after they go on PP, if you look, there's a ward blocking the medium camp here.
Oh.
And it saw a little bit, just enough, as PP still getting gone on in this mid lane.
Oh, and the magic damage, more than enough, but here comes Adrian. Still relatively untouched this entire game, coming back to claim more and more. 5-5-5 with the setup, Tumbler's Toy, El Misho desperately trying to get out of here. No mana for the Spectral Dagger, no cooldown on it as well. But the chase down should be more than enough. They force stuff Adrian forward. And with the Blade Mail, this task, gonna kill himself? No. Invulnerable because of the snowball, but not invulnerable to the last shot from Kiri, getting a double kill. This has been a bloodbath of a game again.
Adrian is, you know, much like his Weaver game, currently unkilled. 3-0-13. 13!
Yeah.
Spectre's been a part of 16 kills. That's insane.
Yeah, and this is the new Spectre. Welcome to the new age of Spectre, right? Able to get so involved if you choose to be. He's basically been using this Shadow Step on what feels like off cooldown.
Yeah, and it was like what, 40-second, 50-second cooldown. It's so busted.
It's so
they're gonna change it, not change it, but maybe increase the cooldown because I like what it is. I like the single haunt and that the Ags is the big haunt. I like that. And speaking of liking it, I'm liking what No Ping's doing. They were a little bit slow on the Roshan last game, but this time around they're going right forward with their TA, with their Beastmaster. They're all here for it. Lumiere able to clean up that Roshan, get the Aegis. Very, very nice.
Here comes the push. Here comes what we were hoping for. They're done messing around with these silly little skirmishes on the map. They're ready to get going here. Midas for Lalatroni as well to ensure he continues scaling as well. Definitely will need that.
Bottom lane, 555.
Yeah. Nowhere to run. Just TPing in front of Lumiere's face. The disrespect. Misho not gonna let that one slide. Top side though, they found Witch. And I kind of feel like, you know, you kill 555 there and on paper, it's a 5-for-5 trade, right? Like you lose your position, your hard support for hard support. But the longer they don't ball up and start rotating down lanes and taking these tier 1s, I kind of feel like Adrian, once he gets this Radiance, which he's very, very close to by the way, it's gonna get really, really difficult. TA not really a hero that wants to get MKB. A lot of these summons gonna be hampered by the mischance as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Is it just me or do you see this window closing?
Yeah, I think much like last game, No Ping do have a little bit of a Dota's in such a weird spot right now because I think unless you're a team like Gaming, like on the level of Gaming on like a Spirit, you're not ending the game 30-25 minutes. As Drake bottom lane.
They get set up, Tornado, last touch, Lumiere, blink forward, finish him off. That's the execution play right there, another Deso charge. But once again, on the other side, Kiri finding Witch. They keep picking off this Grimstroke over and over and not allowing Witch to join up with his team and be the enabler that he wants to be. For now, they still have Alacrity and they're going to be able to beat down this tier 1 tower. The second one of the game at this 18-minute mark. Want to keep things going here.
Nice stack.
There it is.
Clean that one up.
Radiance complete for the Spectre.
Yeah.
They'll be ready to
big
fight.
Timing. More than willing to fight, I think. You know, Invaders, they almost have... Oh, they're not quite that close. I was gonna say they almost have Octarine, but it's quite a ways away still. On Drake, but it should be fine. They should get it soon enough. I mean, doesn't really need the Octarine to fight. Would like it, of course, right? It's very good on Spirit Breaker. But it's still okay to fight. Lina just finished Yule Scepter, I believe, unless Aghanim's has been queued up instead. There's no Yules coming out. Instead, that's a Staff of Wizardry towards the Aghanim Scepter.
There's gonna be a lot of burst damage from PP, that's for sure. I'll clean up the last tier 3 here. I mean tier 1, sorry. Pings out top side. They want to sniff out Drake shit. Does he have anywhere to charge? Asking for a Spectre to give him vision. He'll just go through. Lalatroni still on the hunt in that ghost walk, but already charging away. Lumiere, what are you?
What are you doing?
The team isn't in position to help him. Amisho gonna try and come through, but ends up just eating a silence to the gut. Not expecting the ward there. Lumiere, he just loses the Aegis like that. What was that?
That is what we call a throw. And Drake maybe gonna do a little bit of a throw of his own. Very, very deep. Overestimating his own power.
Hey, gotta love SA Dota, man. Gotta love SA Dota. Never know where you need to look on the map because people doing stuff like that. A PP whipping down a dragon, the raw as well. PP, can he get out of here? It doesn't seem like it. Aza just gonna solo.
What's going on?
I don't know. I don't know.
And Kiri top. They're getting another kill potentially.
I don't know what's going on.
Oh god. Okay, Kiri walks away.
What is going on?
And back bottom, they're on Tarzan again. What's going on? Sneeze.
I don't know whether Azan can get his way out of this one. He does have a TP. Now, they don't actually have stuns, but he's not running this one off, it doesn't seem like. Oh, the Ghost Walk, though. Looks like Invokers in the area. They might still want to try and set up a fight here. One Spirit Vessel charge isn't enough for them to feel comfortable going on Adrian. No backup.
I always want to call it new Dust Change, but it's not new anymore. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not new, but Dust Change, because of that, Lalatroni kind of just barely walked into it. Any sort of semblance of fight that they could have taken there is all forgotten because of that dust.
Yeah, it's a warning dust. It's like, if you want to fight, we'll see you.
No, I think it absolutely was, right? They had an inkling Invoker was in the area, and they're like, okay, come fight us, dude.
Yeah. You want to reveal yourself that bad? We'll take you down. For what it's worth, it was a ballsy attempt from El Micho to try and save Lumiere here, but really just nice cover play from Invaders, making sure that there were no shenanigans to be had. Now, Nether Ward upgrade for this partner.
So good. It's so good.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think to a certain extent, the Aghanim Scepter is really nice this game as well. It's really good against Invoker. It's the, if you don't know what it does, anyone, it's the, it's because it's, how many times has Life Drain been changed recently? Like 2 or 3? The Aghanim Scepter? I think 2. But what it does now is it, reduces outgoing spell damage. I think it's like 8% per second sucked.
Yep.
Yeah, 8% per second. Pretty good against Invoker.
It still works with Nether Ward as well, if you're draining through the shard.
Just 4%.
So you can just generally reduce everybody's spell damage.
Yeah, which, I mean, isn't like the biggest deal against TA and Tusk. It's not bad against, because like, actually, it's got like some weird micro synergy with Grim, or opposite of synergy. Words. Anyways, it's like weird with Grimstroke, because when Grimstroke gets a shard, you heal based on the damage Inkswell does. But if you're sucking the Grimstroke and reducing his spell damage, that means Inkswell's gonna do less damage and heal you for less?
Oh,
little things.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I love the little things.
Interesting.
Speaking of shard,
he still doesn't have
completed. It. No, he does. It's on Courier. It's like literally right beside him right now.
Yeah, but I mean, like, we've even seen some Grimstrokes forgo other items just to rush shard. No?
Yeah, I've seen it before. I don't like, as a Grimstroke player, I don't like it. To be fair, I've never seen drums first. This is really different. I usually see like Aether or Glimmer or Force Staff. You kind of want one item to keep yourself alive, because you're not, like, your Inkswell's not going to do anything if you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, this is really just built for the auras for this particular point in the game. Hurricane Pike, Blink completed. Lumiere, he can jump in and assassinate whoever he chooses to. The damage coming out from this TA is overflowing. Still try to hold him off from the tier 2 though.
They have a Blink on Tusk. Kiri's got to be careful.
Yeah. Kiri does have a Hurricane Pike and Dead Shot though. So he's able to create the distance, and if he pops the Pierce the Veil in time, all their efforts are gonna be null.
Yeah. I love Kiri's, oh, he changed it. Just before I brought it up too. I was gonna say I love Kiri's items that he has queued up. They were just like 3 bracers. I was like, yeah, absolutely, dude. Like, hell yeah, build 3 bracers.
Yeah, gotta get that HP up if you try to pop the Pierce the Veil before you die.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think, like, 1 bracer, very smart. A lot of people, like, I think, like, when playing support, people forget the value of bracers, the value of Wraith Bands, the value of, hell, even a Null Talisman. I mean, maybe less so. I think bracer probably the most value for supports, but still, yeah. You know, when you're playing support, maybe take some time to think about bracer. If you're dying too fast, you don't necessarily want an Aeon disc, because it's a lot of money. It feels really bad when you could just buy a bracer and feel really good.
Well, it is near the time for Invaders to try and strike again. Smoke out. They want to try and flush the aggressive no ping position out of their triangle. You know, they're gearing up for a tier 2 push here. Want to catch them by surprise, and they think they have vision in this area. Might just see Lumiere immediate blink out. Fast reactions, but the charge through and the punch up. Balrogs, Drake shit. Might be in some trouble here, but the retreat is sounded. They want to back off instead. They don't want to risk it, no ping. They'll create the distance and they'll reset. Nothing crazy expended
still
at this
have all
point in
their
time.
spells.
Yeah, they still have all their spells, like you said. And the blink available for El Misho means that they can find this pick at any point in time. DP using that Flame Cloak to just clear this area. Charge through onto Lumiere, but the nice expected shards, putting Kiri in a bit of a tough spot here. No more mana to work with, but he'll have to pierce the veil to work him through the duration of the Soulbind. Managed to hold off the push for now.
So far, so good. I mean, both teams not really wanting to commit to a full 5-on-5 as they know what's at stake. PP.
Straight onto the Lina here. No more Flame Cloak, nowhere to run. The Meteor crashing through and burning her to a crisp. The last bit of damage is gonna be enough. And the Lina going down, but the Grimstroke on the other side. They raw up Drake shit and they cut down the Spirit Breaker. This area is a bit too hard for invaders to get into. And the control is there from Noping. They look for 555 as well. In the tree line, Sunstrike find him and the punch up.
Nice disconnect from Arsent as
Puppy paws.
Pugna very far up in the air right now.
Yeah. I can't even see him, that poor little guy. Don't look up his skirt.
No, don't do that, dude.
Yeah. I don't think you'll like what you find in his nether.
His nether regions.
his nether regions, yeah. Okay, look. At the end of the day, we're in a situation again where no ping. They have this tempo draft, they have this timing draft, they're hitting their timing, right? This is the point in the game where they're the most powerful. Sure, they let the ball drop in the earlier portion of the game, where, you know, they've given the Spectre and maybe the Lina a bit more than what they would want. They will ideally have. And you must understand that at this point in time, 72% win probability is because Gaben notoriously really loves Spectre. Right, so we need to factor that into the equation.
Yeah.
But you can see that the win probability is starting to climb back up their way. With these auras, we understand why the Grimstroke built the drums as well, right? He's just squaring up for this particular moment in the game where the pipe's complete. You have the Beastmaster aura, you have your drums, you have the Invoker giving you Alacrity, you have the Tusk. I'm surprised that he's not going Solar Crest, but he's going for the Aghanims instead, which is also very value, right? They're looking at this ending the game by 30 minutes. So if invaders are able to hold for the next 4 to 5 minutes and prevent another fight like this from happening, I think they can turn things around, because right now it seems to me that after this tier 2 that they get here in this bot side, they can just head straight on over to Roche and keep the ball rolling, and they can just steamroll through the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, you know, cleaning up the last tier 2, or not the last tier 2 tower, there's still one mid, but who cares? Who cares going racks mid?
Real.
That's so hard.
Real.
Right? Top lane, bottom lane, so much easier.
That's for the
So yeah,
pros.
clean
Like
up
going
these
racks
tier 2
mid,
towers.
then leave it to the pros, guys.
Yeah, and you know, even this patch, the pros aren't doing that either, dude. Like no one's pushing like mid or anywhere high ground unless they know they can do it for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, if this game, you know, extends for another 5, 10, I mean 10 minutes will really be Invaders' favor. In Invaders' favor. Oh, that was hard to say.
In Invaders' favor.
It sounded good, but it was hard to say. Yeah, like Spectre, Spirit Breaker, Lina, very strong later game heroes, but TA Beastmaster, Invoker, I mean, Bara will build a BKB. I don't know if Lina will, and I highly doubt Spectre will. So the more Invoker is able to get his spells off, the better. You know, and so TA maybe builds BKB, and then Lina all of a sudden a lot less effective. Spirit Breaker, still effective, just can't charge. Kind of annoying. Other than that, still fine. So it's going to be an interesting 5 minutes, I think. You know, if No Pink can gear up to close out the game, they're going to be in a really good position. If Invaders can survive, like you said, we are going to see potentially an extension of this game for another 10-20 minutes.
So the kind of sad thing for me is that this Pugna doesn't have his 4 staff yet. And I can't help but feel like Force Staff on him particularly would have helped these engagements so much, right? Because we're seeing time and time again, or at least not time and time again, but in situations where these extended shots come out from Kiri, the Lina is finding it very hard to position in these fights. Like, she uses Flame Cloak, and if that's not in the picture, suddenly one shot or one raw and you're out. Like, one stun or one spell from Invoker, and it's so easy for No Ping to just swarm all over you and finish you off.
Yeah, Force. I mean, to an extent, I would have loved to see the Force Staff on Lina too. You know, it's a little bit of a throw of an item because you don't really want to build a Pike anymore, at least. So I think going full spell damage is probably the safer play, right? But if you're dead, you're not throwing your spells out.
Yeah, words of wisdom.
Grimstroke is back. Beastmaster's back. Looks like we're gearing up to continue this game.
I sure hope so. No Ping Esports, 5 minutes of pause time left. Are they okay? Did they say what they're dealing with?
It doesn't look like they said anything, no.
Okay.
Just some disconnects.
Well, hope everything's okay on their side.
Yep,
Hope there's
looks like we're good to go.
hope there's no ping.
Ah.
Okay.
I get it. Do you think they have to use because I believe No Ping's a VPN service. Do you think they have to use a VPN while playing?
Maybe.
It's part of their like contract.
I wouldn't be surprised if they if they're
my
given
God,
it for
Kiri.
free though.
Kiri got
Whoa.
like hit by one little Psyblade and lost half of his health.
I mean, speaking of losing half your health, your base is getting ripped asunder here. This is the power of this lineup. The auras, Alacrity, and the TA, they are making quick work of these structures. Get in, get out, one fight, one set of buildings down.
No Roshan needed either. This is, I don't want to say rare, but it's definitely a welcome addition as Widge dropping low top. Adrian will get it. As PP finds Almisha, both supports fall. The story of No Ping's life for now.
Has been killed.
Ooh, and the courier, Lalatroni, loses that Linkins. That would have been very instrumental in stopping some of these charges from coming through, and even maybe the Laguna Blade, but not gonna have that for another 2.5 minutes. That is gonna sting.
That's gonna help extend the game. That's exactly what invaders need right now. Lumiere does, I believe, have that Silver Edge. Yep, Silver Edge complete. Now, question.
Yeah.
Lumiere, is he gonna go Divine? Do you think he goes third item or like fourth item Divine Rapier and throw a fifth item?
Lumiere not that guy. Lumiere not that guy.
No, he's not. Lo, if you didn't catch yesterday's game, folks, we had a TA. Well, it was the third item, wasn't it?
Radiant
It was Blink Daedal or like Dragonlance Pike Daedalus Rapier, I believe. Kiri in some trouble top lane, looking for a Wisdom Rune. Will probably just find his death. Force Staff away. Kiri gets out. Tries to grow wiser.
That's a Kiri play right there for sure. I'm surprised
Tax was
that
not paid.
yeah, I'm surprised that he doesn't die there. Like, how does he even get out? That's ridiculous. But I mean, right now they're in this top side anyway, very convenient. They'll just throw into Roche. This was a long time coming anyway, and this is the crucial juncture of the game, right? The timing window is growing shorter. If this ages, it'll extend by another 5 minutes. I mean, Adrian still untouched this game, 5-0 and 18. Manta style completed, as we saw just now, already working towards the Skadi. He is just going to continue to be a bigger and bigger problem. With this Manta, he can just dispel the break as well, coming out from the Silver Edge. So he's going sort of bar for bar with this TA in terms of itemization, which I think is so important for this Spectre, because if you don't have that, like one break and you're instantly like butter.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially like, if you get Roar braked, you're dead.
Yeah.
I mean, not surely, but you're probably most likely almost surely dead.
Yeah. 99% chance.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Pugna can go a long way saving you, but still, that's the 1%. Pugna's in the 1%. You heard it here first, folks.
Not against Spirit Vessel.
Arzent also finished AC, so I'm going like you're 99.9% dead now.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yep.
under attack.
They are squaring
potentials
up.
here.
Boots of bearing all the auras they got asked for right now. Yeah.
Right? Looking for 555.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No Force Staff still on 555. Decided to go for Glimmer Cape instead.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Interesting decision here as here comes Lumiere knocking on the high ground.
Dire's middle tower.
Seen this before.
Deciding to go mid. This is interesting. This could end up very badly for them if things go wrong. There's another pause comes out this time from Invaders.
Are they okay? Like what?
I hope so.
What? Both teams are just
It's a pause fest today.
yeah. What the heck? Okay. So here's my question, right? Lumiere, he's
Okay.
hitting from such a long range. He's gonna mow down these towers if they don't do anything. We've seen this situation before with the TA just yesterday, where she's just gonna make quick work. She has all the auras in the world. She's no cares, right? She's no cares. What is the strat from Invaders here? What do you do to hold her off? Do you just need to sort of full gun it down, take a team fight? Because you know if the Spirit Breaker charges in, that's Invoker spells or maybe even a Raw to his face. So how do we approach this?
Well, the good news is Drake shit has his BKB. That's going to be their initiation for sure. They need to get in, they need to cause some chaos, and Adrian needs to get on top of, I would assume, Lalatroni. You know, if you can get Drake and Adrian on Lalatroni, and Invoker is focusing on casting his spells to save himself instead of casting his spells to, like, participate in the team fight, they're going to be in a lot better position. That being said, I think Lumiere might just be a little bit too farmed. A little bit too far ahead. There is only a 2k difference between Lumiere and Adrian, but the amount of damage this TA can do with her net worth, I think far outshines how much damage Spectre can do with their net worth. Even if they were exactly even, TA just has more damage potential than Spectre right now. Hell, it's only 30 minutes in. Spectre isn't ever known to be this super, like, active early game, sure, but not a super, like, early game carry. Spectre still likes items, still likes, like, Scotty, Butterfly, like Blade Mail, whatever, Radiance, Manta, right? Like, there's still a lot of items that Spectre wants / needs.
Okay, let me maybe this is how a better way of putting it. It's not that Spectre isn't strong at this stage in the game. All things considered, Adrian's looking real good, right? He has Radiance, Manta, and he's working towards Skadi. But I think what you're trying to say is that Spectre is not known as a hero that can walk into a death ball like this and come out on top. In the man-for-man fight, in the front-to-front fight, this is not one that Spectre wins. You don't think of a Spectre as someone who squares up 1v1 against a hyper-farm TA, right? Especially with so much physical damage potential. They need to find an angle into this fight that comes from a bit of a weird spot, right? Maybe, which is why we see Drake shit kind of tailing the back as well, but there are traps just spotting him out. They should know that he's coming. I mean, they should be able to say, yeah immediately the ping comes out. They should know that there might be an initiation coming from this angle. And Elmisho, as the Aghanim is completed, they're looking at Drake shit, who has to just charge away to safety. Okay, but it looks like they've left someone behind. Lumiere, spot him with the Athos, the 4-staff away. No way, have they just left him alone again? He's gonna come back and join up.
He's fine.
And no mana, not a lot of HP though.
Dude, if Invaders were there like half a second, if they realized what was happening half a second sooner, that could have been devastating.
Elmisho, kick available, straight back into the clutches of his enemy team. Has the Flame Claw available, needs to get to the low ground, but can't find the path down. Arzan will block his way, and right now 555 just gets melted down. True to the second part of his name, that looked like a barbecue the way he got roasted. And now on to the racks again, a second kick, Elmisho, the setup again, and the punches. They're just losing too many bodies here in one fell swoop.
They gotta protect this last lane. Adrian's gotta come back for this.
Yeah, you don't really have a choice. No, PP or not, you need to defend. They start out with an Athos onto the task, immediately appears the Veil, keeping Kiri alive and Adrian onto the back line. But with all of them sticking together, he's not doing the Desolate damage. Soulbind back around as well. Adrian still reflecting, still looking healthy. They'll be fine, repelling the side of Noping from this push for now. We get El Micho, and with that, no more setup, no more sneaky Walrus kicks. But it's not going to stop Lumiere from still going strong. He has the Aegis, and he still wants to use it.
Yeah, still a minute 50 left on that Aegis. Why not hit high ground?
Just playing a bit more
Just
cautious.
maybe wait for your team? Yeah, okay. No, they're good. They're backing up. Definitely the safe call. You know, Lena's back up in like 5 seconds. You don't want to push too hard when you're so close to winning. We've seen better teams lose going high ground like that. Widge working on that Aghanim Scepter. Dark Portrait of Spectre will be really, really big this game.
Yeah, that is gonna be really scary.
Illusion.
And this is still very much within Noping's area, within their zone to end the game in one fell swoop. One last lane of Rags. One more fight is what it feels like Invaders can afford. And we'll see whether they can come out on top. They've tried to get creative, but El Micho has kicked the door quite literally shut on their faces with these setups. He's still looking for more of the blink. The vision given from the traps as well. Kiri needs to watch himself, just gets melted down.
That's a dieback too.
He's gone, Adrian. No choice but to start going. Here comes Drake charging through onto 3. They're trying to finish off this Grimstroke, but he's not able to. They don't have the damage. They'll finally work down Widge, but Adrian already dropping low. This is looking like curtains for them. 555, keeping Adrian alive for now. Infinity. Noping. They can't get on this Spectre for now. He's still doing some work. Petering out on the sidelines, forced to TP back out, but they already lost the Mega Creeps. Lumiere got what he came for. BBQ will be next. 555, sorry, but the Tornado, yeah. Just gotta finish him off, lift him down to the sky, and finish him off on the ground. 2 members left on the side of Invaders. It's looking like we're moving to a game number 3 here. The Invoker actually working out in the mid lane. Pork crazy.
Crazy, I can't believe it. Yeah, it looks like this is curtains. They can maybe defend for another 30 seconds, get their 4 heroes up, but I highly doubt it. We'll see.
They're gonna give it a try. Snowball save. It's gonna keep that Beastmaster alive, and El Micho has really turned it on in these ending stages of the game. The setups, the saves, the spell casting, proving why he chose to last pick this hero. It's a bit of up and down, but it looks like it's gonna go to a game 3 between these 2 teams. Invaders, they lose out to the superior might of the Tusk. They don't call GG just yet, but it's well but over. Drake shit trying to finish off Azan. They'll get whatever kills they can, but the Ancient, it doesn't survive here. And Noping Esports forced a final game to decide the winner of this series.
And you know what? We talked about it at the beginning of the game. We've been impressed by Kiri, unimpressed by Kiri. I don't think Muerta's his hero.
Yeah,
Kiri played fine on the Muerta, but like put him on the Earth Spirit, on the Tusk. He's a melee bruiser. You know, less so like these backline Muertas, because we saw time and time again, Kiri's strength isn't in his positioning. I'm sorry to say it, but that's not where Kiri is strong. Kiri is strong in creating chaos. Can't really do that in Muerta.
Yeah, well, I mean, Noping right now, I mean, they clearly were quite angry about that first game situation, still coming through the timing draft, still playing to their strengths. And for what it's worth, this game, Adrian still only dies once. He plays just about as perfect as you can. But I really feel like Drake shit and Kiri this game dropped the ball just a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, Drake shit did 6,000 hero damage.
Yeah, there just was no spear breaker this game.
That's
Yikes,
so yeah. This is not the good look. I mean, yeah, sure you first pick it, but this is kind of I don't know. This was a sad. This was not the Invaders of last game for sure.
No, it's not. This is the Invaders that we've been seeing throughout the rest of the season. This wasn't Game 1 Invaders.
Okay, this was Game 1 Adrian though.
Yeah. Yep.
And this was Game 1 PP.
It was early game PP. PP was like made a few mistakes later on in the game. Like kind of got caught out a little bit. Didn't really get spell casting off as well as it could. And a lot of it had to do with like a little bit of misplay from invaders as well. There was like a unfortunate psychic headband, which caused PP to miss an LSA, which would have gotten a kill onto Lelatroni.
Right.
So little bit of a misplay, little things ended up not going to PP's favor because of it. But I think, like you said, though, overall, Adrian and PP still carried their weight, right? They still played well. They still showed why they are some of the best cores in this region.
Yeah, and I think moving ahead to the third game, one key thing that I like to see from Invaders is it worked out for them in the first draft, but the reason why they're struggling so much, at least in my eyes, is that they lacked a bit of wave clear, right? They have a bit of that in the Muerta, in the Lina, but I don't think it's enough. They need ways of pushing out these lanes in relatively low committal fashion so they can keep the push from coming. It's clear that Noping Esports, they have a certain style they want to play, they want to hit this timing, they want to get Lumiere surrounded by auras and start barreling down your lanes. I like to see a bit more counterplay to that. We'll see whether Invaders make that adjustment or whether they have something else brewing in this game number 3 coming up after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone, so save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh.
fast.
What does love feel like? What does love feel like? You're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. You make my heart beat super fast.
You make my heart beat super fast.
This season is very different for us, Crash. Welcome back to EPL World Series America here, Season 8. And it's a brand new story because what it is, it's Game 3's left, right, and center. Had it last game. Had it just yesterday, have it today as well. Invaders, they come through with a shock upset in game number 1 to put No Ping on a back burner. But No Ping fire right back with a very similar strategy, still playing for their tempo, still playing for their timings with some variants, with some key components changed that really helped their case. And now we're in for a game 3. No Ping, they've been in this spot before. I think coming into the first game and maybe even some moments in the second game had some No Ping fans scratching their heads. Is this really a team that we believed in? What's going on? And now they have the chance to prove everybody wrong. Prove that, okay, that first game is just a bit shaky. You know, we didn't have our morning coffee. We've had our breakfast now, had our tea break. We're ready to put in some work. Or whether Invaders can pull off one of what will be, I think, the biggest upsets of our group stage so far.
Yeah, definitely one of the bigger upsets. I think yesterday probably takes the cake with Infinity getting 2-0'd by Universitario. That was shocking.
Yeah.
I think Universitario, though, they played really well. Like, I don't want to take anything away from them because they really kicked ass that series. I heard, and this could be wrong because this is just chat talking, so I could literally, like, someone could have pulled this out of their ass, put it in chat, and now I believe it. But apparently, Universitario were going down the nouns route, and they're scrimming and they're playing in EU.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're talking a bit about Universitario, but what I want to talk about is Invaders and No Ping, because the way these two teams are playing, I would be surprised if you told me any of them scrimmed in EU. It's so scrappy, it's so messy. I feel like I can think about every EU team will punish you to hell for this. But right now, that's kind of what it's gone down to, right? They've reprised some of the previous components, and hopefully they clean up, because I think that's the key factor in this game number 3. Whichever team can kind of bring their act together, bring the components that on paper work well, right? I mean, even in game 1 we saw Invaders, they were kind of fumbling around with a very, I don't want to say simple, but it's a very straightforward Grimstroke combo, right? So
it's Inkswell on a Weaver.
If they want to be screaming in EU like Universitario, they better buck up their game. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, so far both these teams picking up some really strong heroes. I feel like last game, Spearbreaker had like little to no impact, despite going the most standard build possible. You know, and we've seen 4 Spearbreaker, we saw 4 Spearbreaker yesterday have no impact. Saw 3 Spearbreaker today have no impact. What's going on with this hero? Is it the players, like the teams not knowing how to capitalize playing with a Spearbreaker? It's just so confusing to me.
It honestly kind of feels that way because when we think about Spirit Breaker on the main stage, I think I keep referencing TI because I think that's the most recent sort of time we've seen a lot of these heroes that we're seeing here shine, and probably what a lot of these teams are taking reference to as well. Spirit Breaker was so good against these deathball lineups trying to end the game because you would just split the map, they'd come for you, and you would charge away. Didn't see any of that coming out from Drake shit that game. Don't know whether he was scared, whether he was trying to, maybe it's because he was really the only person initiating the team, the fights for his team, but it is gonna be Spirit Breaker and Muerta. So No Ping grabbing a page out of the Invaders book here, but Invaders, they immediately snap some back. Grimstroke and Tusk, that's the support combo that No Ping were just running, and they grab the Kanka, a hero that has largely been banned, or we haven't yet to see this series, but we've seen already prove itself to be so obnoxious to deal with in the team fights. The X marks, not something Spirit Breaker can just bulldoze off. Very annoying against Muerta as well, because the pure amount of spell damage that you just get from Torrent and Torrent Storm and Tidal Wave, you can wipe her down even in Pierce the Veil.
Absolutely right. Grimstroke, Kunkka, they really don't care about Pierce the Veil. Tusk, you know, to a certain extent does. Now, I haven't played against Muerta enough because people in my skill bracket were really bad at Muerta.
Understand.
So no one plays her. Can you you can still target Muerta, right? It's not like Willow. You can still, she's just ethereal. You can still kick her, for instance, right?
Yes. You can't punch her, because punch counts
you
as
can't punch her.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Tusk doesn't care about Muerta really either, right? Like Shard's kick doesn't care. Here's a new hero from No Ping that I haven't seen in ages except in my pubs. Not for any particularly bad reason either. I think I've been really impressed by Jakiros in my pubs, actually. And I'm surprised that this hero hasn't been picked up more in pros, semi-pro games. Because I think there's a build that's really strong on Jakiro right now. Just tanks them up. You build, you just build Atos.
Right.
Keep them in your everything. And you're like 2,000, 2,500 HP all of a sudden. And you're like, holy shit, how do we kill this Jakiro?
Yeah, I think Jakiro historically, even before this Atos change, has always been noted as one of the tankier position 5 spellcasters, right? You just have Twin-Headed Dragon right in front of your face, you're like, damn, this guy's got hands. I mean, you look at his hands, they kind of look a bit weak, but I like what NoPing are putting down here, and a quick look at Cyberscore.live shows that Lalatroni, this Monkey King, might very well be an answer to the Kanka in the mid lane, right? I think PP's gotten the better of him in these these 2 games thus far. NoPing, they managed to snap it back despite that early disparity, but Lalatroni, 19 games of Monkey King played in the last year with a 68% win rate. That is impressive to say the least. And this Jakiro, the reason why I like it so much is because it's very obvious what this Tusk wants to do. He wants to get early rotations in, he wants to snowball, but a lot of the times when you leave, this is where Tusk is weak. When you leave your offlaner alone, if you pick someone self-sustained like the Bristleback who maybe gets a ring of health, suddenly a lot of these safe lane duos can't really punish him. Jakiro is the opposite of that. If you leave an offlaner alone against Jakiro, you are either not farming or you are dead. Yeah. Same situation for the Tusk. If he tries to snowball save anyone in any of these fights, you can lay out a very obvious ice path. It doesn't even have to be on the target that he's rolling towards. As long as it's in the trajectory, it can completely mess up whoever the Tusk is trying to save anyway. So I really like this approach coming out from NoPing here for these last 2 picks that they've just made.
Yeah, you also can't, like, on top of that, I think ice path, like, is, for what you said, really good against Tusk, but also you can't snowball save people that are ice pathed either.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you can, like, it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to. Because usually you blink right on top of, like, directly on top of them to snowball. Yeah. This time you gotta blink like a little bit off center, and if you blink too far, you can't reach them. You blink too close, you're in the ice path. So just makes it a little bit harder to snowball save, which is good, right? That's exactly what you want. So the Jakiro pick, mwah, chef's kiss, very beautiful.
So the one key thing for me here is that they picked the Bristleback, and I don't see presently a way for them to cut through these 2 tanky heroes. Kanka, Bristleback, that's why they're banning out the Necrophos, right? Because if we are to assume that Lalatroni is playing this Monkey King, I'm sure that it's something that Lumiere can play as well, and he plays it very well. But it might still be a mid-last pick, and they need someone who can either build Spirit Vessel or do percentage HP damage, of which the options are starting to run out a little bit here. I'm gonna look real quick. I'm gonna look real quick at what Lumiere's win rate is with Monkey King. Yeah, 11 games, 73%. So this is a very powerful hero for both these players, and this leaves the option still open because you either need a carry that can do a good amount of burst damage. Right now you have setup, right? You have the Spirit Breaker, you have the Moeta, you have the Chikiro. You need the burst to cut through them before they take the prolonged engagements, because if the fight wears on, invaders, they are gonna come out on top.
Yeah. And also taking a look, I did my own little look-see on Lumiere. Doesn't look like he's a Muerta player. So there's really no, I mean, obviously there is a possibility because we don't know what they're scrimming. But I don't think we're going to be seeing the flex of the Muerta. We're going to see potentially the 1 or the 2 monkey. But invaders with the Luna, this is a pretty good combo they've got going for themselves. This will most likely be a 5 Tusk. Pair the Grimstroke with the Bristleback. I think Grimstroke Luna's fine too, to a certain extent. A little weird, but fine. Right?
Nah,
like,
I think you go Tusk, because honestly, you
think
put
so
the
too.
Tusk against Jakiro, that man is not doing a damn thing.
No, he's very sad. Yeah, I think the safer play is run the Grimstroke with the Bristle, the Tusk with the Luna. I think it's fine the other way around. I'm not happy about it, but it's fine.
What are you talking about? Tusk Luna's so scary. They're just gonna walk up to you, punch you to death.
Yeah, like tag team plus Luna, very, very strong.
Yeah.
The only problem is it's Spirit Breaker Muerta. Spirit Breaker don't care. Muerta just suns them away.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is...
Wait.
No, Muerta, pause 1.
Wait.
Muerta, pause
Okay.
1. Lumiere,
Okay,
making
Lumiere,
a debut
show
here.
me.
I think
Show me, dude.
I think you need it, and it's so cool because Darkseer turning the Luna against himself here. It's not so good against the Kanka, the Bristleback, and doesn't really fit the bill for what we said about cutting through these tanky heroes. But the one thing it does do, enable El Misho on this pause 4 Spirit Breaker. Enable the Monkey King throughout this game and set up for a huge team fight. Vacuum into Ice Path and Jakiro spells, and vacuum into Monkey King ultimate. You got something good going for you here, but that's if you can survive the lane, right? At the end of the day, it's gonna be melee versus Tusk Luna. It's a lot better now because of the Ion Shell. Any draft that you're liking? Because ooh, I feel like this no ping lineup got me a little excited.
And you know what? I'm excited too, and I don't want to make my excitement sway my favor, but I think it does a little too much. I'm really liking what No Ping can possibly do in their team fights. Like big vacuum into Spirit Breaker charge, into Ice Path, into Wukong. Like they don't have necessarily the easiest team fight, but the possibilities are super cool. Turning Adrian against himself is going to be super strong. Hell, even to a point, getting an illusion of Bristleback is very nice too. You know, these tankier heroes, the illusions obviously aren't going to do that much damage, but they're going to last a little bit longer. And that might be what makes the difference. Enough to give Spirit Breaker some vision, Jakiro, Muerta some vision, Monkey King vision. These heroes that really like getting extra vision. These tanky illusions are going to go a long way. That being said, we don't have. I always look for these when I'm casting or playing Grimstroke. We don't really have
Soulbind combo?
Hello? Nope, not Soulbind. Dark Portrait. Thank you. I got there. Thank you, everyone. We don't have necessarily a Dark Portrait hero. Lumiere Dark Portrait is good.
You're not seeing the picture. You're not seeing the picture.
Okay.
Think a bit harder, Crash. Think a bit harder. Where do we see the Dark Portrait? Because I see a very good one right here.
You think so? You think Monkey King?
No.
Well, it's not Lumiere.
Think a little harder. Think a little harder.
Oh, dude, the Steam's coming out. It's not Darkseer either. What do you mean, dude?
It is Darkseer. You make an illusion of the wall of the Luna. Double Luna. Are you kidding me? That is it. I mean,
shit.
You get free strong illusion Luna. What are you, Shadow Demon on crack?
Hold on a minute. Yeah, hold on a minute.
Okay, so jokes aside, I must say that I cast with a good friend of mine called Benj, right? And he's very, very critical of the Grimstroke agonyms because he thinks it's overrated. He thinks a lot of the times Grimstrokes rush this without any, with no regard for any other item. But Grimstroke can really do so much with a lot of other items. So I don't, as much as we're joking about it, and as much as, once you get to that later stage of the game, if 555 really does get strong illusion of his own Luna, that's gonna be insane. I think, this game, he needs like a 4-star, an Aether Lens, the huge, if you will.
I thought you were going to say Yules. I was going to say, well, maybe. It feels bad in Jakiro Darkseer.
Yeah, but he doesn't. The main problem is he doesn't look like a horse, right? Which really just messes the whole thing up.
True.
Level 1 engagement, smoke on smoke action. Level 1 way favoring the side of No Ping, it feels like. But a nice stroke of fate and a shard's going to keep them at bay. Break up that entire engagement. Lumiere still walking forward, but nothing else to be found here. Nicely done. Good spell casting from Invaders to keep them at bay.
That was I think that was the best shards we've seen in the past 2 days. That was an awesome shards from Kiri.
Oh, look. We forgot to mention one thing. We knew this man for one hero and one hero only. It was this man on his Tusk. He, just like El Misho in the later stages of the game, we got so used to his playmaking, his shenanigans. He really reminded me of Schofield, which is why I think I fell in love with this player so much. And it's going to be a lot of work for him this game. Looks like he ends up tag teaming up with Drake Shit in the top side instead, choosing to go with the, when your position 4 is used to playing with the offlaner, you'd like to sort of retain that synergy instead of breaking things up. And honestly speaking, even if you wanted to put Grimstroke on the pause 5, you wouldn't really want Kiri to not play Tusk.
Yeah. Widge, El Misho. Widge decided to back up. I was going to say, they're making their way over to 555, but El Misho's just kind of having fun.
Yeah. And not much you can do about that. 555, he's
No.
just gonna be gate kept out of lane for a little bit, which is gonna allow Arzen to at least get some early last hits before Adrian's strong enough to really bully him out of here. But yeah, 555 just has to brute force it and force his way back into lane, even if he's gonna take some damage. Because the longer he kind of lets El Micho run rampant here, I mean, he's gonna do this every single day of the week. So you just need to make sure you're in a position where you can punish him and he's not punishing you.
And we got the... What patch is this, dude? Almisho's pulling creeps, Kiri's pulling creeps. What's happening?
I mean, it's the age-old, I'm a pos 4 melee hero and I can't lane into your matchup. Sayonara.
Yeah, see you later. Yeah.
See you later, dude.
We should spar when this is over.
Widge will make his way over, but yeah, Drake's happy with this.
Yeah.
It's gonna
I mean-
get him early boots, you think? Or probably just save up for Ring of Health.
Yeah, it's the Ring of Health. It's the Ring of Health angle. I feel like you don't get Ring of Health, you're deluding yourself.
A little bit of a throw. Yeah, I forgot he was playing Bristleback. As soon as I said it, I was like, no, you idiot.
No, clearly he needs to rush power. Shut the hell up, Crash. What are you on?
I think, like, so one thing as a support going up against core support Muerta, I do like getting boots early. So I like the Kiri started out with boots because little do some people know, that shot makes you run faster. Just a little bit, but you run faster when you're feared, I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure you run faster when you're feared.
It feels that way. It
feels that way.
feels that way.
There's nothing that says it, but I'm like 90% sure you're running like
You-
20, 30 movement speed faster. I'll take
Look,
a look. I'll
I
take a look
feel
next
like-
time you get that shot.
I feel like you might be placebo affecting from like the little like, you know, movement ray that comes out when you're feared.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
I don't know. I'll take a look. We'll take a look-see. But anyways, I love the early boots in the Muerta because you can get out of calling. You can do a lot more. It's good against Jakiro as well. They've little tornado. You know, the slows aren't as effective when you have boots. So good on Kiri. He's got some interesting items queued up. Phase boots, blink dagger, ghost scepter into Ags. So
Yeah.
thinking that at some point he's gonna need a ghost scepter, which I guess I agree with. I mean, you're building ghost scepter into Muerta, which is like fine, right? But you're also building it into Monkey King, which is good. But then you get a little bit weirder with like Darkseer, Jakiro, Spirit Breakers, all the magic damage they can do. Speaking of magic damage, El Micho taking some of that himself.
This off-lane duo is always going to be a bit pickly just because it's 2 melee versus 2 range. They're always going to just be able to auto attack you down, pepper you down, and put you in spots where you're probably not able to fully commit as much as you'd like. They'll try a little something here. Stun up, set up from 555 and the TP as well. Charge onto Adrian though, trying to turn it around. But Kiri's here to play and has a chance as well. Slightly off the mark though. Stroke of Fate gonna land, but they're gonna think better of it. First blood for 555 drawn by the Grimstroke. I mean, Kiri, he would have loved to chain that into a second kill on El Micho as well, but they'll be fine with just alleviating some of the pressure on this Luna at the moment.
And the good news is Drake is left alone, which means that he gets some nice levels. I wouldn't be surprised to see if Tusk, yeah, he's just gonna gate. Oh my god, he can gate from the other side. Dude, Sneeze, he can gate from the other side as well. He can use the gate by not walking up the stairs.
Oh, you
Can
mean...
anyone do this?
Yes.
Like, remember
Wait, is
Broodmother
this-
yesterday?
Wait, is this new to you? You just
I
need to
didn't know
go.
you could-
You just need to go around the back of the gate.
I didn't know you could do it in like this little nook here. I knew
Okay.
you could do it if you cut a tree. I didn't know you could do it for free though.
Okay, Crash, you learn something new every day. Bot
I
side,
know.
more action going on, but the Inkswell gonna land nicely onto 2. Vacuum or not, Arzen, he's the one who's gonna get mopped off the floor. His remains are no longer there in El Micho. Nothing left to be found of this offlane duo in the bot side. The crime scene is clear. And Adrian is the culprit here. Double kill for this Luna. Not really the start that you want for this last pick, Darkseer.
No, the Darkseer is struggling, and we're seeing again this position for Spirit Breaker. It just doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane though, Lalachoni, nice little mischief to try and dodge, but without any Jingle stacks on anyone, this trio is making kills happen left, right, and center, as we expect from the Kiri task, which gotta go down as well. I mean, this is just bread and butter Kiri gameplay, if you ask me.
Yeah. Yeah, this is exactly what I expected seeing Kiri play Tusk. That's where I was a little disappointed last game, where Kiri just kind of sat in lane, and it's fine. The Muerta, it's just maybe not Kiri's hero.
Yeah. I maybe take definitely not as much as the Tusk, right? And mid lane,
No.
I mean, even though they killed Lalatroni, we understand why the Monkey King was picked against the Kanka, right? Just good melee to melee matchup, dominating in terms of the last hits and denies as well. 18 denies on this guy. They're still looping around with
crazy.
three. Yeah, they're still looping around with 3 heroes. So it looks like they want to get some action done with the Arcane Boots. They have resources for it. But yeah,
They need to kill Monkey again pretty badly.
yeah.
Let's see if they can do it, but it looks like they're just kind of giving up. Luna's doing okay, actually. I don't know. I think Adrian can kind of be left alone down here for a little bit. As long as 555 has a TP, as long as like Kiri and 555 have TPs at the ready, I think Adrian can be left alone down here. But 555, maybe Adrian, they're talking, and they're deciding something a little different. 555, back bottom, Adrian decides he needs the assistance. Ooh, potential dive. No, Almisho decides against it.
I think it's not really you need the assistance, but it's just that if you're in the area, it turns from just responding and preventing a kill to threatening a kill yourself, right? If the Grimstroke Inkswell comes out in time, we've seen time and time again that it just locks up both players on the no ping off lane and ends up getting them into trouble instead. So I think this decision is overall the correct one, just because Lalatroni's not really in a position to be ganked anymore. Now he's the one making the move to the bot side. 5 members on the side of Invaders coming into this bot side, popping the ultimate Lumiere. That's a level 6 Muerta rotation, but silenced up, can't get any shots off, don't have the range. They are kind of split up and awkwardly just positioned right now. Here comes Lalatroni setting up the ultimate on the sidelines. They lose the Grimstroke to start the fight, but Arzan, he looks like he's gonna go down. Last touch from the Kanka. They lose Kiri as well. And this has not gone the way that Invaders were hoping for. No ping, come and respond in spades. What looked like a very, very good rotation ends up, I mean, it started out with a gank onto this Luna, right? It looked like the Luna was going to go down. She escapes. They get the kill onto Arzan, and it looks kind of neat, but no ping. They're able to rally the troops, even though both teams bring all their heroes. It ends up being advantage to the side of no ping. They claim 3 kills.
You know who didn't come? Was this Bristleback. Drake was nowhere to be seen, and maybe, I don't know if Drake will be like the turning factor in that fight, though. You know what I mean? I feel
fair.
like that probably still goes the same way.
Yeah.
So instead decides to put pressure on this top tower and continue to accumulate net worth. His bottom lane, another fight breaking out. This Darkseer is not having a good game at all.
Nice double stun from Lalatroni into the ice path, holding Kiri in place, but it seems like they're a bit indecisive with their targets. To settle for Kiri as the dust just ends up dropping to the ground. I mean, Tusk. The thing with Kiri is that he's fine like this. Like, at the end of the day, yeah, sure, you get the Kanka, which is a pretty significant kill, but, you know, like, it's still a less than 1k gold lead. The Luna's still on track. Yeah, the only real saving grace is that, okay, not saving grace, but the only sort of shining star is that Lumiere, he is looking really, really good in terms of his own gold gain, right? 100 gold off the Maelstrom, and he is ramping up way ahead of the Luna at this point in time, but X-Marks available, but Ice Path Witch breaks it up. PP, a bit slow on that one. I don't know whether you have the range, because level 1 is a really sort of small little vicinity, but missing out on... Yeah, missing out on a very... very, very key kill here, proving that the size, in this case, of the spell cast range does matter.
Top lane, Kiri makes his way up. They're gonna try to maybe make a move onto Almisho. Oh, this is greedy. I hate when... maybe it's fine this game, actually. I'm not a big fan when Spirit Brigades go like 2-0-3. I like the 2-1-2 a lot. I think getting 1 point, especially as support into Bulldoze, is very valuable. Maybe this game you don't really need it, taking a look at the game itself. Like, what are you going to do, Bulldoze X-Mark? Like,
Yeah.
It's just a little weird. So maybe more damage, the right play by Almisho. We'll have to see. He does have those phase boots, so... And Windlays. A lot of damage possibility. Lalatroni and Almisho.
The setup is there. Wukong's command. The bait is set at Almisho. He played the part to perfection. They grab Kiri in and take him down. Now Drake shit. Turning around with the Inkswell. Not really scared about the thing. Has a lot of damage. He can pump back out the other way. And they'll give up on that chase. Some stacks being set up for this Bristleback as well for him to go back to, working his way towards the Aghanims after the Vanguard. So he'll start ramping up in terms of his own net worth. Not doing too hot up until this point, but this should get him back up to snuff here.
Bottom lane, Arzent is... It's actually so sad. I didn't realize he was 2 levels behind Luna. 3 levels now.
Yeah, this man is poor.
I had no I had no idea, dude. I mean, I knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was this bad. Like, level-wise, it's really sad, especially when you've got a Spearbreaker in your lane. You really want to be getting kills, but the Luna Grimstroke was a lot stronger than I think we originally gave it credit for.
Oh, yeah. And especially if Kiri playing interference as well, coming through the twin gates to mess with them. It was not a good look. It was kind of tough for them to really stand in lane. It goes back to the Spiritbreaker 4 that you're talking about, right? It's not necessarily the most lane dominant, even backed up by the Darkseer, which traditionally has always enabled these pos 4 melee heroes. It hasn't really panned out the way they expect. Now, Adrian, this is the pickoff that they're looking for. The juicy Luna. The TP is coming out immediately. Ice Path catching her, but can they get there in time? No, Soulbind. 555 holds them off and Adrian will be fine. Still have 14 one charges to boot. And 555 really playing bodyguard duty this game. Understands his role is to make sure his Luna gets up there. And he is not letting that responsibility slip out of his hands for even a moment.
And this is, I mean, Invaders, they're probably okay with the way things have gone down recently. Noping are putting a lot of pressure on this Luna, and they've gotten absolutely nothing out of it. Sure, the Darkseer is sad, sure, the Spearbreaker is sad, but the Monkey King and Muerta are not.
Yeah, I mean, with that being said though, I'm sure that for the Invaders side, even though they're okay with their cost farming, I'm sure they'd like a bit more action on PP. They were making things happen with this try combo of Kanka, Tusk, and the Grimstroke, and right now, set up Ice Path, PP. Still has Blade Mail as well as the Illusion Rune, needs to get out of here. Trying to dodge away the last touches. To finish off the Kanka, find him in his own jungle. And yeah, I was gonna say PP, he's kind of descended to be the lowest sort of net worth core, and he needs to be careful because he needs to make his way towards his Aghanims as well as the Shard, right? It's a lot of gold to farm. But with a Bristleback and a Luna, it's understandable that you're like the 3rd on farm priority.
Yeah, and we've seen, I can't remember who it was at TI, played a really sacrificial Kunkka. His bottom lane, maybe some action. Arzent making his way over. There's the wall onto Adrian.
Get the Luna Illusion, and it should be able to take him down this time. Nice big one. It's going to keep him alive for now, but the Glaze from the Illusion will finish off the Luna. So Bodyguard mission unsuccessful this time from 555. They bring the full force and set up in the tree lines. Now he might be in trouble as well. Lalatroni chasing through past the tier 2s. And that'll be easy pickings. Backed up by the Darkseer, this Monkey King's feeling unstoppable right now. Mega kill streak, and he's looking for more. They're circling around the area. They see PP. But is this a bit too deep? We'll have to wait and see. So much damage coming out, but this is the Ice Path that we talked about. It fades before they can find more, and the Ice Shards up Witch, but it's straight into a Dobrev onto 3. PP has the Torrent keeping Azan in place, but Lalatroni, he's back in. Finishes off the initial kill that they came for. And they're just forcing so much from Invaders to even try and respond, but nothing that they can find here. The charge through again. It was a blink out from Kiri. Very early one from him. But really nothing lost from the side of Noping. They're fine to just keep poking and prodding while Lumiere just works down this tower with the Mask of Madness newly picked up.
Radiant's middle tower
Lumiere, both Lumiere and Lalatroni are so farmed. And like, we talked about a last game of like with your effectiveness of net worth. Muerta and Monkey King are able to do a lot more early with their net worth than Luna ever will be. Like, ever will.
I don't know about that. I think Luna definitely beats out the Muerta in terms of early net worth, but Monkey King, I can see where you're going.
Well, I don't know. I think with Mask of Madness Maelstrom, like with Luna's item build-up, she goes like Mask into Yasha Manta. And you're waiting for Manta style before you're really effective. Sorry, I'm talking over bottom lanes fighting.
It's not important. It's a plus 5.
They might find Lalatroni. Ooh.
Absolutely not. He's a Monkey King. He jumps into the trees. He doesn't give a shit. Yeah, but anyway,
I thought he was going to place the ward on that high ground. Yeah, I think like Muerta, like the items that she builds like Maelstrom, Manta, Hurricane Pike are probably like more, and then with your ultimate, you're probably just a little bit more effective than Luna if you've got equal net worth. But Monkey King, I definitely agree that is, Monkey can do a lot more early game than these two heroes.
I guess you're thinking about it from a fight context, but I'm just thinking about it in terms of peak power spike, right? Like this Luna, she's more than likely looking for a 30-minute power window where she starts barreling down the lanes, and that's always been the Luna thing, right? You go high ground and you're the most powerful. You want to power farm up using the glaives to get to a point where you can't be reached, but it's definitely not looking too good if Lumiere's just been having a free game and still able to keep up with you. Oh no, no, this is not where you wanted to show right now. There's the Nether Strike finding the Luna. He's all alone. Where's your bodyguard now? Charge back into the Wukongs. They just full commit for it. The smash through as well, 555. He's gonna pay the price. Trying to come through, Kiri. Has the shards, but he might just have locked himself into his own death. Snowball available, but no one else on the horizon to help him out. He's just gonna forfeit his own life here. Another charge through Elmisho. The side of No Ping, they have heated up. I mean, that was really, more than anything, a very nice smoke move, and maybe a bit overzealous from Adrian. Didn't see anyone on the map, but still kind of strolled over, ready to defend his tower all alone. Didn't expect that movement there.
And I almost think it's no longer 555. I mean, it still is, obviously. It's not 555's job to play bodyguard anymore. It's 555's job to work around with PP to find kills on the map.
Yeah.
You know, they can't be playing bodyguard for this Luna. Luna needs to be farming safely, not like under a, I guess like you had no idea they were there, but also you had no idea where they were. So why are you making that aggressive of a movement, you know?
Exactly. I mean, to be fair, it's not like
weird.
It's not like aggressive, right? It's just showing up to defend his tower, but No Ping have shown they've just been so aggressive with their movement on the map. Now they see Lumiere. Need to get this kill. Blink in, punch, Kiri. They need to find him. Drake shit making his way here as well, but Pierce the Veil pop straight into a torrent and a boat. They will finish off Lumiere. I say that PP finally committing the boat, maybe letting Lumiere live a bit too long, and it's gonna cost Kiri his life. They never strike down the task. They're looking for more. The torrent not gonna land, dodging out onto that. I guess the. Okay.
Oh.
I thought for sure they were gonna keep going there. I mean, Elmisho has the charge. Okay,
I mean, just trying to make them overextend a little bit. They want them in a good position for Wukongs.
I guess so. I was confused as to why Lalatroni didn't want to go, because I was like, okay, yes, he can set up something pretty good.
Now
here.
they're going. They're going right on PP now with the DD.
Uh-oh. No respect there, PP thinking he can farm the mid lane. Not in my game. Lalatroni beats him down to size. An immediate smoke out. Both teams, once again, in this early stage of the game, blow for blow, but it's a 4K gold lead No Ping's way, and this time round, as compared to the previous two games, No Ping are very clearly miles ahead of their opponents. The ward set up earlier on. Gonna find Adrian. Can he get out of here? Has the Eclipse and the Manta style turning around, but it's still Lalatroni with their ultimate, with the double damage. Gonna beat down this Luna and get the kill that he came looking for. Azan is the price to pay though, but Kiri can't get a return onto Elmisho, and Lalatroni finds another. And once again, we're in a situation where Drake shit on this Bristleback, very quiet. He's gonna turn around, use that Bristleback. Torrent, not comboed with the X-Mark, still have a tidal wave forcing that BKB out. The Monkey King will be fine. It's a max duration, which means even though the X-Mark lasts quite a while, they're not going to find anything else. Looks like they're still trying to set up the CPP on the sidelines, but Lumiere here with the dead shot, but against the Blade Mail. Does he want to pierce the veil? He'll do so. Shoot down PP, the tidal wave, trying to wash away the Monkey King, but will just kind of coronate his own death there, PP. Second time in a row for him to go down. And things have really fallen out of control for the side of Invaders.
Laning stage, you know, we questioned Elmisho a little bit because it was a little awkward. Now, Elmisho is playing phenomenally. These charges have been great. Item build-up, a little interesting as well. Going for as much damage as possible. Drums into Yashikaya. Don't know how I feel about that, but that being said, No Ping are probably feeling themselves. Elmisho probably feeling himself right now. You know, he's like 2-1 and 12.
I love this build because I think it just signifies that he understands, okay, my job in this game isn't to scale up into this impossible core to deal with. I just need to be the most impactful that I can right here and right now. I have limited net worth, I want to make the most out of it, and these are the items that will do exactly that, right? Drums of Endurance, Aura for your team, Yasha gonna amplify your damage at this moment in the game. You don't need this crazy Octarine Agonyms to do work. You're already doing so much work with your base spells and this kit alone.
Smoke out from Invaders. Just 2 heroes, Drake and 555. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess Kiri's in the area with a Blink Punch. I'm not sure these 2 heroes really want to be making plays by themselves. And here comes PP as well. Just a little bit behind, still working on that Aghanim Scepter. Quite a ways away from it.
I think you said it. I think you said it
nice.
best though. Like, it's like this PP Kanka, we've seen Kanka succeed in 2 ways in the past. Either you crush a lane, or you walk around and get so many kills that your net worth is relevant anyway. It feels like they didn't do either this game as the charge comes through, finding 555, and that'll be an easy Grimstroke pick-off. Lalatroni still on the hunt onto Drake shit. Jumping forward, kills the courier. Lalatroni has the BKB, eating a punch, forced to pop it at the moment. A very awkward situation here, but they're starting a beat down onto Drake shit, forcing the snowball out and the buyback. Grimstroke's back into the fray. Lalatroni, no more BKB. He needs to get out of here. Nothing much really pressuring him at the moment. The Kanka's on the opposite end of the fight. He's staying in the mischief, staying in his little Wukong's command, zoning all of them back.
Luna's got Shard now. That's going to be some damage reduction.
Oh,
Very
but
nice.
Lumiere, he's here. He's ready to put on the damage, ready to cause 555 to die back and shoots him down. Adrian, Eclipse on the high ground, but just gonna get melted down. The Luna illusion from the wall just does its work. And now Drake shit, Bristleback, what have you been farming all game for? Absolutely nothing. PP found under the tower as well. The last member standing, the captain of the ship, gonna sink with it. Lalatroni looks at his counterpart and slaps him back down. Lumiere not even threatened a triple kill. No ping coming together big time for this bot side engagement.
I think Lumiere just finished Silver's Edge. Yep, Silver Edge complete and AC almost complete on this Monkey King. Big items coming out from No Ping.
Yeah, and they were already winning the fight so hard with their items currently. Gold lead further extends, 15k now. You're still looking at PP struggling to get his axe. You're still looking at a Bristleback who had so many resources funneled into him. Only with the axe, it's just not enough at this point. And Adrian, sure, you have the shard, but you used it a bit preemptively in that fight when they actually turned on you. Not enough resources to survive. And you're staring down the gun barrel of a farm Lumiere and Lalatroni.
It is so hard for Invaders to take these fights right now. With the BKB and Monkey King just being the big force to be reckoned with, Lalatroni just goes in so far ahead of his team, pops the BKB, and then what do you do to him? Like, and we saw it that fight. Lalatroni was so far ahead of his team, pops BKB, and then he's fine. He walks away, his team rejoins them, and then they win the fight.
I honestly really love the AC pickup as well because it's such a value item. I think a lot of Monkey Kings, maybe in this stage of the game when they're so dominant, they will go for some damage items. Maybe a Silver Edge, maybe a Diffusal, maybe something to amp up how much they're beating down the opponents. But he understands his role in this game. The only thing really threatening him in his BKB is physical damage. And if he can tank up and help his team against it, suddenly things become so much harder. They already have the Crimson Guard Guardian Greaves on Arzen as well, which means a lot of this damage coming out from Luna Bristleback is nullified. The fight starting off again. Arzen with the vacuum, Soulbind, turn around, but that's the combo we were waiting for. Macropire, you might be snowballing, but you're right into the fire and the flames, and you get melted down. They heat things up big time through the gun barrel. Dead shot as well. 4 members wiped down to a pulp. Invaders stand no chance.
That was devastating. I mean, that was exciting. That was exactly what I wanted. Minus the ice path. There was no ice path. Lalatroni bottom.
Oh, nice meta dodge, Adrian. Should be able to get himself out of this one, especially with the Shadow Blade. There's no charge from El Misho to keep track of him. Went for the mid lane wave instead of the Yashakaya. Gets his farm up. But right now, Lumiere, Aegis still intact. Nothing lost, only ultimates used for Noping. And they're gearing up for the high ground now. Eclipse was used, but when Bolt comes up in 25 seconds, they might be able to try and take a fight without the ultimates on the side of Noping.
That's weird. Lumiere walks back into the torrent.
Need a little bit of a shower. Feeling a little
Yeah,
sticky and
yeah.
grimy from all the... You know, after a long day of gunslinging, sometimes you
It's
need
the
to wash
ghost of
up.
the ectoplasm. Yeah, it'll do that to you.
Yeah.
Oh, Adrian. They
Adrian.
found Adrian.
Dead shot off the mark, and the the Shadow Blade gonna get him out of here. El Misho giving full vision of the Luna though, but he might be a bit too deep. Macroboy coming through as well, but Kiri already dead. Does have enough HP to survive it? The Yule's up, saving the Spirit Breaker for now, and now they're setting up onto the rest of the side of Invaders. They can't kill anybody, and they get wiped out. Lalatroni takes down 2. PP and Drake shit don't stand a chance. There's Monkey King still on the sidelines, hunting, searching, looking for more.
Radiant's bottom barracks
But there's not much else that Invaders can surface to a fight here. Kiri, this is the task that we've been waiting for, but the rest of the team not able to
Wow.
capitalize. And yeah, GG, they just disconnect. It's over.
Yeah.
A 2-1
Yeah,
reverse sweep
so
from No
hard.
Ping to turn things around here. Might have made us doubt, might have made us sweat a little bit in the first two, but very, very dominant showing here, showing exactly why they're in the position they are this series and this season.
Yeah, this is the no ping I expected to see in game number 1. We saw it a bit in game number 2, and we definitely saw them show up in game number 3. Game number 1 was a warm-up. Invaders caught them off guard. No ping, swing back hard.
Yeah, this is insane. I mean, who do you even give the MVP to? I feel like so many of them just played absolutely bonkers.
It's got to be Lalatroni, right? Like but I mean, like it's so weird when you give someone like that, someone like that. That sounds bad.
That's so mean.
Someone in
That's
that
so mean.
position, MVP. No, because he did his job. He counterpicked PP mid, and then he won the lane. And then from winning the lane, you won the game because Lalatroni made some great rotations where PP just couldn't because he was so far behind. So like. It's cool, yeah, but you also, like, it was just you doing your job. That's what you should have been doing to begin with. And that's
Okay.
exactly what he needed to do. So, like, it's cool. He played well. He did his job very, very well. You know, so, like, it's just a little weird for me, but I think MVP definitely Lalatroni. Did so much. Maybe Widge, too. Widge up there somewhere.
Yeah, I think really it just comes back through the draft, right? I think No Ping, they really had a good idea. That Darkseer had a bit of shakiness in the early laning stage, but they ended up shoring it up on the back of this Monkey King. I mean, that's kind of what they picked it for anyway, right? The Monkey King very enabled by Arzans, little surges, little ion shells as well, and the team fight combo ends up being too strong for Invaders to bear here as they bow out of that game number 3. And what a series to start our day off, but we're not even done just yet, aren't we, Crash?
No, we're not done, Sneeze. We got, at least the two of us, we got another series. We got, I believe it's Infinity versus X5. It's going to be a good one. I'm excited.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, the series was scheduled for 5, which is around 16 minutes ago. But, wait, is it 16 minutes ago? I don't know.
4, so 16 minutes ago. Yeah.
Okay. Because you know me, daylight savings really kicking my ass lately.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
so
shout out to Daylight Savings.
no shout out to daylight savings. Hope daylight saving dies. But okay, with that being said, we are gonna go to a little bit of a break screen, show you the schedule, get ready for the next game, get the players in lobby, and get ourselves ready. It's gonna be Infinity versus X5. It should be another banger of a series. You don't want to miss it, so don't go anywhere. But for this series at least, No Ping Esports, they move forward with a 2-1. We'll be right back.
control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. Darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation.
over, you just can't breathe. Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the earthquake? Do you feel your bones start to shake? Do you feel the
There's not a single day that passes without you on my mind. Not even 1 minute can end up before you come around. I yearn for the days when I see your face here before me. I long for the times you held me in your arms. Whoa. I wish that you were here to give me everything I want, but I know that life's unfair and we can't always have it all. Whoa, whoa, I wish that you were here. Whoa, whoa, I wish that you were here.
Second series time, baby. Took a bit of a wait. We needed to get the players in lobby and whatnot, but Crash and Sneeze back at it again. X5 Gaming versus Infinity. We already saw X5 put up a really strong fight yesterday against Mad Kings and went to 3 games. Maybe this one will too. We've had a bit of a trend lately. Infinity, though, just yesterday we were talking about the games that happened there. Ooh. I don't know if they want us to talk about it. It didn't look too good for them up against Universitario.
No, it didn't. Definitely a spicy day yesterday all around between X5 and Mad Kings, between Universitario and Infinity. Definitely a day that if you missed out, go back and watch those VODs, eh? There's some good Dota to be had. I would go and give those a watch. But X5, they don't have their full lineup today. They have who we see here as Paulina. Is actually someone that goes by the name of Akira.
Okay.
Who, by looking at our beautiful sponsors website, cyberscore.live,
Bang bang.
see that Akira is a rank 417 support player.
Okay.
Who plays a lot of the same heroes that Luis does. Tree and Protector, Silencer, Maiden, Ancient Apparition. Heroes that Luis are known to play.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Well, while he does play the same heroes, it can't be understated the loss of a captain figure, right? I understand that Luis is always in the drafter seat. He's a position 5. It's presumed that he's the shot caller as well. So losing that voice, that strong sort of rock in the team might end up biting X5. I think just yesterday against Mad Kings, it was clear that, you know, Luis was piloting quite a lot of the moves that were going on, right? He was making some calls, and at least from the plays, that's what it seemed like. And Infinity now, they kind of have a bit of redemption, maybe a bit of a chip on their shoulder after that loss yesterday. I don't think they very much expected it, but they just really got outplayed by Universitario. So they kind of need to prove themselves a bit back here. Starting out with a Kunkka pick and a Muerta, 2 heroes we already saw in the previous series. Some bans out as well for some heroes that are very relevant. Pango, Spirit Breaker, Dawnbreaker, CK Lycan ban against Hermit. No surprises there. And the Brood Mother taken out as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Brood Mother's a little surprising to me. I think that Hermit didn't really... I get it. It's a targeted ban towards Hermit. I just don't think that Hermit really performed on the Brood Mother enough to warrant a ban. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Absolutely.
I respect you, but I think I'd ban the Visage.
Yeah, if you had to pick one, it's definitely the Visage, because you fear the unknown, right? You haven't really seen him bring it out yet, but you see the games yesterday, you're like, man, and Brood Mother kind of looks really abusable. Now, we do know the way to abuse Brood Mother is you want to pick heroes that can either muscle her out of lane, so deal with the spiders and not succumb to a pressure, or you want heroes with tools to be able to sniff her out even when she's off map or within the trees or within her webs. Maybe it's just a situation that Infinity, that's not really in their hero pool, although I find it a bit strange because I know for a fact that Moose loves playing these Earth Spirit tasks, which can really just kind of find her and snowball her down. And Vitali, very famously last season, had a very strong Night Stalker, right? And that was something that he brought out. I think we saw Lissex play it yesterday in one of the Universitario games. So definitely not a hero that's out of consideration. But we'll have to see what Infinity are cooking here. Maybe their draft is angled in a bit of a different direction. No clear sign of what's to come just yet, as Invoker and Bristleback bans get locked in here.
10 seconds remaining.
Interesting. So I'm just taking a look at Vitali's most played heroes during the past year on Cyberscore. And he plays almost the exact same heroes that Hermit does. Darkseer, Beastmaster, Broodmother, Visage. In that order.
Okay, to be fair, Hermit's other played heroes are literally like Lycan and like one other summon hero. So yeah. I think Beastmaster is very much in the typical offlane pool. I think you could
like saying an offlaner plays Brewmaster. like,
oh, yeah.
Right.
Okay, so one thing to mention is Muerta being first picked here by X5. Last game we saw Lumiere absolutely pop off on it on position 1, but what we were so impressed about is it on position 4. Monty was hitting these insane shots yesterday that were just so impressive. Of course, that ended up getting mirrored by their opponents. I think it was a fierce pos-4 Muerta battle with both just kind of showing supremacy over each other. But yeah, this in the hands of Monty, he basically had a flawless game. So I'm expecting setups, I'm expecting sick trick shots, bounce off trees. I mean, now you have the Nature's Prophet trees to work with. Speaking of Prophet, very strong lane presence, can bully out a lot of opposition. Yeah, they go back for the Centaur Wall Runner, so no surprises.
They played this to perfection yesterday. This Muerta Centaur. They played it so well.
Oh,
And
the
now with the
Grimstroke.
Grimstroke as well. This
Come on.
is so good, dude.
This is a very, very nice start to your draft. Undying is the selection. So going with two members of the Lean Green Mean Gang, going for early lane dominance and actually just early game dominance. They don't want to let it get too far. They're picking Luna Undying into your Centaur Moetha and they're saying you aren't going to get any sort of mileage in lane. You're not going to be allowed to stand here, build up towards your Vanguard. You're not, hell, you're not even going to be able to set up a kill because you'll be at 100 HP perpetually.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if X5 can capitalize on... Like, obviously, Luna, very squishy hero, known to be a glass cannon throughout the early stages of the game, even to an extent later on, but, you know, early on, at least, specifically. And Centaur nowadays is moving away from building 1-1-4 to going, like, 2-2-1 or whatever, 3-2-0, whatever they do.
Just some combination of the first two spells just to emphasize the best damage.
Radiant team back.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see how well they can capitalize on the potential burst from Muerta Centaur onto the Luna. But like you said, Luna and Undying do quite well against this Muerta Centaur lane. They're going to keep up the harass, keep up the damage, keep up the strength sap, the damage. And they've always got a Nature's Prophet to not fall back onto, but maybe to push the aggression even further enough to potentially get a kill. Hell, a Tombstone plus Sprout onto Muerta, onto Centaur potentially even, it should be a kill.
10 seconds.
Now, the one thing that's a bit rough for them is they have disables in the way of Kanka X Smarts combo and Luna Lucent Beam. And that's about it. So if X5 Gaming try and pick something that can take advantage of that in the mid lane, which is what we're presuming is the last pick here, that could really sort of help them keep up with the tempo. Now, they always have to keep in mind what goes well in the mid lane versus the Kanka as well. Infinity do have the flex option of putting Vitali on the off lane Kanka up against the Spectre, because Spectre Grimstroke, yes, it's a decent lane, but your Nature's Prophet Kanka should be able to stand up against it. And it's shaping up to become a situation where I'm liking X5's draft a lot in the grand scheme of things, but that's if they can survive the onslaught that Infinity is going to bring in the first 10 minutes, right? The first 10 minutes, they're going to be collapsing all over you. TP's in, the Kanka set up with X-Smart, suddenly 3 people on top of you, Tombstone right on top of your dead body. That's kind of the beat that we're starting to hit here with this draft. But other than that, X5, they have components that work very well together, can set up kills as well. Spectre with how active she is, and the Grimstroke and the Stampede, just a lot of global potential to make things happen.
Have you ever seen Muerta and Grimstroke interact with each other in the way that, like, if you deadshot one of the off one of the heroes instead of one of the trees, how does that work? If they're soulbound together, do you know what I mean?
Right. Okay, I don't think that counts because
I've never seen it before. I don't think it does either.
Yeah, because it's not unit target.
Yeah.
It's
Interesting. Maybe we'll see.
It's
Maybe
vector,
we'll see.
Yeah. It's like you bounce off something. Okay. Who knows? Maybe you double deadshot and they run into each other and have a kiss, like a little smooch.
It's Dota. It's one of those things that is like on paper probably doesn't work. It shouldn't work, but it's one of those things that very well may because it's Dota.
I love this last band coming out from X5 though. The Death Prophet would have been a very nice final component in the Infinity puzzle. Whether in the off lane or in the mid lane, it just does so much work in terms of furthering the agenda that they're trying to have. Last pick, Ember. So capitalizing on the slight lack of disable that they have, the Ember Spirit is always going to be able to slide fist out of the Torrent slash, boat combo. What do you think, Crash? You got a little smile on your face. What's going on?
It was more of a grimace.
Okay.
10 seconds
I think that there's a reason people aren't playing Ember Spirit anymore.
5 seconds
Okay.
remaining.
I am not a mid laner. I cannot be. It's done. It's over already, dude. There's a reason people don't pick Ember Spirit, and I mean it's not because of the Huskar, but it might be one of the reasons. I just don't know how much Ember Spirit's a hero right now, and now going up against his hardest counter in the game, hands down. It is going to be very rough game for Soothes.
I don't see a single way for X5 Gaming to deal with this Huskar. Soothes is gonna have to go some crazy off the wall Spirit Vessel first build. Even then,
He needs Vessel. I think so too.
Yeah, you need Vessel against Kanka, against Huskar. It's gonna be rough, and I understand where this pick comes from, right? They're looking at the Undying Nature's Prophet. You're like, this is free food for me. I eat them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, even though it's gonna taste disgusting if I bunch into the Undying. But it's just, it kind of feels a bit pigeonholey. Maybe they're like relying on the Ember Grimstroke combo to try and run around the map and make plays while giving the Spectre space. It fits their tempo. I think with this last pick, I do have to give the favor over to Infinity though, because I think they've tied the pieces together very strongly.
Is there so that all being said, right? I think it's safe to say you're favoring Infinity's draft just a little.
I absolutely am. It is so safe to say that. You're so safe.
Yeah, I definitely am too. Gardic, level 22 Undying. Wow.
Ew. What the hell?
That's pretty. That's like
That's
Dota
some-
level of disgusting.
That's some fly shit right there. That what are you?
Yeah.
Shopify Rebellion fly? Like, relax. Seriously.
Well, hold on a minute. Not anymore, dude. You can't say that.
My bad. Sorry.
Not on Shopify. Anymore. Too soon, dude. Too soon.
Hope he finds a new home. Smile.
We're seeing again Moose. I don't think it was Moose last time because we didn't even cast Moose, but we're seeing again the early point into teleport to get a nice deep ward nice and early, but when teams are smoked out like this, I don't know the value of getting a deep ward like that. Do you know what I mean? Now that X5 are all smoked out, so what that you got that deep ward? You saw nothing.
I think it's more so unexpected ward placement that you'll never get if you walked. Because they are gonna catch you, and this kind of spots out the ward as well. This kind of spots out the rune as well. So I think it's fine. It's just a mid lane ward that's never gonna get countered. They will not know this is here. Full stop. This ward is not gonna get. I'm willing to bet my left nut on it.
Ooh.
Yeah. Out of nowhere.
You know me, Sneeze. I will gladly claim your left nut. Oh,
yeah.
I wanna talk about. So I'm gonna move on from that immediately.
Okay.
I want to talk about Storm a little.
Okay.
And
Let's
I
talk
want
about
to
Storm a
talk
little.
about yesterday. I
Yeah.
want to talk about yesterday because yesterday happened. And,
You need to go into a bit more detail for everyone who didn't
Yeah,
watch yesterday.
I'm going to. It's just a little hard for me to bring back up. I'm getting a little emotional. Storm played very, very well for like 30 minutes, and then went third item Divine Rapier, and then lost it on their high ground and threw the game.
Okay, I want to stop you there because I
Okay.
think that as much as that particular decision ended up being the wrong one, he did the Attack on Titan Commander Irwin thing where he he staked his claim on that moment being the decisive one, and he just let that be. He made that decision, right? It ended up being the wrong decision, which is why we're chastising it. But same could be said for any other moment where he rushed Daedalus. No defensive items, pure Daedalus on the TA. Ended up being genius, right? So I think this guy, it was very painful, but it's clear that he's the type of guy who has his own ideas about the game, about how to play some of these more traditional carries, and I think he might surprise us here and might surprise Infinity.
It very well could be. I am excited. I think like it's a double-edged sword, right? Because he does bring that level of excitement to the games,
For sure.
but also a certain level of volatility, which can be good or bad, right? It depends on how well you can handle the blast.
Yeah. We'll have to see. I mean, Spectre, a lot more tame of a hero. I think the builds on that hero have largely been, you know how it goes here. There's not gonna be anything too insane. Lumpy already beating up into Sue's. Burning Spear's not needed. Just getting the early point in Inner Fire to contest for the ranged last hits. And yeah, the Sue's is gonna be hard pressed to try and find something out of this lane.
This lane just gets worse. It just gets so bad for the Ember Spirit. I remember seeing, I think it was at EPL, a level like 6 Huskar to a level 4 Ember Spirit. It was so bad.
Yeah. Oh, bot side. Paulina, first blood. Able to find him. Moves. I think that was a Sprout forcing a bit of a reaction there. Had a Quelling Blade but couldn't get out in time. Probably had to eat a Torrent and a little bit of a Tidebringer for his troubles. This is kind of a dastardly combo, right? Because they keep you in place for so damn long in many ways.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like being able to keep people in Sprout is actually like low-key super good as Lumpy gets a solo kill onto Sue's mid. And top, Monty gets a kill onto Pake as Moose kills off Monty.
Yeah, TP top side, Tombstone still alive. They're trying to run down Hermit. That must have just been a situation where it was a dead shot into a stomp. It's the combo that they're doing.
And
I mean,
we've seen how potent that is yesterday. You know.
yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, Hermit wasn't playing this Centaur Wall Runner at any point in time. But the Centaur Wall Runner, I think, still has a 100% win rate, if I'm not wrong.
We check on Cybersquare.live.
Yeah, check that out. For those of you who don't know what Cybersquare.live is, it's our new partner here at EPL. They bring live analytics for a lot of the games. So if you're curious about who these players are or what the statistics are, maybe you're like confused why Lumpy's looking so good on the Husker, you can look up whether he's been playing it recently in the past year and stuff like that. Very useful statistics that both Crash and I have been using to, bring y'all a little bit more stories in these games. But yeah, Soovs getting solo picked off in the mid lane. 6-0 right now, so if it's any sign stats don't lie, this should be an X5 victory, but with the way this Ember is looking, I don't know whether I can confidently say that.
Yeah, Ember, quite sad, 9-2 to Huskar's 17-8. And like we said, it only gets harder.
Pig definitely needs to be careful though, because Monty, he's searching for these dead shots. To just get you in a bad position so that Hermit can stomp you down. Now, this isn't really a typical Hermit offlane hero, but it's a Centaur Wall Runner, you know what I mean? Like, you got a combo piece in terms of the dead shot, you just need to survive the lane and start setting up kills for your team with the Hoof Stomp Blink. Shouldn't be anything too crazy or out of his skill, out of his ability to play for sure.
Seeds of fortune.
Monty heading mid, Lumpy, probably not ready for this at all.
He's just gonna walk the other way though. I mean, proper coming through, but nice kill onto Lumpy. Well played from Monty. I mean, this was the player-hero combination that was making things happen for X5. Even in the moments of darkness, he kind of shone the light at the end of the tunnel. He's doing that for the Ember right here.
Exactly the right play. And you know what? A little weird from Infinity too, because I think they saw the smoke. I'm like 90% sure Gardic pinged out the smoke.
Maybe feeling a bit too, comfortable in the mid lane, wanting to exert his pressure there. Probably didn't expect that he would be able to die. Oh, wow.
Oh, God.
That's a lot of damage coming out from this early medallion. Soovs down to what? 100 HP at this point. He still has a water rune. Gonna try and min-max his resources here. Yeah, Lumpy's not gonna care. Lumpy's ready to go. Slight use, bottle charge as well. You have to chain him away. And you just know Moose is waiting to TP in at this level 6. I mean, in 4 seconds time. He's just gonna stand here and deny as much as possible here, straight onto Soovs. Immediately, here comes the TP and he doesn't stand a chance. Paulina TP's in and he's gonna die as well. I mean, trying to run through the creep wave, stroke of fate, ends up getting killed. And that has gotta feel a little bit uncomfortable because I haven't played competitive ever. I've never been in this situation. But if you get plucked out to stand in like this and you're basically right now, you're what, 0-2? The rotations you've made, the plays you've made haven't really been able to stand up to your opponent so far. A bit of imposter syndrome might start to set in, a bit of discomfort, you're letting down the people who trusted you to call you in, and that's never a good feeling.
Yeah, I once again, like you said, I don't really have any competitive experience either. Played in some amateur leagues, but that's about it. But I've never been a stand-in with, not high, like top tier like this, but, Pig, top, in some trouble. 14-1 charges does keep him alive, and Gardic able to come through and help his buddy out. It was a nice glyph to try and keep the creep wave there so they could tank through that initial engagement and not be harmed by the tower. But they'll survive there. Meanwhile, Soovs going down again. Paulina trying to get a bit of a return, but no cares. Moose gonna be left to die here. Lumpy back to farming in the wave. He doesn't care about his support. His support is just a tool for him to continue exerting pressure onto Soovs here. And already who cares
level
about
6.
that much from Hatted Freak?
Yeah. Level 6 to level 5. Not exactly 2 levels off, but still very, very detrimental to this Ember Spirits game right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
See how quickly Lumpy wants to take this tier 1 tower, because I feel like Soothes, he is gonna come back into lane. I don't know how much he wants to though. It's not like you can jungle on Ember Spirit though.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a
you
choice.
can really rotate when you're pre-6. It just feels really bad.
Gardic is just
top
gonna
on
get a
Monty.
solo kill. And now Hermit's gonna come in, Stomp's gonna go wide, he gets the Wisdom Rune stolen, and now Hermit might be in trouble as well. A bit late on the Quelling Blade. At least gets the Vanguard before the courier dies. But now they're just beating up onto him. Lumpy's got another kill in the mid lane. These two supports are just squaring up on the off laner and they're beating him down. Hermit has to run away and almost even dies to the Prophet. They just muscle those two out of their own top area. And meanwhile, all the cores on the side of Infinity, they're just farming away. Pake, relatively untouched. Soupes gets solo killed by Lumpy again in the mid lane, getting the mid tower. And Vitaly, not a care in the world, out leveling the Spectre by a single level right now. Things are not looking good in the slightest for X5.
No, 8 minutes in, a 4K lead. I mean, we've seen worst leads become back. Words. We've seen comebacks come from bigger disadvantages.
Yes.
But it's still a hard fight. Anything is possible in Dota, right? Anything can work. Anything is possible. God bless No Tail. But it's still going to be a hard fight, and you're going to have to work damn hard for it. Rotations are going to have to be on point. Fights are going to have to be on point.
Love this
And
play
we'll
coming
see
out
what
from
they
Lumpy.
can do.
I mean, the immediate rotation down, understands they were spotted out by Ward, but sticks around, gets the tower anyway, and suddenly the scope of this Kanka's play area has just expanded by such a huge margin. The Spectre definitely can't feel comfortable sticking around here because one X marks could do him in. As long as he doesn't see the Husker on the map, he's perpetually in trouble. The top side, Gardic starting to square up, throwing down the Tombstone. They need to work through this, but they're already being slowed up. Pick is on the chase, and Monty turns around to do him in. But the X marks gonna send this Muerta back to her grave. Gonna go down Soupes here. Trying to get a turnaround kill though. Taking advantage of the low armor on Moose. After that little... manages to get the little remnant away. But Lumpy finds him on the back. Gets the kill on the Ember. Waiting at his remnant. And Hermit gonna get chopped down as well. Paulina, no more mana as the full force of Infinity converge on their opponents. It's a 4-for-1 exchange. And they're gonna work on this tier 1 as well.
Infinity are, I don't even want to say like hitting their stride. They are like beating their stride. They are like destroying their stride.
Yeah, they're in the gym hitting a new personal record on the treadmill. That's what it looks like right now. 12 kills to 4, but already 7k gold advantage as each of the cores on the side of Infinity, like we said, at least 1,000 ahead of their counterpart. This is not looking like good news. And X5, we talked about them having to come out of the laning stage at least on par, just a bit behind. This isn't a bit.
No. If you take a look top, Roshan is being done by Infinity. Completed. Yikes. Lumpy, a 10-minute Aegis on this Huskar.
The pace. Solar Crest complete on moves right now at the 10-minute mark. Gardic, he's already at the level 6 at the 10-minute mark on this pos 5, who's largely just kind of spent a lot of his time just trying to bully out Hermit. And Hermit, he hasn't had quite the success with Monty as some of these other combos. They're just barreling into the triangle. Deadshot, gonna buy Hermit a bit of time, but not enough to cancel out this combo coming through. They need to stampede, but can't dodge out the boat. Monty already going down. Hermit trying to hide out into the tree line, but there's no tower there for him to cower under. Trying to juke him, stomp away, but Lumpy, another life break available in 3 seconds. Not even gonna need it, we're gonna throw it out just for posterity. It's a double kill for the Huskar, who's just been on fire, just like his spears this entire game.
And I know you mentioned at the beginning of that fight the support levels. Take a look at X5 supports.
Yikes.
Helena is level 4.
Yeah.
I mean, more to level 6, that's not a big deal. That's whatever. But Grimstroke level 6 is, I mean, control is the name of the game in Dota, at least in my opinion. More control, the merrier in most games.
I love this play coming out from Pick. He understands that even though he can't solo kill the Spectre, this is so important as a carry player to understand. When you are stronger than them and you can beat them out of lane, if you just occupy the space they want to be in, they just have to cower back and farm these limited spaces on the map. It doesn't matter that you're not killing him. You know everybody else is stocked up here. You see them on vision. This is perfect positioning on the carry position from Pick right now.
There's no way this is the build, right, Suze? Deso into Blade Mail?
Okay. I see the vision, and the vision is that right now they don't have any physical damage whatsoever, right? And what is Huskar's weakness? Lack of armor. So they're gonna try and bank on that to work through this Huskar And really, it's the only option that Zeus has. If he goes for some... Oh, does he have a Remnant? He doesn't! He's just gonna die to the Burning Spears!
Yikes. Yikes, 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 Sneeze. I mean, it is looking really, really bad. It's hard to spin a positive light on this. They got last pick Huskard pretty darn bad.
Yeah. Bowed out. Paulina gonna die here. Torrent finishing him off. Should be more than enough damage. That Grimstroke doesn't stand a chance. He doesn't even get 200 gold from it. And that's how low, that's how behind he is. And I think that must be the pipe flying out onto Vitali on the courier. Yikes, that is going to cut down so much of their damage. This is a very nice itemization coming out from this offlane Kunkka. Just going to help his Huskar survive that much longer.
Look how much net worth Moose. I know we haven't talked about this nature's... Well, we have a little bit. Nice early Solar Crest, but now Rod of Ato is complete as well.
Wow.
Moose is like the highest net worth out of anyone on the side of X5, for instance. Like higher than anyone on X5, bottom lane.
Easy kill onto Gardic. The zombie was sticking around where he shouldn't have. And they clear him out. You need to make moves like this. You can't allow the pause 5 support to just be occupying that space on the map. But now, here comes the Nature's Prophet. Fearless moves, leading the charge. That is not a good sign when your Prophet 4 can just run in like this. And it's higher level than your mid. They chain out Lumpy, but Zeus, he needs to be careful. His Remnant is very nearby. He won't be able to create much distance if he Remnants back to it. They spot it out, and Paulina just goes down. Not much you can do about that. Yeah, I mean, Zeus, he needs to be careful. If he shows his face there, he only has one Remnant to go back to. Yeah, he has to go to the other one, throw another one out. And use all 3 just to escape. Not a good look for this Ember Spirit. Trying to make a beeline for the mid lane. Yeah, they're trying to cut him off. Here comes Vitali, looking for an X-Marks. Gets the vision with the Torrent. Heads up play coming out from the side of Infinity. Not allowing Zeus to have any moment to breathe. And Lumpy, the whole time, just pushing away at this bot side tower. With that Aegis, 44 more seconds. Wants to make the most of it.
BKB now too. How do you stop this Huskar, dude?
1k gold lead for every minute in the game, Crash. That's what we're at right now.
That is incredible. I don't think we've seen a net worth lead like this in a long time.
Oh no, not even close. I mean, we've been lucky that a lot of our games have been a lot more even. Heard a Horn come out. Who are they on? Seems like they found the Luna. That is a big kill. 4 members converge on Pake, and he finds himself in a rough spot. Paulina has the Soulbind to throw out onto Moose and Gardic. These 2 supports have caused them so many problems, but Lumpy's here, and Lumpy is not to be trifled with. You can't fight the Huskar at this point in the game, and they have to retreat. Still get the Luna though. That is a good pick off. I think it's a decent amount of gold going the way of Hermit as well. So probably gonna get him towards whatever his next item is, which seems to be the Blink, not the Blink Dagger, sorry, the Blade Mail. Reflect some of that damage coming out from Lumpy.
You have to. You like Storm Blade Mail. We're gonna see like probably 3 Blade Mails on the side of X5, and I don't even know if that's gonna be enough.
Yeah, surprised that Ember isn't going Blade Mail first and Vessel first. I guess that's what you were confused about.
That's what I think too.
Yeah. I guess the idea is, what I was trying to say when we were making that point is that I think that going Blade Mail first is like losing build for Ember. Like, you usually get Blade Mail first if you're very strong, and then you run in and you force reactions. But with how fast you're dying right now, the amount of HP that you're reflecting with Blade Mail isn't even like significant, you know what I mean? Compared to like, I don't know.
Into Blade Mail? Hold on a minute.
Oh yeah, maybe it might be onto something. Yeah. That's the Centaur build on the Ember right there.
Yeah.
Okay, TPing in moves. Wants to square up onto Hermit here. Just Solar Crest him and forces him away. That is, I mean, moves. This guy, he's just on it with this Nature's Prophet right now.
This is definitely going to be one of those, we're banning Nature's Prophet next game. It's not even like ban the Huskar, because you're just not going to pick Ember again.
Yeah.
The only reason Infinity pick Huskar is because you pick Ember Spirit. A super weak mid laner, and with his counter super wide open. And Infinity banned AA earlier in the draft. Everything came together for them.
To be fair, they weren't going to pick AA mid.
No. But they banned the AA nice and early, which left, like, it still leaves Huskar to be like, okay, like, now I can actually still play Huskar.
Yeah, it almost feels like they set it up so that Infinity could pick Huskar, but I don't see what their initial response is for it. Like, I don't know what the idea is. And right now, Moose has the Curse of the Old Growth as well, which is really gonna slow down all these members of X5 trying to juke around or use the Stampede to hide away into the trees. They are just gonna get slowed and damaged to a crawl. It's very, very difficult for these supports, especially at this, you know, very, very weak stage to deal with. Their HP bars aren't the highest. Now, Lumpy.
Being hunted.
Yeah.
Radiant
Blink Dagger available on Hermit.
Don't see anyone on all the vision. They have to assume some sort of move is coming here. Lumpy sticking by his tower for dear life. BKB complete. So if they don't execute him in an instant, it's going to be troublesome. He's already regenerating up. Lumpy, he smells that something is amiss. No one has showed on vision for the past 3 to 4, at least 1 minute, 1.5 minutes now. He's going to go forward. He understands that, you know, he can set himself up as a bait with Gardic nearby. Moose can come into the fray and join him as well, but they see this Huskar at the HP level he's at with the BKB complete. This is no longer something that's gonna happen. Tidal Wave pushing Zeus back, already doing half his HP, my lord. Just scare him away a bit. Wanna get the Invis rune? Yeah, Vitaly. Oh, he's not gonna challenge for it, surprisingly.
I thought he was going to too.
Yeah, for sure. I forgot Vitaly was an off-lane Kanka for a moment there with how high level he is compared to Zeus.
It's crazy.
He's
Yeah.
level 13, Zeus is level 10. Like, let's look at levels
it's
across the
bad.
board. This is rough.
Rune of
Yeah.
invisibility.
Yeah, and like it's not even the support disparity, it's the core disparity as well.
Yeah.
Right, Lumpy level 14, Vitaly Pig 13 and 15 respectively. Suze is level 10, so is Hermit.
Yeah, so
These
is
are heroes that
Moose.
like their levels. Yeah, and so is Moose.
Speaking of Moose, here he comes. Oh, nice try with the Athos. A bit too quick is Zeus though. And oh,
Pop the clips to that.
yeah. What is this? I'm calling just to clear the creep wave. Interesting stuff. Never seen before tech.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, but 19k gold lead. They're still maintaining their 1k gold lead a minute. And this win probability
Roshan
has
number 2.
really dipped. I mean, yeah, Roshan number 2. Lumpy gets the second Aegis. They're going to try and push the issue now. Booster travel complete for this Huskar so he can move all around the map and make action happen. Oh, the TP in, Curse of the Oak Grove, onto Storm. Where you going on the Spectre? The full setup is there. And the boat and the wave. Paulina stands by and dies beside his carry. As Hermit has a blink available in 2. Needs to get out of here as Monty desperately trying to clear the creep wave, but might pay the price for it.
Tower is under attack.
Trying to find a way away. But yeah, TP. Should be enough damage. Does she burn out in the fountain?
No.
Just enough healing, especially with the infused raindrops blocking some of that magic damage. Survives. But at what cost?
Radiant's top tower is under
Now they hit.
This is... I don't want to say it's over for posterity's sake, but it's over, dude.
This is
I don't think X5 can come back from this.
under attack.
This is a beatdown. This is a
Oh
beatdown.
no, Paulina!
I mean, pulling Lumpy in, that might be the Aegis down. I mean, he dies, but taking out the Aegis not necessarily the worst. Can they find another setup onto Lumpy? He's actually walking forward, straight onto Hermit. No fear whatsoever. Is he gonna jump through still as a BKB? No. Nothing too crazy. They want to get this tier 2. And I mean, look, you say it's over. I don't think that's the case. I think there's an angle here because notoriously, Huskar is a hero that has to commit in. Infinity have no choice but to barrel forward, and if they go a bit too far and find themselves in an awkward situation, they might just end up losing more casualties than they expect. Booster travel coming out onto Storm. The Blade Mail reflecting quite a bit of damage, but forcing that cheese out from Lumpy. The TP out immediately. Gets out of there. They want to take advantage of the Huskar not being in the fight. Take down moves perhaps. The last touch can't get it. They don't have enough damage. Too much armor, and the tidal wave pulls them back into the fray. Vitaly says no shot.
Tower is under attack.
And 3 members down again. X5 tried to take advantage of the numbers disparity, but they paid the price. And now Tombstone high ground, Luna high ground. Where else he gonna be? The Huskar not even needed. He's pushing top all alone as the Luna beating down the central lane of Rags right now, forcing the glyph out.
Very value glyph. You got 2 lanes out of that and the third one coming in, so
Hell yeah.
that is the most value you'll get out of a glyph for a while. 26k, 25k lead now. 1k for every kill.
Yikes.
Yep. Moose still ahead of Spectre in net worth.
Yikes.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
you can't
could
really
do that again.
You can't really blame Storm because there isn't really anywhere for him to farm, right? The map has
No.
just closed out. As a Spectre, you're hoping that your skirmish lineup can get you kills, but it just hasn't happened that way. Soovs has not played the game at all.
I mean, that's okay. He did get Blade Mail first on Suits before the Deso.
Okay.
And Lumpy, he wants a taste of it.
Yeah, I mean, Soovs surely has a ramp.
No, he didn't.
Top tower
He did.
is under attack.
Oh, he did. What?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
He did he just how? What? Why did he guard it?
Aghanim's.
Oh, Aghanim's completed. Okay, I didn't see the Aghanim's completed. I was like, what just happened? Did he like brain fart?
No, I thought you just stood there and accepted death. I'm like, damn, that's kind of...
So did I. Yeah, I was like, that's miserable.
Okay,
I
honestly,
get
at this
it, though.
point, yeah, I get it. It's
Yeah.
rough. X marks, high ground. Here comes the TP in. I hear it coming. Moose, the harbinger of terror. BKB from Lumpy. Paulina doesn't stand a chance. And straight out, Torrent Storm as well. So much for them to fight into. They can't afford to come into the picture.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And okay, shard purchase for Soovs here, just to try and push out these waves, low committal. I don't mind that too much. Gives him more remnants to work with as well.
Yeah. If he can get them off.
Radiant
Yeah.
are scanning.
If you can get a kill, that is. Smoke
Yeah.
up. That's exactly what they're looking for right now. They spot Vitaly. Oh no, the Torrent Storm right on cue. Pushes them back from the initiation that they want the Gardic. Gonna keep him inside the tombstone, he'll be fine. He gets out just okay. Gardic will pay the price. Hermit sacrifices his life for it, but here comes Lumpy. Pull back Storm, and no shot. There's a gem. Soovs trying to escape with it, couldn't grab it in time, and now being punched down by the Luna. Able to remnant back away though. But Paulina not gonna be quite as lucky. Gonna get killed off again. And oh no, Pig just finds him.
happened?
Silver Edge wasn't expecting it. Gets chased down and punched down. Too much physical damage. And back onto the high ground. 31k gold lead. Like you said, 1k for every single kill so far. Because of the Oak Grove tree and the trees coming in, the sprouts. All the full force of Infinity surging forward.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And this is exactly what the draft was meant to accomplish here.
Nice, clean victory for Infinity. I mean, okay, not in a victory yet. Let's not curse it. But this is a very, very clean game for Infinity. This is the Infinity that I expected to see yesterday.
You had to remind us exactly what we missed out upon. Soulbind though, Paulina throwing that out, but for what? Doesn't get anything done there. Holds him off the tower for like what, 2 seconds, and that's your ulti down.
Yeah.
Radiant's
And what else do you have to offer? I can't imagine that there's any sort of idea here from X5 to try and take a fight. They're going to try and jump forward, go on to pay. But once again, the tombstone, grab allies, saving the Luna. And you don't have a chance in world to get anything at all. They just wipe you out. And the disconnect comes quickly. X5, they're out of this one. But really, they've been out of this one for 25 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, they've been out of this game for, yeah, like you said, they were in the game for the first second. But for the past 25 minutes, they have been out of this game. That Huskar pick was devastating. And I don't know if there's anything necessarily that X5 necessarily do better that game. Maybe support the Ember, but you last pick, like, do you know what I mean? You last pick the, like, support the Ember mid the Muerta? I don't know how you fix that game, you know what I mean? Sneeze, my friend, I cannot hear you. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what, I'm trying to think, right? Like, you get Ember, you last pick Ember, one of the weaker mid laners, the patch, and you play against his, like, biggest counter in the game.
That's
And, yeah, I don't know, I don't think you expect to win that lane. I don't expect you to go even either. You should expect to lose it and expect to have a miserable time throughout the rest of the game.
So what I was gonna say, before I sillily muted myself, is what you can do better is get Luis. That's what was missing in the draft, I feel like, because captain plays such a big part in making sure you cover all your bases. You know, I just kind of feel like they got caught with their pants down in... You get last pick Huskar. This is last pick Broodmother, last pick Meepo, last pick Huskar. You always think about these things, especially when you're picking an Ember. That's the #1 red flag, and missing out on that was a huge mistake on the drafting side. I know, you know, X5, they definitely stood a chance. They had some good moments there, but it felt like Monty wasn't really hitting the same shots as he was last time, just yesterday. I felt like, you know, Storm didn't have the space to come out with anything creative because there wasn't any space for him to do anything. He couldn't farm. He didn't have any stacks to go back to. His team wasn't enabling him at all. It just really fell apart for X5. They need to regroup and come out with a better strategy for sure.
Yeah, a reset is exactly what they need. And we'll see if they can, you know, mentally reset and get ready for game number 2.
Yeah, we'll have it for you right after this break. It should be a quick one because X5, you know, in the moments like this, you can just say, okay, you know, we got outdrafted, we got last pick Huskar, let's move on. If you look at the draft in its entirety without looking at what Infinity have, it's not even that bad, right? So maybe just a few adjustments in terms of covering their bases in the draft, and we'll see a different X5, maybe the X5 from yesterday in game number 2. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Tryna get your redemption, but now that I'm gone, you want me back. Yeah, I gave you everything, gave you a diamond ring to watch it fall from your head. I don't wanna love again.
When you feel the world is over, when you say you're feeling lonely, if you ever need a shoulder, you know where to find me. Stop chasing all the city lights, breathe me in, go on and take your bite. Count on me to make you come alive. You know where to find me tonight. You know where to find me tonight. When you feel the world is over, when you say you're feeling lonely, if you ever need a shoulder, you know where to find me. Stop chasing all the city lights, breathe me in, go on and take your bite. Count on me to make you come alive. You know where to find me tonight. You know where to find me tonight. Find me tonight. We lost our minds in the darkness of night. We live to die. We lose our souls every day. We lost our minds. We don't remember what's wrong and what's right. The world is dead, but we stay. 'Cause we are born as living fights. We live to die. We live to die. And we're surrounded by the night. We live to die. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in
'Cause we are born as living fights. We live to die. We live to die. And we surrounded by the night. We live to die. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon light. Shadows in the neon. We are
Crash and Sneeze back at you again. Game number 2. We're on our 5th game this time. Maybe we can make it a 6. I don't know. But Luis has something to say about it. He's back in the fray. Paulina, you know, can't blame the guy. You know, came in for a stand-in situation. Came in clutch. At least ensured that we had a game. Although I don't know whether you'd consider it much of a game with how bad of a stomp it was. But captain's back in the drafting seat. Hopefully no last pick Huskar shenanigans this time round. We'll see how things shake out. What are you hoping for, Crash?
I am hoping for a Meepo, a Techies, a Pudge,
Okay.
and a mid-vengeful spirit.
To not be picked is what you're hoping for.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. Not be picked. That one.
That's the one we're going for. Okay.
No, I am looking forward to seeing what X5 can do with their full roster.
Okay.
What they can do
Radiant
after they've
team
reset and after they get a real game of Dota under their belts.
Mm-hmm.
Last game wasn't a real game. Any game of the Huskars, not a real game. Dude, Infinity again. They ban AA and they get the Bristle back. This is so good.
Okay. Well, Bristleback is a hero that I think people have had a crash course in trying to figure out how to deal with.
Radiant team.
Yeah, not a course
Yeah, I
from
got
you,
them.
just yeah.
Me?
You were the instructor. You can sign up for Crash's course at $9.90. No, but
Ooh, yeah, PayPal me $9.99
yeah,
per month.
Give him some per class, Crash.
Per week.
You're
Per
not
week,
you're
sorry.
not a real entrepreneur. You gotta milk them dry.
Right.
You know what I
You're
mean?
right.
Yeah,
$9.99. I meant $999.
Yeah, get it together.
Yeah.
US dollars, by the way.
Yeah.
No, don't come to me with your like your large ass currency. Okay. Anyway, jokes aside and all the shenanigans aside, Bristleback first pick. What do you like about it, homie?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I think there's more things that I don't like. It's easier to say the things that I don't like about it because I like a lot of things about it.
Okay.
the one thing, and this is the only one thing that I think I might not like about the Bristleback, is maybe he's figured out.
Yeah.
Maybe Bristleback has been figured out by now. Now, I could be very, very, very wrong, and Vitaly can pop off on this Bristleback, and I am excited to possibly see it.
Mm-hmm.
This could also be a case that Bristleback has been figured out. Spirit Vessel, Silver Edges, very strong. Breaks, right? PA, anything that breaks the Bristleback, very strong. Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna take a look here on the Cyberscore.live, our wonderful sponsors, and check if Luis plays Shadow Demon, because I don't know if he does, but he's a position 5.
That's the thing.
I mean,
wait.
You
Shadow
have to.
Demon. I feel like Shadow Demon not much of a SA hero.
I'm gonna agree with you on that one. Yeah.
In the times, so I'm saying this as a Beast Coast fan. In the times where SA teams have had to step up and pick SD because it's in the meta, they've struggled. Even Schofield's thing, these individuals, it doesn't feel like it comes naturally. It's not as like it's not a Saksa Shadow Demon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. A little bit of a change of pace here. Elder Titan is the selection. So you talk about how Luis immediately with the Juggernaut spin emoji. Okay, this is interesting because Elder Titan very well known for dealing with these high base armor, high resistance heroes because he shreds it all down to the core, right? Has a lot of just percentage damage that he can use to rip people up. And the key thing here is that Bristleback, yes, he gets status resistance down the line, but the Stomp is just going to stop him in his tracks. So any sort of aggressive maneuver that you make, I think as well, Elder Titan can trade very well with the Bristleback early on. But speaking of trading, here we go. Enchantress. I think this is a Gardic special, right? Anyway, let me check Cyberscore.
It is. I'm pretty sure. I took a look on Luis's. I couldn't find anything on Cyberscore on Shadow Demon. If there's on a Dota buff, there's not really anything either. But both Cyberscore and Dota buff piqued my interest when I saw this Elder Titan.
Okay.
Now, only in the last year, which is fair, Elder Titan has been kind of a neat... Hold on a minute, it's the Vengeful Spirit sneeze.
Oh my god, it's mid.
It's coming.
Okay.
Sorry. Elder Titan's only been played 12 times by Luis in the past year. That being said, Elder Titan's kind of a niche pick, so it makes sense. But if I take a look at his all-time over on Dota buff, we've got 168 matches, his most played, with a 70% win rate, 69.64.
Ooh.
I think what we're looking at here is the safe lane from X5. I think we're going at a position 1 more. I mean, still room to change, but a position 1 more at the position 5 Elder Titan.
Wow, this is interesting. So, I mean, they banned out the AA, so they picked the Doom, another very strong anti-healing hero. You might have the Venge Swap to save you, but, you know, you're still going to be doomed and you're going to be out of commission in the fight. So, I kind of like what X5... I don't know what exactly they're doing here. You might be right that this is the safe lane combo. It could also be a Muerta Doom. I think they've left it very much up in the air, which is where it's kind of cool. Now, one thing I want to point out is I think that this ENG is actually going to be pos 4 because I did a quick look on Cyberscore. It doesn't seem like Gardic really plays the ENG at all, even though he's primarily pos 5. Bench is a hero that he's touched a little bit, but ENG is a hero that only Moose has played in the recent times. So that might be the orientation that we have, just going with the pub drafting meta of picking your 2 cores and your offlaner first. A Hoodwink being locked in here makes me even more inclined to believe that the Muerta is in fact pos 1.
Yeah, I would almost like be sure of it now.
5 seconds.
Yeah, let's see what X5 can do with the position 1 Muerta. I haven't seen Haiti on it ever.
Yeah.
I don't think. So, at least here at EPL, I don't think I've seen Haiti on it at all. So we'll see. Infinity, they have ways of dealing with Muerta in a way, though. Right? Like, they just kind of kite out her ultimate, whether it be like with Venge swaps, Enchant, Bristleback slows. She is a natural Silver's Edge builder. So X5, this is like actually a really good draft from them when you break it down. Right? Their main focus right now is his Bristleback, and they've got Doom and Hoodwink.
Yeah.
That's going to be enough to enable Muerta. And I mean, on top of that, how good ET is. We talked about that already, though.
Yeah.
all these 3 heroes are enabling Muerta. So if X5 can kind of get out of the laning stage in a decent position, like as long as it's not like last game, anything but that.
The main thing I'm wondering is what are Infinity gearing up for? I'm trying to crack the code because these 3 components lead me to believe that there is some sort of... It's either one of 2 ways, right? Either the ENG and the Venge are backing up a strong ranged carry of some sort that needs saving and needs that Venge aura. Or
Radiant team back.
it's gonna be a Sven.
Stands ready.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're looking at something melee. If you've got Enchantress and Venge, I don't think you can do another range. I think you're a little bit too squishy. in your
Really?
lane.
I thought that...
Yeah.
Okay, I guess. I just am also a bit confused as to what the
10
game plan
seconds
is here
remaining.
from Infinity. The Sven is gonna give them a nice bit of armor, additional, that
seconds remaining.
you know, all the base gets
Dire
ripped away by
team
Elder
back.
Titan. You need as much
Yeah.
bonus as you can against the Muerta before she pops Pierce the Veil. But I think I'm trying to figure out what their draft really does, right? It doesn't really have team fight. You don't really have catch at the moment unless you're Venge swapping someone in.
10
You're
seconds
hoping that you get out of the lane strong enough that you can just run people down, but that's kind of putting yourself in the position that, okay, we are the way better team compared to you, and we're just gonna out mechanic you in the early stage of the game.
Team back.
Mid Lina, do you think, for Infinity maybe?
Maybe. I mean, it
Do
can
you think
chop
they
the
do
Muerta
something
down.
like- They do something crazy and do like Shaker or something?
Nah, I feel like they need some catch. I really feel like they
I
need
think
some
so
catch.
too. Well, that's why I was thinking Shaker, right? A
10
little bit of
seconds
catch.
remaining.
I like the Necro. The Necro would have been nice for either team, I
5
think.
seconds
It's a good
remaining.
ban from Infinity.
I think it would have been better for X5 than
Puck?
Infinity.
Oh, I mean, a lot better for X5.
Isn't Puck is insane for X5 here, right?
Yeah,
Puck never
it's-
dies. You never die on Puck.
On paper, you never die, right? These are very telegraphed
We've
stuns
seen
that you
Soos.
can dodge.
We've seen Soos die to these.
Yeah. So maybe not the Puck.
Okay.
You know, I still remember when we were casting like a Storm versus Spirit Breaker game, and we were like, oh, this Storm should never die to charge. You should be able to zip out of it every
10
time.
seconds
And then he
remaining.
dies like 4 times to charge. And I'm like, well, okay. I guess that's
Okay,
that's
to be
useful.
fair, like 3 out of 4 times were out of smoke. Like there's okay. I think the Puck is open. Soos might go for it here. What are we thinking for Infinity side? Because the Invoker ban is really, really smart, even though it hasn't looked good in the mid lane. Alacrity, Sven, and the control that comes out from the Invoker, that's good enough catch against this lineup, I think. Because they're not very mobile heroes on X5.
Hear me out.
Radiant team pick.
Stinker.
Dire team pick.
Thank God. Thank God.
Oh, God. I was so scared when I said it. I thought I made an awful mistake.
This
Sneeze.
is fine though. This is fine. This
Yeah.
works. Lumpy, he's gonna be able to set the tempo along with his 2 supports. I'm worried that they don't really have enough damage, but as long as Earth Spirit doesn't fall too behind his laning counterpart, they should have
10
enough with the
seconds
Vessel
remaining.
and maybe 1 additional stun or an impetus or 2 from the ENG. We'll have to
5
see.
seconds remaining.
But yeah, I like this pick a lot. I think it ties it out together. I do think the Bristleback and the Sven have kind of doubled up on the same role, and their team fighting isn't as strong as I'd like it to be against X5's lineup. But maybe that's kind of what their approach is. But they're just gonna avoid it entirely.
What do you think X5 want to... I mean, I don't like the Puck much anymore now.
Yeah, suddenly
I like
it's a
that
bit
Lena
rough.
ban from Infinity. It's a little weird into Earth Spirit. Okay,
Choose your hero.
like it's fine, right? It's just a little risky. If you get caught by a stray silence, you're gonna get slowed, stunned by 3 heroes, quilled to death, impetus. It's gonna
Okay.
be hard.
Okay, hear me out, but that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, no, you're right. It can go very well or very poorly, and I mean, there's only one way to find out, right?
Oh man, the cameras keep shotting out because I think Discord minimizes every time I look at it. I was busy looking on Cyber Score, which is why you guys couldn't see our beautiful faces. But okay, let's see here. Hang on. Okay, favorite lineup. What are we feeling?
Ooh, I think I'm just gonna go with Infinity again. I'm gonna all in on Infinity.
Even with the lack of team fight?
I think Magnetize is going to go a long way. I think Magnetize is going to give them a lot of team fight. They've got some stuns. What I'm a little worried about is their game in between Bristleback Ags, like laning stage and Bristleback Ags. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because that's
just
a
don't know
huge
what
distance
they
to
do.
cover, and I
Yeah.
feel like we saw the repercussions of that when Drake shit was playing Bristleback, right? He was working ways towards the Axe from the Vanguard. Didn't do Drake shit.
No, he didn't. Like the way you put that. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's
We'll
rough.
see. Lumpy's last match, 6-7-20. That's, I mean, not the best on an Earth Spirit.
Okay.
It's okay.
Is it?
But
Can you-
it's not impressive. It's not
you-
magically impressive.
Can you check Cyberscore real quick as to whether Lumpy is much of an Earth Spirit player? I don't.
I've got
particu-
nothing. I'm already on the page, on Lumpy's page. I don't see Earth Spirit anywhere.
Okay. Well.
I'm on his Dota buff right now. I don't see Earth Spirit anywhere.
Well. Yeah. Well. Okay.
I'm taking a look at hero medallions. He's a bronze Earth Spirit. This is a hero with a very high... He's a level 5 Earth Spirit. Okay, he's got a few games. Very
Yeah.
high skill floor and very high skill ceiling on this hero, though. The roof has been raised. Literally.
Yeah. Lumpy, he's gonna have to try and rise to the occasion here. As both teams mirroring each other's movement into the triangle. Triangle, a very important space, particularly for Infinity this game. They have a Sven who's gonna want to work through some of these triangle stacks.
Nice,
Woo-
Luis.
Oh, Louis.
Blocks it.
Okay.
Blocks the Ancient. Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
Vitaly.
Whoa.
Hello? I mean, it's his area. He's fine, but like, that could have been bad if X5 were like all up on that high ground. I don't know. This is the second time X5 get really aggressive. They do this like wrap around, and then they just go back to their side of the river. I feel like if they stayed aggressive with all 5 heroes on the other side, they could maybe have gotten a kill there. Maybe not, because it's a bristleback. But who knows? You know.
It's okay. 2 for 2 here. Rune trades, nothing crazy. I'm a little bit... I wonder whether this sentry camp blocks this camp, though, because I feel like if it does, it's an easy D-ward, and then they're going to get this cliff observer. So I'm not really sure whether they will sort of suffer the repercussions of that action, because I feel like that would be a very easy sort of spot to place the sentry. We'll see, though. We'll see how things go. We'll see whether Moose is quick to, you know, the punch and figures out what's going on here. Get into game number 2. X5 down a peg here.
Wait
And
up.
largely looked pretty strong. Suffered their second defeat against Mad Kings yesterday. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be on them to try and claw it back. They don't want this to be a swift descent downwards, that's for sure. Already a lot of pressure coming out onto Hermit. The Doom level 1 is where he's quite weak, especially after the Scorch Earth already used. And Gardic gonna try and get the kill, but Monty just able to gun him down. Now Pei might just get turned around here. I mean, this Hoodwink is putting out so much damage just with the auto attacks. Blightstone not even need a pick. Hey, buddy.
Chill, brother. No, my brother in Christ, chill. Back up a little.
Yeah. Please, back that ass up, boy.
Yeah, yeah. Just a little. That's all you need. Just a little bit.
Don't be dying like that. That's embarrassing.
No.
Oh,
I think if Monty had that Blightstone, it would have been a kill for sure.
dude, Monty is just solo beating the two of them to absolute death right now. That's kind of one of the tough parts about Vengeful Spirit, which I don't like personally. I think it's a splendid hero. It's just that in the early laning stage, unless you have a very strong kill combo against a weak lane, you're very susceptible to some of these more traditional off-lane duos that have kill pressure. And Hoodwink is one of the top components of that, right? She can set up kills on her own.
Yeah. I think maybe, I don't know, and this is maybe because I don't play enough Vengeful Spirit. Maybe getting stun level 1 was a bit of a bait. Maybe Wave of Terror is more effective.
For trading, for sure. But maybe they had stun level 1 to try and get a kill. Ooh, Vitaly. Getting a solo in the top side and the blood grenades coming through. Luis might just die for this one though. Last little spear shot. Moose gets a second in this top side. So already some action on the side lanes here as they relentlessly trade with each other.
Mid lane is going to be the least bloody of lanes. Oh, Suze, he misjaunted or misshifted. Same shit, different pile.
He's fine.
Yeah, that's... It can't make too many of those mistakes.
What did he do
Especially
exactly?
in lane. He just misshifted and ate a boulder, like, right to the face.
I mean, it happens
And
again.
it, like, chunked him for, like, 200 damage, like, whatever, 150, 180 damage. Yeah, it's just a lot.
I mean, the thing with boulder kick is it comes out pretty quick, right? So, and especially if Lumpy is super near you, it's very hard to just kind of preemptively shift dodge that. I think that's unfortunately
he got
damage
it
that
in
you.
time. I think what he did is he canceled it too early.
Ah.
He got hit after it passed through him.
Weird.
Yeah. So
I mean,
a little bit of mistake.
Level
but,
1
you know,
phase shift is literally only 1 second, so a very small margin of error on that one.
It's true. Getting aggressive now, Suits.
Yeah.
Laying it into Lumpy just a little bit. Doing as much as he can right now. As he's got the creep advantage. Top lane. They're dropping like flies. They got the Muerta again.
Not a good look. Storm. I mean, you can't afford to be dying here. Luis, he survives, but I'm sure he wishes it was him who went down instead. I mean, this carry has died twice now.
Yeah, that is not really good when you've got this, you know, Muerta's not known for her early game presence. As Hermit getting gone on in this bottom lane.
Blood grenade comes out. The chops, they'll be enough. The blood grenade takes him down. Monty was off to the side. Probably dewarding or trying to deal with something there. I'm not really sure where his attention was dragged to, but yeah. I mean, that death on Moose does allow Lumpy basically a full bottle refill, so he's able to sort of keep up in terms of resources. 4-minute rune as well comes in handy. Waiting to see the jaunt. That should allow Lumpy to at least get the other water rune. Soos has another orb. Is he going to try and make the play for it? Seems like it. Can he make it in time? Gonna jaunt forward. Lumpy still gets it though. Kicks the Soos away. And yeah,
That was
I mean,
close. That would have been devastating if Sue's got it, actually.
yeah, Lumpy's lane would have been over. But for what it's worth, Lumpy keeping up very well in terms of the last hits, and that's kind of what the Mid Earth Spirit gives you. With this boulder kick, you're always able to secure a large fraction of the lane. And in comes the Frost Ogre to give him that very, very crucial additional armor. So that's going to be very useful for him.
Thanks, Enchantress.
I mean, the armor for the mid lane means that Moose doesn't have it. He's just going to get gunned down. Perhaps should have armored himself first, but Storm getting a return kill after the past transgressions of this Enchantress against him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And it's Lumpy. What? Was that just a roll into a kick?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how that, like... You know, we talk about, like, it shouldn't happen on paper, but it does, and Lumpy, he gets a great chop down on the tree from Monty.
Storm not gonna catch Lumpy as well, and he's completely fine here. Even as the infused rain drop. Meanwhile, Hermit suffering from that TP away. Monty went mid to try and help out, fails, and leaves the Doom to die. And this is what is so scary. I mean, the Infinity side, their team fight, their mid game, doesn't really look the most formidable, but if they can come out like a bullet train on a track, they are just gonna barrel down these lanes. Vitaly, Vanguard completed, he is not gonna be able to be touched in this top side.
Wait, how did Ancient spawn? On Radiant side. There's a ward blocking it.
I think it's a second
It's
place
minute
ward.
0. Oh, it's a new
No,
one.
no,
It's
no,
yeah,
it's a
you're
new
right,
one.
it's a
It's a
second.
new
I'm
one.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was oh, brain farted. Yeah, thank you.
All
Oh,
good.
God, what would I do without you, Sneeze, honestly?
Probably cast solo and still be fine.
Yeah. No, that's not true. That's Struggle City. Monty, speaking of Struggle City, Lumpy might be in some trouble here. Suits isn't level 6 yet.
No
so
coil?
no real kill potential, yeah.
Okay. You can't strike down Earth Spirit if you don't have that crucial bit of control, which they're missing right now. Moon's still being very annoying here, trying to
Radiant's bottom
mess
tower
around with the
is under
stacks,
attack.
mess around with the jungle, take some creeps, just clear the creep waves manually, right? Convert them to your side. So there's nothing left for you to farm here. And the Earth Spirit, I heard a roll.
Scanning.
Oh, looks like he was just trying to find some action. Blade Mail first is the build though, so no Spirit Vessel for this individual. TP out, trying to contest Gardic for the rune, but the roll stopping him in his tracks, and Gardic able to steal away the Wisdom rune. So both supports gonna do very well on levels, while this Elder Titan as well as the Hoodwing are gonna be struggling a little bit.
and both of these heroes really want their level 6. Bottom lane, Peg.
Starting to get shot down, punished a bit for his greed in terms of staying to try and finish off that stack, but they're not going to be able to further the attempt there. Coming through is the Elder Titan. They actually get a kill onto Lumpy in the mid lane and bring 3 members down here. Peg, I don't think that was a cut, but it was kind of a bushwhack that went completely wide. Monty didn't latch that onto anything. Meanwhile, Sue's in the mid lane.
Monty.
Yeah, a Lumpy goes down. So that must have been... I mean, he looks like he used Magnetize as well, but...
Is under attack.
Did Storm just come through with a silence and stop him? Seems that way.
Uh-oh. 3 heroes mid. Gardic might be in some trouble here.
Middle tower is under
Bushwhack and Stomp.
The roll through though. Onto Monty. Gets 1 kill. Kick through onto 3. Nicely done from Lumpy. And most crucially, I think, they managed to drag the attention away from this stack. Because I'm sure if they discovered it, Soups is going there and farming immediately with his level 4 orb.
Yeah. Multiple stacks in the jungle, actually. There's 2 nice stacks over there. The Lumpy maybe he's going to clear out himself.
We'll see.
No. Maybe? Yes? Yeah?
He'll try.
Very slow. I don't know, Lumpy.
He'll try.
He wants the neutral item. Okay, he's got his neutral item. He's like, okay, I'm leaving. See you later. No, he's going back. Never mind. Just
He's
kidding.
stacking it
I
one
lied.
more time. He's stacking it. Yeah, he's stacking it for the boys. He's stacking it for his friend. Okay. Stabilizing a bit here for X5. Didn't look too hot for them in the early stage, but with Su sort of tanking a few deaths, Storm tanking a few deaths, but they're able to kind of quietly farm their way up the Muerta. You know, making the most use out of this jungle as much as she can. 4.4k net worth just behind the Earth Spirit, but the rest of the way, you know, this pup as well as Hermit, they're not necessarily doing the best. Doom level 6, which means that he should be able to try and flush them out. Even if he hasn't leveled it, just the threat of the Doom is so scary. So I think that's kind of what has relegated the Sven to the jungle. Which he's not too sad about.
Yeah, X5 are really hurting for a tower, though. They really want to get this tier 1 tower out of the way.
Not sure what this is about. They're looking
They're
for...
getting Gardic.
I mean, okay.
I mean, this is kind of worth, though, if you're a Vengeful Spirit.
Oh, for
There are
sure.
3 heroes chasing you for the last, like, 25 seconds, while Pake farms the lane and then farms the camp as well.
Yeah, and Vitali, he's just up here completely unbothered, flourishing, successful in his own lane. Mid lane, though, Suvs might not be quite as lucky. He has a case rune, gonna be able to get out of this one. Jaunting straight into another rock, though. Lumpy had one with his name on it.
radiant.
Oh, the kick. Oh my goodness. Doom? I heard a
They're on
Doom.
Pake.
I
They're on
mean,
the
this... Good kill. This is what the trio wanted. They'll find it. Suvs comes in and claims it. Oh no. Not the stack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Monty will clean up most of that. Hermit will get a few creeps as well.
Level 6 on the ET now, and close to it for the Hoodwink, so making up for some of that disparity because of the Wisdom Runes.
Yeah. Yeah, this is super important for them. And the level 6 means that they actually have potential to kill this Bristleback. Throw a coil. Throw a sharpshooter at him. You know, and there's a chance he doesn't die, but I think routing him out of your jungle, Vitali has been, like, he's taken over from Storm. So this is where Storm wants to farm, but Vitali's having it himself, and mid lane, Lumpy.
Your spirit leaves your
Yeah, it was just a situation where they had the setup on the puck, and by the time he came out of phase shift, he was so low that Lumpy walking forward with the Blade Mail caused him to kill himself with that waning rift. Nothing much you can do about that one. I mean, we talk about it again and again with Suvs. I feel like he's in situations where he has heroes that have these evasive maneuvers, have these ways of staying alive, but I frequently find him in situations where he's just somehow dead or caught out by the spells of his opponents. Calling is here, dead shot, swap away, Moose. Gonna be able to get himself to safety, but straight into the Earth Splitter. Suvs has the call available. I don't think he wants to commit it for Moose though.
No,
Still
you're
has,
coiling an Enchantress, you feel so bad.
Still has a magic 120 charge as well as infused raindrops and the Seas of Serenity if he needed it too. Oh, the roll. But I love this shield rune, Lumpy. And then call the... I mean, this is the coil target if you want one. But he's gonna roll back up to the high ground.
I think if they coil, they don't have the kill potential, so probably just a safer play to hold the coil for a
Even
better
with
time.
sharpshooter, you think?
Maybe. I think like they used split already, and Luis didn't really have too many heroes that his spirit were on top of, so he's dealing an extra like 30 damage, which isn't too much.
Yeah, I guess you kind of like have a
Maybe.
higher risk of killing yourself with sharpshooter.
Is under attack.
We're
I'm
gonna see Lunky start
kind
making his way bottom.
of concerned though. I mean, this Bristleback is still unanswered, farming away. I mean, I know Drake shit didn't really do much, but I have a lot more faith. No offense to Drake shit, of course, all respect on his name, but I mean, Vitaly, he's proven himself before. Monty rolled, kicked, stunned, and killed. No avenue out, but Kermin, he's a real big target. If they can find him, has the Doom available to try and make his escape. But realistically, even if he uses it here, there's nothing for him to find. Nice stomp onto 3 though. Luis breaks it up and gets Kermin out of there, but that's not if Lumpy can find him with yet another roll. Needs another kick, needs another stun, but goes wide, juking him out with the move speed coming out from the Scorched Earth, and he'll be fine. Gets out with his life there. A sacrifice of the Hoodwink is all it took, and some space in the mid lane for Soos to finish off this tower.
Is under attack.
You know who didn't get any space? Storm. Storm just had to TP out from where his tier 2 tower was.
Oh,
Got
yeah.
routed out by Moose and Vitaly.
I mean, that's kind of rough though. Soos gets the tower denied in front of him. The call out onto 2, but because he's invulnerable, Lumpy's fine. The last touch to John. He needs to get out of here, living on 27 HP, has a blink. Waiting to see Lumpy to hop out of there. And the TP, he'll be fine. But Hermit, once again in the bot side, killed off by the Sven, popping the God Strength and just running forward.
And this Sven really hurts. Just, you know, even without the God Strength, he's hitting for like 150 plus the Wave of Terror. Right, minus 5 armor on a Doom who, what, Doom's got 7 armor right now? 7 plus 7? I mean, that's a big increase in damage.
My main concern is just that it feels like X5, we saw them when they are coordinated, when they run together as 3, when they come through with the Moeta in the mid lane, get the kill on the Lumpy. They've shown that they have the tools to make it happen. The main thing is they're not really playing very connected right now. All these attempts seem kind of desperate, a little bit weird, not really coordinated well. And because of that, it feels like they're missing out on a lot of tempo they could be generating for themselves. Here comes Soos into the triangle though, looking for an angle, and the rest of the squad is joining up. This could be the Vitaly kill that they were waiting for. As he's holding his own triangle, Doom available straight onto the Bristleback with the sharpshooter being wound up as well. It should be enough damage to finish off Bristleback, and it will. Taking down the offlaner that's been relatively untouched so far, but here comes the Magnetize, silence up, and Soos doesn't stand a chance. Not enough HP to survive through that onslaught. Lumpy, another kick should be available in a short bit. The Bushwhack buying a bit of time, but the impetus shots coming through, and the kick, parting one from Lumpy, lands it perfectly, and now onto Luis, looking for more. This Elder Titan has that boosted move speed from the Spirit, but it's only level 1. Another roll out. Once again, juked out. Quick feet there. And now it's going to be a push onto the mid lane.
X5 are still, you know, they do get the mid tower, right, earlier, but got denied. They're still desperate for a little bit more tower gold. We're going to coil mid onto Enchantress.
Swap away though, as well as the damage reduction aura. Just got a TP out, no way. Dead shot. Nicely done from Storm. Good positioning to get involved in that fight. Help his team secure that 1 kill. Make the call worthwhile. And now with 5 members in the mid lane, they don't really have a tower to go for. The rest of the side of Infinity can just retreat. And this is... Doesn't this feel so awkward from X5? Doesn't it feel like they're scrambling to try and put something together where there really isn't much? I mean, they'll try and set up onto Lumpy now with the Earth Splitter. That's quite a bit of damage, but they stun up Soos. Doesn't manage to destroy that one. And the orb going on a different target. Soos doesn't get the mark on Lumpy. And Lumpy's going to be able to walk this one off. Are you kidding me? The Earth Spirit gets out scot-free. And now Hermit has to turn there and run. Has the Purge. Slowing down Pig for now, but the fadeaway stun will finish off the Elder Titan. And Soos, big misplay on that park. Not throwing the orb out, thinking the kill was done. And Lumpy walks out of that the victor.
I don't like pointing fingers. I don't. But the cores on X5 just seem disjointed. You know, whether it be yesterday with Storm, there just seems to be like they're on a different page. You know, Soos, that's a big misplay to make. That's a huge kill if you can get it.
Look, X5, prior to us watching them, they were 3-1. right? They were doing very well for themselves. I didn't get to watch those games at least. I have reason to believe that Soofs, this might be a series of sort of off performances from him across the past 2 days. My greatest memory of this player is him being caught out in moments where I feel like he shouldn't ever be. He's playing this puck, he has the joints, he has the wheels, he's coming straight down into silencers and not, you know, he's not dancing the way that he needs to be. And if you have that faith in this player and you put him on a hero like this, you kind of need to put the dancing shoes on. You can't afford to be making mistakes like that because Park is such a feast of famine mid laner.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And you know, like I said, I don't like pointing fingers, but there's always gonna, like, if you're losing because of a weak point, you know, it's important to kind of acknowledge that and work on it. It's not like we're flaming him because he's garbage and he's bad, but he's making mistakes that are clearly apparent that should be fixed. And I think they can be.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen players turn things around in the later half of the game. Maybe it's just a slow start for him today. But he's gonna have to pick it up soon. 6k gold lead now for Infinity, and they're continuing to dominate all areas of the map. Aghanim's completed for Vitaly. Pig already the Blink Dagger, looking towards the BKB. Final component of the Ogre Axe in around 700 gold. And they will be ready to go, go, go.
Oh, he's just gonna disassemble Echo Saber if he really wants it now.
Yeah, he doesn't even need
He'd
to,
always
though.
disassemble, but he doesn't, because he's just gonna rebuild Echo Saber right after that anyway, so he might as well just hold on to it for a little bit longer.
Smoke out, finding Soos, but not really the target you can go on, especially if these two telegraphed projectile stuns. And Lumpy has the heart flying out to him in a short bit. That is... I mean, this Earth Spirit was already difficult to kill. Can't help but feel like that opportunity was missed in that engagement. It was all in Soof's hands to take that kill, but letting it slip out of his fingers.
You know, Doom was a really good pick here for X5, and I don't want to downplay that when I say this next thing.
Okay.
There's a lot of Doom targets this game. Right? You kind of want to Doom Lumpy. You kind of want to Doom Pake. You kind of want to Doom this Bristleback. Right? Eventually, Pake's going to be hitting for like 300 damage and healing a butt ton off of it as well.
Healing path, where are you going?
Yeah, and it really is just a byproduct of their draft, right? They sort of lacked a bit of control, they lacked a bit of team fight, but what they made up for it is these three cores. Bristleback, the Earth Spirit, as well as the Sven. They're all strong cores in their own right, and don't tell me not again, Soofs. You can't be letting this happen to you, homie. You're just gonna get cut down. No way. Get out of that park. That's not where you're supposed to be. They're onto the back lines as well. Lumpy looking for more, but Storm cowering in the corner. This is the pos one that you can't afford to let die, but Pig smells blood. Looks for him in the tree line. There is a Pierce the Veil available, but if he pops it, he's gonna pop to the magic damage. It's not even needed. Double kill for this Sven. And the pos 1 and pos 2 of X5 just getting wiped out. And straight onto the tier 2.
Yikes.
And this is what they were looking for here on the side of Infinity. The Tricore fully online now. 14k net worth for Pig. With the Solar Crest of Gardic as well. He is feeling good.
Top tower has fallen.
And you look at the Puck's net worth, 8k. All he has is a Witchblade and a Blink Dagger. Doesn't get him out of those sticky situations. Try as he might, they have more than enough chase thanks to the Earth Spirit to really just zone out the rest of his team. No help at all. And I mean, apart from that one kill onto Pig, when else have we seen that Doom used? One kill onto the Bristleback. It's been so quiet for Hermit. And I can't help but feel like this player, he really shows up on these summons heroes, but on more traditional offlaners, we've yet to hear him make a sound.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, even from yesterday watching Hermit with the Broodmother, not impressed.
Yeah.
Like, just very, like, not unimpactful. Like, it's not like he had negative impact in the game. But it just felt like you could have been playing, like, putting him on, like, almost any other hero. And not that he'd have more impact, but probably just as much. And that's not what you want to be seeing when you're playing with the Broodmother. You want your Broodmother to be, like, dominating the map.
Yeah, we talked about this before the first game started as well. This is a meta where offlaners have so much impact. We see Vitaly being such a key figure in terms of just being this body now that's just threatening, right? Sure, he spent most of the game farming, but now he's sort of gone into that figure. They doom up Lumpy, but this is an Earth Spirit with a heart. You're not getting that kill. I mean, especially now with Gardic covering his perimeter, slice down onto Hermit. There's a Bushwhack to cover his tracks though. Hermit, can he get his way out of this? Blink Dagger is back up, and he's gonna dodge out of that just in time to just get out of the goo range. for Vitaly. That was scary, the hairball. But they find Luis on the sidelines. That is a small price to pay. 5 for 5 right now. You'll get whatever you can claim. Still a positive gold change the way of X5. And top side, a bit of space for Suze to work.
Lumpy hunting though. Could go in on this if he gets vision to Suze instead. Just goes for the nice little wave. Doesn't get pinged out, the Lumpy's away. They're also pinging Roshan. X5. They got a feeling that something's up in this Roche area. But too little too late. The minus armor from Bristleback plus Sven. It's too much. They're actually going to give the Aegis to Bristle.
Yeah, I mean, Sven basically is a transformation hero, right?
Yeah,
so completely
absolutely.
understandable. Also, this allows Vitaly to no fear blink in, Bristleback, and try and kill someone off. Which I think is based.
You know what? I like what Vitaly's doing with his build, too. Right? He kind of recognizes that there's a Doom in this game. He can't just go for Bloodstone. And Lotus Orb isn't... I mean, like, it doesn't protect you from getting doomed, you know? Vitaly, he just got passed over the gem. He's broken now, too.
Aegis still available for this Bristleback, so we have a second life to work with. Where is the rest of the support? Moose forced to turn tail and run, but they have a Doom available. Slightly off the mark, Hermit. He didn't have any sort of stop, and he's just gonna get ripped apart. Vitaly, the Quills. That's not what you were looking for. Doom, Hermit. Completely off the mark so far with the Doom. And oh no, Luis. Forced after the low ground. He'll at least get out of there. But, I mean, Hermit, he's waiting on the sidelines. You're expecting a Centaur Storm, but he still has the Purge creep. And that does not serve him well against the overwhelming physical damage that was just dealt to him. That was supposed to be a gem. That was supposed to be a pick-off. And it just ends up in disaster pick. Finds Suve solo. How?
Dude, I don't know. I do wanna show you Doom's death summary because he was dealt 1,200 damage in 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
From
the
Quills.
That's the Bristleback
That's
effect.
bonkers, dude.
I mean, he had the minus armor coming out on him. He had the hairball. It was the whole thing. And this guy, what?
That was nasty.
He only has 8 armor. He only has 8 armor. The Vanguard doesn't help you against the Quills at all. They don't come for auto attacks. So you're essentially just a sitting duck. A sponge for the Quills, if you will.
Yeah, big beefy boy just to be Quills put into him, you know? That's your role this game as your Doom.
Little pin cushion.
Yeah. Lincoln's almost complete on Vitaly, 1,000 gold away from that. And getting Doom on him is going to be a lot harder now.
A smoke out feels like a last Hail Mary play. Oh my god, the words. A last Hail Mary play. X5, they're as desperate as I am to try and figure out what's going on, how they can come back. It doesn't seem like there's an angle. They'll try and start on moves, at least get the courier. That's all they'll find. Surely not. They need more. Their position has already been compromised. The Spoink as well. Pick onto the high ground immediately. Out of the picture is Suze. And passing out. Pierce the veil. They're trying to shoot out the damage, but already reflecting it is Lumpy onto Storm. They don't see him, but they know he's right there. The dust. They clock him out, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a GG sometime soon. Luis tries to get a kill onto Moose, but can't even find it. And the only member left remaining is Monty, who is a little solar crest.
I can't help but think, where was his Infinity yesterday? What happened yesterday to drop the ball like that against Universitario?
The EU Scream diff.
I guess.
I mean, that's what
and you know what? It totally could be. You know, Universitario, they do the nouns thing, and Monty, oh my god, under your tier 4s, you're not even safe. Without Aegis, going high ground. Infinity, forget the rules of this meta. We don't care if we have Aegis or not. We're going high ground 25 minutes in.
A lot of these games have actually ended at a very, very high tempo, 25 to 26 minute mark, or 25 to 30 minute mark as Kermit. He doesn't stand a chance to silence up, and immediately just the disconnect. They're done. They're done. I mean, at this point, why are you even waiting for? Just call it.
Yeah. Suze, I don't know if he expected Gardic to have his shard. He gets nailed by the second magic missile.
Yeah.
Q's into, and then gets silenced, gets slowed, gets stunned again, and now Suze is dead. Well, I mean, not dead yet, but you know, it's pretty much he's dead.
He's about to be. I don't know. It's I mean, a couple of things, right? First and foremost, where was this Infinity yesterday? But secondly, I'm so glad they're here.
Yeah.
This is the Infinity that we're
It's been
expecting.
some clean, concise Dota.
Yeah. It's a very stark difference from, I think, last series where it was very it was very bloody, it was very messy. They were just kind of squaring each other up, you know, taking each other against the ropes and stuff like that. This game, no such thing. Clean execution. Infinity, they leave basically no stone unturned. Every single component of their draft is just banging right now. And I really don't know what you can do. I mean, Luis is gonna reconnect, but then what?
No more games.
Like, you have buybacks. You have buybacks, I guess. Susi's just gonna die. He doesn't have buyback. And Storm trying to do the damage in the Pierce the Veil. But I mean, he's just slowed up to a crawl, the roll through as well, and that's your Moeta carry dead, Luis. I mean, maybe you just connected to play a bit of Dota, but there isn't really much to be done here.
There goes the Tally.
Yeah, there goes the ET.
This is just a shellacking from Infinity. 2 games in a row. You know, one time they get out drafted, and this time around it just feels like they're getting outplayed.
Okay, hold on. So X5 are not GGing out just yet, right?
They have faith in their Muerta late game.
Okay, you think that's it?
It's gotta be. That's the only thing they're holding on to.
I don't know. At 28, it's 28k gold lead, but once again it's a situation where it's 1k, like, what's the win probability?
1k per minute.
2%?
It's like 98%, yeah. Yeah, I always like to look on the bright. I don't like being one-sided in these casts, but I mean, how can you not love what Infinity is bringing to the table? How can you not, like, you know, just root for this team? And they're playing like this, you know, like what is gonna stop them? I mean, Universitario, I guess, but what, you know, what did they do different than all these other teams that couldn't stop Infinity before?
I have to travel, I have to book a flight ticket to Europe to find out as Pig. They're taking a one-way express into squirrel hunting territory. They got Monty on the ropes and Luis as well. He's under his tier 3s, but he's not safe. The impetus, they just punch him down. The supports don't stand a chance here. And I don't know how...
Gonna rat.
Look, I don't know how much longer you need for your Muerta late game, but we might not, just a guess, we might not get there.
Probably not. No.
Elder Titan
you probably
buyback.
need another 20 minutes.
He's gonna try and slow things down with the Storm, but Pig just outruns it with that Warcry move speed, continues beating on the tower. And moves with that Hurricane Pike range and the Blightstone Grove Bow, able to siege from afar. Now, that is a courier kill. That is the Swift Blink. Quite a significant chunk of change lost, thanks to Suze being a little sneaky. I don't think that's going to change anything about their intention to push here though, but they respect it. They understand that X5 are staying in this game for a reason and they don't want to stick around to find out.
No more games, says Storm. We're playing for reals now. This isn't a game, this is real life, Sneeze.
So true. If you,
You
die
die
here,
in the
you
game,
die,
you
you die in real life. That's okay, I've heard that one before.
I'm glad we both went for that, that's funny.
Okay.
Oh. Alright, 4 staffs are online for X5. Monty has one, Luis has one, Storm doesn't quite have one.
This is a smoke. This is the final gambit. It's felt that way twice already, but they really need to make this one count. Hermit spotted out. The smoke will break on Lumpy. Not the target that you want. Pig already winding up, looking for a target. They see Storm. No, who you want to lose immediately. They need to fish him out of here. Please, you can't lose your Muerta so early on. Huge Earth Splitter, but it doesn't matter. They chop down the ET and they chop down the Doom. Now Suves, Lincoln's broken, but they can't approach. They can't break through Vitali. They'll try and take down moves, but Storm just gets kicked to the curb. I mean, what else do you got, Monty? Getting chased down again, able to force up himself to the high ground. But already the stun Pig has found him. Suves, you can try and red all you want with your Lincolns, but I mean, this Muerta spotted out so early on. GG is called. That's it. It's over. 2-0 for Infinity. This is what we expected, and Infinity, they absolutely deliver.
Yeah, I wouldn't be picking Soothes puck anymore. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, no.
You know, I think it's 2 games recently that it looks like it should be on paper a fine puck game. You know, a little challenging in some areas, right? You've got 2 projectile stuns that you on paper should always be able to dodge. A silence that's a less harder to dodge, but still, you know, and it just 4-8, 11K net worth, 30 minutes in, rough. It's just rough, and that's okay. You know, it's okay if there are heroes that you need to practice a little bit more to get comfortable with. Maybe don't pull them out in any officials though.
Yeah, I don't know about this. It's yeah, I think that's just it, right? Like, once again, not to point fingers, but I think there are very clear weak points in their lineup that need to somehow be addressed. Hermit, on these more traditional offlaners, he's really dropped the ball, and Soos, you know, it's good to have a bit of, you know, confidence in your favorite picks, but when they're turning out like this, I don't know. It's not gonna work out the way you expect. So yeah, Infinity, they take this quick 2-0. I think that's what everyone expects on paper. With X5's trajectory, I thought they would put up a bit more of a fight, but it seems like there were a bit too many disconnect issues, quite literally, between Luis not being able to participate in game number 1 and game number 2. It just looked all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. It looked disconnected. It just didn't look like, and this is, I think, the story of X5 for the past few days. It just doesn't look like they're on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see whether they're able to regroup. They still have games in this group stage after all. But yeah, that just about wraps it up for this particular series. Now, we do have some news that we'd like to announce. So we would be throwing this series to a throwing this stream to Dota and Costa to cover the last game of today, which is Infamous versus Lava. But right now, we're getting word that Infamous will not be able to continue participating in this tournament because of some issues that they're facing. So even though that's a bit sad, we do have to wave them goodbye, and Lava Esports get a technical win for the upcoming series. And yeah, unfortunate stuff. I mean, we would love to see a bit more from them, but it is what it is sometimes. That's just, you know, the reality of trying to be a pro team. Sometimes, you know, there's logistical infrastructure stuff that gets in the way. I mean, this is roster shuffle season after all, so, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you have any sort of closing words to say before we send it off to potentially tomorrow for more games?
Not really. I think I've said my piece, Sneeze. I think I don't want to point any more fingers at X5. I don't think I can talk about how much I think, you know, how good I think Infinity are. I think it's all been said.
Okay. Then let me just make sure I'm updating the graphic real quick. Okay, no, that's not what I wanted. Hang on. Let's just make sure that everything's... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just send it off first and then I'll update the graphic later. But thank you everyone so much for watching. It was a bit of a slogfest, but we made it through. Some sick games of Dota and some more clean technical ones. But, you know, good for them. They come out on top. And yeah, I mean, Infinity, excited to see what else they can bring to the table. They are looking good. I mean, if they keep this form, they're definitely gonna be some of the top contenders coming into playoffs.
Absolutely. Very excited.
Okay, well, thank you everybody so much again for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more EPL World Series Americas action.
From my isolation, it's way too complicated. Let's start this conversation. Let's start this conversation.